Finished with his boyfriend, yes, having just proudly proclaimed, 2 weeks, yeah, we've been going out for a year and all the rest of it. And you look at Bobby, who's now completely destroyed himself by, I don't know what he's done, but I mean, he just looks peculiar. In fact, it doesn't even look real. He's got the funny hair going on. He's got this funny sort of butch, kind of campy little moustache kind of thing. And now no boyfriend, who, let's face it, wasn't even butcher than he was, which was very worrying. But they've got somebody even camper than Bobby Cole Norris on the programme, whose name I've no idea. I have no idea. He must be a friend of the one who is... No, Harry Durbridge popped up again. Oh, he's got fat, hasn't he now? Yes, so I said to her, like, you know, because I can't believe, Bob, I've seen you. Because him and Bob used to go out. That was the meeting of the minds. And all the other ones, the girls are having parties and baby showers, and then they went out to find out who could actually get the most crabs. Surprisingly, it was quite a few of the girls were sort of going, I got crabs. I'm going, yeah, fantastic, we're so pleased for you. And it was lovely. But as I say, you never see any of these people on the streets of Brentwood. I know, because I used to live in Brentwood. And in those days, admittedly, it was just horse and cart. We didn't have anybody down there at all. Now, you don't see any of these sort of people. And to be honest with you, they're not allowed out in daytime. Because if you saw them, you would suddenly realise how, if you think the makeup looks heavy on the television, you imagine what it looks like in real life. Seriously bad. Seriously bad. Rhonda Fleming's died. Thank you. We didn't know either, actually. She was known as the Queen of Technicolor. 97 she was. She featured in quite a number of films. I mean, I suppose she was 97 and she was around Hollywood in the golden age. And there can't be many of those people left now who were there making the movies. I've seen quite a number of old movies that I quite like. I was watching what was I watching the other day? A John Wayne movie. Get off your horse and drink your milk. It was all terribly, boys wanted to be cowboys and stuff like that. There was a lot of shooting. Seriously, there was a lot of, bang, bang, you're dead. And then I watched something, and it might have been Braveheart. Have you ever seen Braveheart? That's where you get Mel Gibson with a very bad wig stuck on his head. Looked a bit like Terry Wogan, I thought. But anyway, so, I mean, leaving that to one side, because they were showing Blankety Blank. Because they're bringing Blankety Blank back with Bradley Walsh, and I was watching an old one with Terry Wogan, and I kept thinking, where they had David Jason on the panel, they had, all sorts of people, Isla Sinclair from The Generation, loads of different people, and I'm thinking, if they're going to do it nowadays, who are they going to bring on? There aren't any celebrities on the television now. Most of the ones that we all know from years and years ago, they're too old for things like that. The only person you've got is some third-rate dingbat from a reality show. So in the stupid seat, which is technically looking straight on, left-hand side, bottom, you'll end up with somebody like Gemma Collins, who'll just say, sort of, failing that, who else could you... Joey Essex could be another one. Scarlett Moffat's bound to turn up. They'll have to widen the set a little bit. She's put on a bit of weight since she managed to flog you that old fraudulent DVD, which turns out she didn't go on a diet at all. She went on to a boot camp in Switzerland for about 6 weeks, and then came back and went, oh, look, I'm slimmy, I'm thin, I'm very skinny. And you go, yeah. And then it started piling on again, because you just get, you have to keep it up. It's not just for a few weeks to flog a DVD, which it was in her case. You have to do it for the rest of your life. And then, on Towie, they've got a thing at the moment, and it's sponsored by toothpaste, a whitening toothpaste, which, of course, is fraudulent to start with, because all the people on Towie have got veneers. Nobody's used whitening toothpaste. What a load of codswallop. And they've got sort of the girly one, Pete, who's got the long hair and all the tattoos up his neck, but he's about 2 foot tall. Seriously, put him next to a Barbie doll. Barbie doll towers over the top of him, poor soul. But he's been having an affair for the last 2 years with Chloe Sims. This is the one who, if you saw her without makeup, you'd have no... She could have been part of Braveheart's team in the army. She's that butch. And then she trowels the makeup on and immediately... drag. It's fantastic. And she looks, but she's so old. But she's got this sort of little voice. They've all got little voices, which is a shame, really. And so Pete told his mates he's been having sex with her for 2 years, but nobody knew about it. Not even her. She had no idea. No idea. And you look at her, and it's sort life is one big emotion for Chloe Sims. She slammed him for leaking their affair, but I still love you. I love you. That's how thick she is. Anybody else would have taken him and dumped him in the Thames. Get out. 2 years this has been going on. And then she goes, I really love you. And I thought, yeah, because you haven't got anybody else. But what you don't realise is he's just using you as the stopgap, save him going out on the town and having to spend money in Sugar Hut. Go out to Sugar Hut. And it's closed, is it? A Sugar Hut closed? Oh, coronavirus. Oh, there is a God. I drove past it once. I saw some people queuing up outside there. I'm so glad I never went in. Seriously, I mean, it looks like it's the dregs. It had some really awful people. But then she's sort of... So he's been sort of saying, oh, yeah, because I still really fancy you and all the rest of it. I think, no, you're doing what all these people do, which is you're there if I can't find anybody else. And I'll phone you up and go, I'll pop him round. And she'd go, yeah, it's all right, because I really love you. And you think, you can't be that dumb. But she is. But then poor old Bobby Cole Norris, now single again, which of course is not surprising, judging by his latest look. It's a bit scary. He was wearing ridiculous sunglasses the other day. I mean, somebody needs to teach him, A, how to dress, and B, what sort of sunglasses sort of suit you. You can't just buy a pair of sunglasses and put them on. They've got to suit you. And if they don't suit you, which his doesn't, the hairstyle, I would have that hairdresser closed down immediately. Somebody who actually let him walk out looking that dumb. Goodness me. And then to cap it all, Gary Lineker does another crisp advert. You know, and you go, oh, wonderful. Yeah, look at Bobby. Look at the size of these glasses. They're way too big for you, sweet cheeks. They're not for you. He's just in a small wonder he's single. Even the other bloke who was as camp as a Christmas tree obviously thought that Bobby Cole Norris was just a little bit too much. What do you talk about? What do you talk about with him? Why somebody gave you a stupid hairstyle? I mean, it just looks ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But never mind. That's his business, isn't it? But if they appear on my television, I'm allowed to comment. I'm allowed to make comment of these things. Mind you, Victoria Beckham lives in sunglasses, doesn't she? But hers is probably due to conjunctivitis or something like that. And so she sort of wears the sunglasses all the time to make her look a bit mysterious, because if you look at her and they go on, smile, all of a sudden you see lines everywhere. Julie Walters says she's going to give up acting unless another Mamma Mia film is made. I don't think they can make another Mamma Mia film, can they? Unless they're going to sort of write a new story for it. You know, I've been cheating on you since I don't know when, Mamma Mia. And it was quite good, but it was a girly film. It wasn't a boysy film. It definitely wasn't a boysy film. You know, dancing around a Greek island, I'm afraid, is not a boysy film. That's a girlsy film, you know. And they all liked it, and everybody looked very happy with it. And the show was really for girls, because at the end, people were standing up singing ABBA songs. And it's like all the men in it were, sit down. Sit down. Mamma Mia, here we go again. My, and they do the dance and everything. They love it. Well, they haven't done it since lockdown, but I mean, at least they made the effort. Jaws 3D has been named the least scary horror film of all time. Why is it? I remember I used to work in a nightclub, and we used to have... No, it wasn't Sugar Hut, please. And they had a screen there, and I could plug in DVDs and videos. It had all clips of movies, and one of them, which we kept playing time and time again, was Jaws. And it was the bit where this plastic jaw thing comes out of the ocean, and they all sort of look at it, and I'm thinking, it's plastic. What are you on about? I mean, how could this ever have been scary? I've got no idea. The scary things for me are the things that you don't see. I remember seeing Woman in Black, and it's a house. Why is it they always want to go in houses? They go in houses, they go, I'll just have a look in the cellar. There's no electricity. Don't go in the cellar. There'll be somebody in the cellar waiting for you. And then he goes, and I'm not, so he doesn't go to the cellar. He goes up and he walks towards this door on the top landing, and it's Daniel Radcliffe. And I'm thinking, please don't go in this room. It's not necessary. You don't need to do it. And that's the thing that frightens me. The only film that ever really frightened me was Friday the 13th, the first one. I mean, after about all the other ones, and it was this Lake Placid, wasn't it, where all the kids went to stay. But in one of these particular things, there was something in the lake. For those who haven't seen it, spoiler alert, it's something in the lake, okay, which comes out, and basically it was the things that you didn't see. Is that Friday the 13th? Oh, Plugged In. I'm not sure about the plug. I don't remember seeing anything like that, because all these kids were living on Lake Placid. They go away for this sort of summer camp, and then you see a girl, she's being chased through a wood. And you don't see the person who's chasing her. It's the cameraman who's chasing her. And then for some reason, she sort of turns round and puts herself up against a tree. I thought, this isn't boding well for the future. And the next thing is you just see the flash of a blade, and it sort of slashes at her, and you think, oh my God, this. I thought that was quite frightening. And then there's a couple making love on a bed in one of these chalet type things. But what they don't know is that there's somebody underneath the bed. And again, spoiler alert, okay? And so they're there, and they're in the throes of passione. And all of a sudden, this this sword comes up straight through the two of their bodies, pinning them both together, thus prolonging, I'm assuming, the act of a bit of enjoyment, a bit of how's your father. But the sword goes right up through them, and the look on the boy's face, I mean, quite, how they do it, I've got no idea. I always like to think to myself, and try and get it out of the way, because otherwise I get too frightened, because somebody's only got to come and tap me on the shoulder, and I'm liable to sort of scream the place down. But luckily I was fairly controlled. And I was thinking, OK, now the director's going to go, OK, cut, we'll do that bit again, Cowie. And that's the bit that gets me out of the frightening bit. But anybody who goes towards, a sealed door, and then the lights flick like that, like in here, if the lights started flashing and suddenly went off, I'd be under this table like there's no tomorrow. I'd be hiding in a carrier bag. Yeah, you'll protect me. How grateful am I going to be? And I thought to myself, and so Jaws 3D was the least scary horror movie. But I'm not. I remember I went to, where did we go to? Disneyland? Might have been Disney. Yes, it was Disneyland, I think, in Florida. And they've got the Michael Jackson thing. And it's 3D, and you put these glasses on, and have you ever seen the 3D film? No. It's very clever, because it starts off, and the room goes dark. There's about 300 or 400 of you in there, all sitting there with these plastic glasses on. And this ball is in the middle of the screen, and then all of a sudden it comes out of the screen towards you, and everybody puts their hands up to try and grab it, because it's right in front of your face. It's really clever. Really good. People try and pinch the glasses, but they're having none of it, I tell you. Strip searches and everything. It's fantastic. I went round 3 times. Anyway, they sort of, you put the glasses on, and then all sorts of different things happen. Then all of a sudden, Michael comes out of the screen, and you think, God, that's really clever. Simple, yet very effective. And they sort of pack it out. But it's this ball thing at the beginning where people try and grab it, because it's so real. A bit like this program. This program's real, because it's Sunday morning, and we like to entertain you between now and 7. Go through the papers and finding stories which will sort of have you going, oh, not them again. And the answer is yes. Do you know that Lionel Richie's All Night Long is the most popular song to make love to? 3 minutes, 26 seconds. All right. I mean, that, as far as I'm concerned, in my parents' day, that would have been 2 goes. If it's above 3 minutes. Also, the Amazon mop flop. The site has been wrapped for sexist adverts. Why? How could Amazon ever be accused of being sexist? Because they portray women with a vacuum cleaner, or with a mop, or with a duster. And there's a little group of people who think that's very sexist. Whereas, in fact, if you can get a little woman in with a vacuum cleaner or a mop or a duster, I mean, that's to be applauded. But it's just going to look silly with a bloke standing there, isn't it, with a vacuum cleaner and a pinny on. It's going to look, not going to look as good, is it, really? Plus. What was the other one I quite liked? Oh, official picture of the 2 shy retiring ex-royals. Meghan's wearing Diana's watch. Not a good thing to do. Not a good thing to do. People liked Diana. People appear not to like Meghan. Just gone 4:15. Pretty nice to be company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's LBC. It's Sunday morning. Sunday morning, traditionally the day that people go to church, but at the moment everybody's socially distancing, so I'm not sure whether or not churches are as busy as they probably should be. Pip Schofield is still smoking. They got a picture of him outside a restaurant in Richmond the other day. Have you noticed he's getting ever closer to Twickenham? And he was sort of outside having a cigarette. And I'm not going to do the joke. I've decided against it, actually. I thought about it earlier on. Leanne Payne has quit booze. That was the trauma of having been out with Cheryl, I should imagine. And also, women have overtaken men as champions of the allotment. You know why? You can sit down, have a cup of tea, you've got your little shed there, you can do the ironing, you can do a bit of cleaning and stuff like that, grow giant vegetables. Talia Storm goes all out for her latest TV appearance. It's another sort of quiz show thing. Unfortunately, the last time we saw Talia Storm on television, she was on Celebrity Karaoke, which she was royally kicked off it because she couldn't sing. I've never heard anybody sing flat before. Wayne Rooney's undergone emergency COVID testing. Somebody turned up at his house who was COVID positive and gave him a watch or something, I don't know, some award for something, I've got no idea why. And they didn't bother checking that he didn't have the COVID virus, but he has, so now they've had to get poor old What's-It sort of sorted out. What was the other one? Oh, the stars of Mrs. Brown's Boys think their days are numbered. I can't imagine why. It's a very popular series. It's doing extremely well in the ratings. Why would you ever worry about it? But they must have toy for Christmas. You can tell it's a PR puff, can't you? The doll that tells you to wash your hands. You see, I wanted the rude version of the doll. hello, wash your hands. Bloody wash your hands. You know, you can imagine, can't you? The doll starts letting fly with a whole raft of four-letter words. Very funny. Melanie Sykes has a 6-day fling with a gondolier. Melanie is 190. The gondolier is about 23 and lives with his mumma. Mumma. It's one of those dolls again, isn't it? Where you turn it. I used to have a teddy bear like that. It didn't do mumma. It was like, until we took him apart one time and he was stuffed with straw. A little paper thing inside that sort of worked like a little pair of bellows so you can get the noise. But Melanie has this 6-day fling with a gondolier. Although, to be honest with you, there's a picture of him and his friends. Anything less butch would be hard pushed to find. And luckily she had a photographer with her to take pictures of them, just in case you thought that Melanie Sykes' career and love life was washed up. They can now prove that it's not. She went with a gondolier. I mean, to be honest with you, I think that's a very bad show. I mean, he's only 23, and as I say, she's about 190 now. But it's all these pictures which her photographers take of them closing the gap and holding hands and then kissing and all the rest of it. You watch, everybody be out there now trying to find the same gondolier. The original film called The Thing was the most scary movie, and David says Kevin Bacon was in the first Friday the 13th. To be honest with you, I didn't care who was in the blooming thing. I just thought it was scary, so I didn't watch any more of them. Did you ever see the Saw movies? The 3D one was scary for some, and some people screaming in the cinemas. Oh, girls, honestly. Why do people scream there? It's like people scream on roller coasters, don't they? Everybody puts their hands up in America. You go on the road and go, they all scream over there. I mean, if you're going to scream, don't go on it. It's very annoying. I'm sitting there with my arms folded going, well, this is about as boring as watching paint dry and making an egg soufflé. It really is very... I don't know why an egg soufflé. I just thought about that a minute ago. Sometimes I've screamed making a soufflé. I can't make anything, actually, as you know. I can't cook for love nor money. Which doesn't make any difference, does it? Strictly's back with a new lineup. Load of people you've never even heard of. Some people you've heard of, most of them you haven't heard of. And revealed Mummy's Pet Lion. And the clue is in the word mummy. They found it in an Egyptian tomb. It is a mummified lion cub. So obviously people had pets in the Egyptian days. They still have them, actually. If you go to Saudi, you'll see people with leopards in the back of their cars. Yeah, they're very free and easy over there. And I think, obviously, in Egyptian times, you will find a leopard on the back of a car in a photograph in somebody driving down the street. It's obviously on a chain, otherwise it would probably leap out and go, I'll drive so much better than you. But this is a mummified pet lion cub, which I'm assuming they must have had in the palace, and then it sort of died. There you go. It's odd, isn't it? Isn't it odd why you would want sort of something like that? I mean, I appreciate the kudos of having something like that, but they are wild animals. You know, no matter how much somebody says, oh, they really love us, we all remember Roy from Secret and Roy, don't we, who was attacked by the lion. No matter how much they tried to spin it, it looked like that lion was going to eat him. It was as simple as that. And I met Roy after that. He came to a magic convention. He's a completely changed person. He can barely walk. He shuffles. Absolutely awful, because they always did their act with... In fact, the more wild animals they had, the better the show was. They had everything, two of everything. In the case of lions, they had white tigers. Read the book about Siegfried and Roy. It's a very interesting book, which tells you that they don't train the animals. They're trained for them. Then they come in nearing the end of the training so that they can... then take over. And at the end of the show, when you come out of the showroom, when you did, they've got all their tigers sitting there, all these white tigers and things like that. But everything, they're, 2 elephants, 2 crocodiles, 2 llamas, 2 giraffes, 2 everything. I mean, the stage was just filled. It was a bit like Noah, only without the water, which would have been marginally more entertaining. But it was great because you sort of see they have a thing, they have a ball, which goes up, and Roy stands it doing that sort of magnificent butch thing. And the ball goes up in the air, and then there's a flash of flames, and Roy's vanished, and there's a tiger, a fully grown tiger, sitting on top of this ball, which until this moment in time, you're looking up there, and it's, just phenomenal. And then this thing comes off, and then Roy appears, and then they walk it round the stage. You think, this thing could leap into the audience. They're huge. You see, if you go to London Zoo, have a look at the lion's paws. It's the size of 2 of your hands put together, spread apart. That's how big a lion's paw is. And that's just one, and they've got 3 other feet, if you're lucky to find a complete one. But, I mean, there's it's just absolutely enormous. And these things are just, they're dangerous. They're dangerous. They don't sort of, people go, oh, aren't they really friendly and cuddly? No, cuddle them, you never play the banjo again. Seriously, very dangerous. It's like, I don't even like snakes. I'm very funny with snakes. I think they actually look at you and they go, you don't like me. I think we give off these sort of pheromone kind of things, and mine is, I'm scared. That seems to work quite well, because I don't believe it when, what did they do the other day? Oh, that's right, they were sort of, who's it said there's this animal or something? I think it's more, oh, that's right, it was this man and woman, and they were standing in a lagoon, and in this lagoon they have sharks. They go there, it's like a playpen for baby sharks, but they can still take your hand off, and they were feeding them under the water. When I say feed, they were waving a bit of fish, and the shark would come and go and grab it. And I remember thinking, wow, these things, even at, when they're only about 4 feet, 4 feet long, but they then get into a frenzy. The more food there is around, the more sharks get into it. So in other words, if there's a carcass floating around, sharks can smell blood from about 5 miles away, and they all go down there because it's like party on, and they're all down there sort of ripping this thing to pieces and all the rest of it. And then this girl said to this bloke, who obviously knew the sharks, not by name, but he kind of knew them, and she was sort of saying, how likely are they to bite? And he said, well, they probably could. And get out of the water. Get out of the water now. Don't stand there. Please do not stand there. Because the moment they actually taste blood, they want more of it. And they don't know. It's like, when you see in Australia, and Australia seems to be the most popular place for shark attacks. Well, probably one of the most dangerous places, where the great whites come up, and it's people on surfboards that the great white's eyesight is not brilliant, and they see the shape of what they think is a seal, because they're a bit thick, and they see the surfboard with somebody's feet and hands on it, and it looks like a seal. So they bite. Until they bite, they don't know what it is. So that's why you hear of people, 1 minute they're on the surfboard, the next minute half of them's drifting out to sea, because they've been bitten by these great whites which hurtle up out of the deep. I mean, quite frightening. Quite frightening. And they go, nobody's ever been friendly with a great white, as far as I know. But you do, you wouldn't want to, would you? Why would you want to? Hardly the sort of thing you'd take back to introduce to your mother for a dinner party. Oh, by the way, this is a great white mother. He comes with his own tank and everything else. But no, that's why it is. That's why they bite first, and then once they've tasted surfboard, they don't go there again. But unfortunately, by that time, it's too late, because they can bite you in half. It's no difficulty for them. But it's when they catch seals, and they had the orcas the other day, which doesn't it sound like a lovely name, orcas? Or to give them their proper name, killer whales. Okay, they're called killer whales because they kill other whales, they kill calves, they kill everything. Seals are their preferred method of food. It's what they like to eat, seals, and they literally throw themselves up a beach. I've seen them doing it, and some of these seals, they're so dumb, seals, they really are. They go to the same beach all the time, and they give birth to other seals. And the killer whales know where they are, and they can see them, and they've worn a channel in the sand, so they can get quite a way up the beach. To get back off the beach, they have to wiggle their bottom and get back off again. A bit like watching the Eddie Mayer show. But anyway, so they sort of get... And so the seal is playing on the beach, talking to its mates. So what did you do? All this kind of stuff. Next thing, this powerhouse, a whale, shoots up the beach, grabs it by the tail, and then wiggles back down onto the beach again, onto the sea, takes it out to sea, but because they can't bite it, they have to get the skin off. So what do? They throw it in the air. And then it lands in the water, and they pick it up and they throw it back in the air. It's like a ball. You can watch them going backwards and forwards until eventually the skin starts coming away, and then they can eat it. I mean, if you're a seal, you're sort of willing yourself to be anything else but a seal at that particular moment in time. Terrible, isn't it? News 26 minutes to 5. Keith Lemon says it's the most raucous series of Celebrity Juice yet. Apparently he's sort of trying to big up the 2 new people on it, which, to be honest with you have to do when nobody's seen it. And so they will end up with you watching. When he says it's the most raucous, I'm assuming he was leaving and somebody else will be presenting it. What was the other one that I quite liked? Strictly is back. Oh, and Rebecca Vardy. We have to mention Rebecca Vardy. She's had to apologise to Peter Andre. She likened his manhood to a very small chipolata. I mean, obviously Pete not returning the calls, but I do remember he did ask Jordan when they were in the jungle, when Pete's career was, in fact, it had bottomed out. He was working in his brother's gym in Larnaca, and he goes on there because he'd had a hit apparently in the 1800s, and they were going, well, what's your hit, Pete? I'll take my guitar in. No, please don't, dear. Please don't. It'll be so embarrassing. It's a bit like sort of inviting Matt Goss to come round, and he goes, I'll just play my latest album. No, please don't. Okay, please don't. Please don't. And so Rebecca Vardy apparently had a one-night stand with Peter Andre some years ago and wrote about it, which of course was the big mistake. And she said that when he took his trousers down, she said it was very small. But I remember when he was in the jungle trying to revitalise a career that had gone nowhere for ages, and he mentioned it to Jordan. He said, do you think I'm small? And of course she didn't. I mean, she was desperate for anybody. She didn't care who it was. So she went, no, not at all. And I thought, well, if you have to ask. And now Rebecca Vardy has had to apologise to him. Well, she hasn't had to apologise to him. She obviously thought it was perhaps best to do that, just in case he comes back and says, by the way, she was rubbish as well. Before you know where you are, you've got a full-blown argument. We don't want things like that, do we? So Trump says he might leave America if he loses. It's a bit of a rash thing to say, isn't it? Other people have said that, haven't they? Other people have said, if so-and-so gets in, I'm going to leave the country. Fears are growing Meghan will publish her tell-all diary because she doesn't want to destroy the relationship between Harry and the royal family. I think it's gone, dear, isn't it? I mean, come on. Yeah, I mean, you must have worked at that one. Also, what was the other one? The virus circuit breakers wouldn't end what we've got at the moment. I mean, I find it unbelievable that you can literally tell people there's people dying, there's people in hospital, there's people who've got the virus. I think you stand a better chance of surviving the virus now, but there is that odd chance that you might not. You might be in one of those sort of categories. Somebody said to me, somebody wrote to me, obviously a very stupid person, and said, you keep saying that a high temperature is a sign of COVID virus. It's not the case. Well, of course, it absolutely is the case. It's the top of every... Type in symptoms of COVID virus, and the first one will be temperature. Why do you think? There you go. A high temperature means you're feeling hot to touch on your chest or back. You don't need to measure your temperature. You'll know if you're feeling hot. You go into any hospital, they won't let you in unless they've put a temperature thing up against you. That's why it's because it's the number one thing. If you've got a high temperature, they're going to want to know about it. We've got a thing here. You walk into the building, and it's like it's very small actually, but it's quite easy to, and you just fit your face into the. You have to stand there, and it will sort of, and then you just move in a little bit, and then it would go ping, and then it goes. On me, it just said normal. What can I tell you? And so that was very exciting. And I've got one at home myself. I bought one on Amazon. A thermometer, and you just hold it up against your head. Well, in fact, you sort of touch your head with it, and it goes ping, and it comes up, and it's all singing all day. You can put it in your ear and other places, and it just tells you temperatures. You know, but I mean, you know, if you put your hand on your forehead, you will know if that feels okay. You're fine. You're fine. If it feels hot, and when I say hot, it's got to feel hot. It's like on your chest. If your chest feels hot. Please don't all get your chests out, okay? It's not necessary if you're driving a bus or a car or a train, but just take my word for it. But that's what it is. That's the number one thing. Temperature, high temperature. Secondly is the new continuous cough, and then a loss or change to your sense of smell or taste. You know, the very idea that somebody would actually write to me and say you're giving out false information is positively somebody who hasn't got a brain cell. I mean, it's high temperature. You know, which means you feel hot to touch on your chest or back. It's as simple as that. You don't need to measure your temperature. You know. Quite good. Steve, anything to do with zoos and circuses is cruel. I guess, well, actually, not necessarily, Debbie, some zoos, because a lot of zoos, like London Zoo, they've got a huge programme in place to protect species that might be dying out. And at the moment, there's one on the television. They're trying to raise money for, is it pangolins? And people catch it. They look like sort of anteater type things, and you see them on the television because the places where they are in the world, people eat them. People eat pangolins. Not only do they eat pangolins, but they use their body parts for all sorts of things. For medicine and stuff like that. And so that's why they're trying to save them, because there aren't as many in the world as there would be. And London Zoo has a huge programme of breeding animals that are in danger. There you go, pangolins. But they may have spread coronavirus to humans. But the Chinese use it for medicine. And of course, these are the things that if you touch it, they roll into a ball. They roll themselves up into a ball. Bats are known carriers of the latest strain of the disease, and this could be the missing link between bats and humans. But either way, there's not as many left in the world as we would like there to be. Thank you very much indeed. That's why I think zoos are important. And bear in mind, an awful lot of the animals that they've got in zoos are bred in captivity. I understand where people are coming from. But, there is they were showing a programme on the television the other day, saving koala bears. Because they can rip you apart as well. Have you ever seen koala bears? The claws on them, unbelievable. People go, oh, cuddly. They're like little teddy bears. No, they're not. No, they're not. Believe you me. That's why they climb trees. They climb trees with their sort of claws and everything. I think they're actually quite cute, but I wouldn't want to cuddle one. Thank you very much indeed. They do it at certain zoos over in Australia. And they did put one back with his mother, because they've had all these fires over there and they were trying to sort of save them. Because they don't know, do they? Animals have got no idea. They just sort of assume, let's go here. Oh, it's a bit warm, isn't it? Get out the ombre solaire, which doesn't really make much difference. But no, they've got all sorts of little animals. People look after them, but it was the heat from the fire that sort of destroyed many, I think. Steve, you mentioned Baby Sharks. Now I'll have the Baby Shark song in my head all day, says Paul. Is that Baby Shark? Do-do-do-do-do-do? Is that one? Or was it another? Oh, no, it's another one. Oh, you don't know? You've never heard the Baby Shark song? Oh, God, I thought everybody knew the Baby Shark song. I think it goes, Baby Shark, do-do-do-do-do-do. Is it? That is the one. Yeah, I didn't think I was wrong. I know all the kiddie songs. There you go, yeah. Baby Shark, do-do-do-do-do-do, Baby Shark. Mummy Shark, do-do-do-do-do, Daddy Shark, Grandma Shark. I didn't know it went all the way through the family. Grandma Shark, Grandpa Shark. And that's how it goes. And I don't know who wrote it. But whatever it is, it was very catchy and children like it. So if kids like it, I'm all there. Kim Min Seok. So I'm assuming it's something Malaysian or something like that. Have you never heard it before? Oh, it's really catchy. It's very catchy. Your parents obviously didn't like you at all, did they? They didn't play you any of the popular tunes of the day. And Baby Shark. Oh, what was the other one that we used to play on the programme? Alan Dodgen came up with it, and it was very funny. Somebody have to remind me, because I can't remember these things all the time. But it was a very good song. And again, it was one of these sort of kiddie songs that people like. But the Baby Shark thing was very funny. And also there was another one about foxes. Was there a fox song? I can't remember. There were so many kiddie songs. Yes, that's right. What did the fox say? Baby Shark, do-do-do-do-do. I don't know. Can't remember what Baby Fox said. But here we go. Then a lot of people... Dog goes woof, cat goes meow, bird goes tweet, and mouse goes squeak. Cows go moo, frog goes croak, and the elephant goes toot. Ducks say quack, fish go blub, and the seagull goes ow, ow, ow. But there's one thing that no one knows. What does the fox say? Seems a bit long-winded, doesn't it, really? I don't know where these songs come from. All of a sudden, they just, invade our life. And the Fox song, artist was Ylvis, as in Ylvis has left the room. Ylvis. And it got a World Music Award for World's Best Song in 2013. I know, it's unbelievable, isn't it? Yeah. I still like Gangnam Style. That was quite good, wasn't it? I thought Gangnam Style... Gangnam Style. Well, I thought it was Gangman Style, all right? Let it go, let it go. I like that one as well. That was my favourite. But Gangman Style was very popular. You can also learn the dance. I didn't do the dance, and that just looked ridiculous. Didn't do any dancing or anything like that. But I'm assuming he was a one-hit wonder. But I was watching this morning, because I always love watching it. And that was Gareth Gates singing Spirit in the Sky with the Kumars. It was so catchy, but of course the one thing you have to realise is that Gareth Gates can't dance for toffee. He has no sense of rhythm at all, dancing. And so when you watch him dancing, you have to realise that he's learnt that, and they had to sort of find something that he could do that made him look as though he danced. In exactly the same way, in the film, what was it called? The Indian film about the boy winning the lottery. Slumdog Millionaire. he couldn't dance either. And at the very end of the film, they do a big Bollywood dance, because all Bollywood films have the big dance number. There's always going to be dance numbers, and he couldn't dance. And he told me, he said, I was dreading this dance. I said, well, you look fine. It all depends on the camera cutaway angle. So when you watch Gareth Gates dancing, but you only see him for about 2 seconds while he's doing something, with his hand up to his ear or something like that. It looks really good. But he freely admitted he couldn't dance. And exactly the same for Slumdog Millionaire, but managed to get away with it, which I thought was good. Steve, thank you so much. I've just woken up to you singing Baby Shark. Now it's in my head. Listen, there's nothing the matter there. Nothing the matter there with sort of, us having an influence over you. It's Gangland style, says Niall. No, it's Gangman style. Gangnam style. So confusing, isn't it, honestly? Just because we can't speak another language. We're so useless. So, Gangman style. Gangnam style. Oh, Nam. Gangnam. Whoop, and Gangnam style. Oh, right. He came down... I'm sure he did one of our global things. I'm quite sure. I think he might have done a... No, he might have. I don't think he did. I don't think he speaks English, actually. I've got a feeling he might not speak English, but he does do the dance, where you put your hand over, Gangnam style. I'll forget it by the end of the programme. It doesn't matter, does it, really? Steve, kangaroos can be dangerous. Absolutely. You don't want to kick from... We used to have the kangaroos in this country in the circuses. They would tour with them, and they put boxing gloves on them, and you could fight a kangaroo. I have to tell you, the kangaroo always won, because they kick. Like do they kick? They could literally get you the other side of... back in 1895, which wasn't, really that long ago, we're just looking at photographs here of dancing bears in London, on the streets of London. And these were fully grown adult bears standing, between 10 and 13 foot tall. In the 1900s, they would they would be there, and kids would stand there, and he would... I don't know how they made them dance. I don't know if they were playing the music or they just sort of made them dance or something, probably through fear. And there's loads of pictures of them in the 1900s. And where these bears came from, I don't know, but I was reading a book about circuses a short while ago, and the bloke who owned it, Rico, used to come down to Wembley or somewhere like that, and there was a bloke who lived on an estate, but in his back garden were all these sheds. And in the sheds, he had all these different animals, lions, tigers, all sorts of things. And that's where people would go to buy their animals. I mean, there didn't appear to be any rules in those days about what you could keep in the back garden. We just had marigolds. And that isn't a pair of gloves. You'd have sort of flowers in the back garden. This bloke had all these sheds, and they had lion cubs and wolf cubs, all sorts of things you could go and buy there and train them up for your circuses, or chimpanzees. Amazing, isn't it? Steve, you're thinking of Snappy. That was the one, thank you. I couldn't remember, Paul. Schnee, schnai, snappy, 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 schnee, schnai, snappy, snappy. And it was... We don't remember that one either, no. I think it was Snappy, the crocodile, as they called it, because he was singing in another language. I can't remember what language he was singing in. It might have been German. Whatever it was, we used to play this song all the time. All the time. It used to put a smile on people's faces. And it was Snappy, a German children's cartoon character. And the cartoon's introductory song, Snappy, das kleine Krokodil, became an internet hit, for it reached number 1 on the German single charts. I mean, seriously. And it was a little kid singing it. Joy Grootman, who sings the song, is a niece of the composer, Iris Grootman, and has since 1999 sung children's songs for the children's broadcast, Die Sendung mit der Maus. And it was one of the funniest little songs you've ever heard. Schnee, schnai, snappy, 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 snappy. Schnee, schnai, snappy. It sounds a bit pointless, doesn't it, really? See, the Germans had all this kind of stuff, and we loved it. So thank you, Paul in Manchesterford. Steve, the laughter forecast by Sue Cowling today will be humorous with some giggly patches. I like giggly patches. Shade says kangaroos can be dangerous. A friend of mine was scratched on the hand. He had to go to hospital. I'm not at all surprised. I mean, absolutely dangerous. Also, Tess Daly looks unrecognisable from how she looks today when she first started doing Strictly Come Dancing. Face was totally different shape. Did you see the thing about, I'm trying to think of the comedian, actually, who's had loads of work done. He's had fillers, Botox, everything. And he does 8 out of 10 cats. Jimmy Carr, he's had loads of work done on his face. He's had everything done, you know, from the Botox and, you know, the bits and pieces to sort of fill you out a bit and everything else. I don't know why. He looked fine before. But then you see what he looks like now, and he does look younger. And whether or not that's the intention, I've got no idea, because I'd be too frightened to have injections everywhere, wouldn't you? I know you see a lot of people on Towie, and they just look as though they've got no expressions anyway. You think they'd have their voices trained. But yeah, I mean, he's had his hairline changed as well. So they brought his hairline down a little bit. And he's obviously very pleased with it. He was keen to meet other celebrity hair transplantings. So he sort of changed himself into somebody who's had a lot of Botox and fillers and stuff like that. He seems to like it. And to be honest with you, I wouldn't have known. I just thought it was the ageing process. I wouldn't have thought anything about it. But when I look at pictures of him, you know, when he's had the hair transplant done, and they've all had it done, haven't they? Jamie Lang on Strictly Come Dancing, he's had a hair transplant as well. He's had fake hair stuck on there, you know, which is odd, isn't it? A bit like Joe Swash. He hasn't had so much fake hair put on there. He's been to the fun fair and bought some candy floss and just stuck it on the top of his head. That's why he wears a flat cap indoors all the time, because you just laugh like a drain. Seriously, you look at it and you go, oh, come on. You know, you don't need to wear it. Listen, just go bald naturally. But the trouble is, because he's got such an old face, it doesn't really help. People seem to think, unwisely, I always think, because it's a case of, you know, you have all these bits and pieces done, but do you really need it doing? No. You don't need it doing. I mean, I'm looking around here this morning thinking that, you know, we don't need things like that doing. We wouldn't have it done, because you've got to look in the mirror and be honest with yourself, haven't you? And go, you know, do I look better, or are people going to look at me on the streets? And when they look at me on the streets, are they thinking you look ridiculous? Like Bobby Cole Norris from Towie, or any one of a number of people on Towie, actually, that they all just look a bit peculiar, don't they? Mainly because they've all got carried away with this, having Botox and having fillers and all the rest of it. And so when all of a sudden their career dries up next week, they're all of a sudden going to watch their body aging, and without the income coming in, it's just going to get worse and worse. Because once you start having the stuff doing, you need it doing all the time. And it's not so good. Steve, all this talk about animals reminds me of the poem When the Lion Ate Our Albert. I remember that one. It was some years ago, wasn't it? You're getting all these new things to find today, aren't you? Did you ever hear that one? When the Lion Ate Our Albert. I can't remember how it ended. I don't think it was particularly good. Steve, Joseph said I had to switch off Strictly Come Dancing last night. It was a veritable who's that of the UK entertainment industry. Deeply repetitive, lowest common denominator stuff. I think Light End has lost its spark. Well, to be honest with you can't do any of these programmes without an audience. The audience boosts you up. And the audience, you know, keep you sort of recognising all these different people. But, I mean, when they have to tell you who they are, you know that they're nobodies. It's no good them saying, I was watching a thing, there's another one coming up where they're going to row round the country. I was like, I can't remember what it is. Whatever it was another stupid programme. And they go, and a bunch of celebrities will be, and you look at them and you go, I was like, who are you? Who are you? It turns out they're third cousin, twice removed from somebody who might at one time have been on Geordie Shore, had sex with somebody called Gaz or something like that. And that's their claim to fame. Very well, that's right. Don't rock the boat. Celebs to row 650 miles in new TV series. Here we go. Here they are. Come on. It's hosted by Top Gear presenter Freddie Flintoff, and the voice is AJ Adudu. And so who are the celebrities? Who are the celebrities on this? And the answer is, ready? Fleur East. God's truth, honestly. Fleur East. Jack Fincham. You remember Jack with his little habit, don't we? And Jodie Kidd, Denise Lewis, Joe Weller, whoever, Tom Watson. Who? XMP. Sean Wallace. Who's Sean Wallace? I don't know. Oh, he's from the Chase. Oh, is he from the Chase? All right. And Craig Charles. But I mean, you know, to be honest with you, Jack Fincham and Fleur East. Love Island's Jack Fincham will be pushed to his limits. No. The only limit was how much cocaine he could get down in a short period of time before he was caught out. Come on. The trouble is, they all do you think their agents do it? Because the agents want them to work, so they get the percentage on it. You know, somebody's already dropped out of that, haven't they? I'm still wondering how Peter Andre's surviving. You know, and also Jordan's got troubles with her son, Prince. Is he called Prince, I think? I can't remember. Jordan's son, the oldest one, 14. Is he Prince somebody or not? I can't remember. But anyway, he refuses to go back to her house, which actually, to be honest with you, it's I'm not at all surprised. Not at all surprised. And is it Prince? I can't remember what his name is. Yeah, Jordan's. It's one of Peter Andre's breed. He seems to have had 2 or 3 or 5 or something. I can't remember. Difficult. Steve, Strictly had an audience wearing masks. Yeah, but they were socially distancing. So not the same. It's like tonight I'm interviewing Ian Dale at the Exchange Theatre in Twickenham at 7:30, and that'll be a socially distanced audience. Socially distanced. And so normally 300, but I think it's about 150 of us, I think, 160 of us, something like that. Somebody said it's adorable to hear you speaking German. Actually, really, really good pronunciation you just demonstrate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Meine Namen ist Steve Allen. Dankeschön. Bitteschön. Wiedersehen. It's Junior, that's right, Junior. I couldn't remember what his name was, but he apparently didn't want to go back to her house. I just get confused with them. They've all got stupid names, because his sister is called Princess Tiami. I mean, it makes it sound like an Italian dessert, doesn't it, in a restaurant? Are you all having Tiami? Yeah, that's 1, 2, 3, 4 of us having Tiami. Thank you. Sounds a bit like tiramisu, doesn't it, really? Steve. Strictly had an audience, somebody else saying that. And then Roger says, Botox and fillers, why not grow old gracefully and you might still look young? Look at Cliff Richard. Absolutely. Goodness, no, I couldn't have injections. Bad enough injecting anyway without having to have injections in your face. And they put them near your eyes and stuff like that. No, thank you. God, dear, honestly. I prefer, actually, to sort of just lose weight and then, normally your face sort of takes on a different shape. Mine, sir. So fears are now growing that Meghan will publish her tell-all diary. Who cares? Who seriously cares? Does anybody make any... if you're a fan of the royal family, or you like the royal family, you're not going to be remotely interested in reading a trash book that could, show them in a very bad light. We realise they're not perfect. We've been here before 1,000,000 times. You don't need to worry about the royal family. They've done things in their own way. She hasn't done anything apart from sort of drive a rift between the royal family and Harry. But I thought Harry was on a hiding to nothing anyway. It was, he's had a bit of fun. He's been around the block, and now he appears to have settled down. Whether he's happy over there, I really wouldn't know. We only can read in the newspapers. But if she sort of publishes her tell-all diary, I mean, what's that going to tell us? That certain members of the royal family didn't like her, that she's not the most popular person here, that her and Harry have lied through their teeth. We don't like the media, we want to stay away from the media and all this kind of thing. That's why they left this country. So they go to the land of the free, where, of course, it isn't free. And where, of course, the paparazzi over there are 10 times worse than ours. They have no hesitation. I remember Cher turning around years ago to some paparazzi who'd been following her for weeks and basically letting fly with a torrent of abuse. Why don't you... so it went on and all the rest of it. And so what does Meghan and little Harry Popkins do? They go to America, where, the press are hounding them but for some reason that's different than the press over here, which are much nicer. Over here, he had the protection of the royal family. When Harry had his little tantrums, the royal family looked after him. Now he's over in America. As far as everybody's concerned in the royal family, he can stay there. He didn't contribute very much to them over here. He went and he did his bit in the forces, and that was fine. And then him and his brother kind of fell out. And yet for ages, Harry trailed around behind William. It was always like, here's William and Kate, and, oh, God, there's Harry again. Until Harry got a girlfriend. And he'd been out with a few girls, but he still came back to the family. That's what's protecting him. And that's why he thinks naively that everything that he says is right, is accurate. Because it's not. It's not. He has no idea of what it's like to be in the real world. And the real world is where he is at the moment. And he suddenly realised it must be very lonely. Very, very lonely. The suicide charity that says they've been overwhelmed with calls for people who've been in lockdown and they can't cope with it. The amount of relationships that have split up through people who've been in lockdown and all of a sudden realise that the person they've been going out with or married to for some years, they can't stand. And it's a shame, really, because you think, I would have thought that people would absolutely love things like that, but it appears that they don't. And they don't get on. And so well-known people have split up during this kind of thing. It's a shame, isn't it, really? I'm not sure about the must-have toy for Christmas, the doll that tells you to wash your hands. I'm really not sure about that. I mean, it's probably a good idea, but it's a little bit jumping on a bandwagon, isn't it? I mean, by the time you get to Christmas, surely most kids will know about washing their hands. They'll know about, staying clear of people. I mean, even, to be honest with you, Wayne Rooney and his wife invite a bloke into the house who presents Wayne with this watch, but this bloke has tested positive for coronavirus. And you'd have thought somebody would have checked before they bring them into the house, but obviously not. And then what did they have the other day? Didn't we have Piers Corbyn? Was it Piers? Not Piers Corbyn. Can't remember which Corbyn did we have? There's one who does the weather forecasting, and then there's the other one, isn't there? And again, it was a load of people. I think it was Corbyn, the ex sort of, I'm a politician, is going to... he was up at Notting Hill Carnival. They were doing something to do with that. And there was about 100 people up there. You'd think he'd be told, wouldn't you, really? Mr. Corbyn, the last time he got caught out was when he was at a dinner party with 9 people. And he went, I'm sorry about that. And you think, well, if you don't know, what hope for all these people round here? Loads of them. Loads of them. Also, Strictly's back. As I say, you either like it or you don't. And here are all these pictures of Melanie Sykes. She's dating, apparently, some bloke who's a gondolier. It's quite clearly set up pictures, because they've got pictures of her on the quayside, pictures of hers hugging him. They must have had a photographer over there. Otherwise, why would you bother? She's of no interest to anybody in the newspapers. She was past her sell-by years ago. We're not interested in who she goes out with. And especially when she's 50 and this bloke she's going out with, Riccardo Simeonata, is 23. They say she's fallen for him after he wowed her with some awesome strokes during a trip on his gondola. I hope she paid for it. It's about 40 or 50 quid to go on a gondola. Who was it? Was it Piers Morgan? It's not Piers Morgan. I keep getting... Corbyn. Piers Corbyn. Is that the... Which is the weather forecasting one? He's another Corbyn, isn't he? He's the one who goes on all the demonstrations and everything. I can't remember which one he is. You can't remember either. Hopeless. There's so many people, honestly, read... I'll have to ask Ian Dale about this later. He remembers all these people's names. I can't remember any of them. Seriously, but thank God for that. It is Piers Corbyn. Is he the weather forecast man? Right. And what's the other one called? Jeremy Corbyn. Right. He's the Labour guy. He's actually the one who went to this thing in Notting Hill, about 100 people, not socially distancing or wearing a mask. Obviously, the man's an idiot. I mean, if you can't even trust politicians to do something, what is the point? Also, Mayor Burnham, Piers went. Yeah, no, Jeremy did a thing. He was pictured a thing at Notting Hill Carnival. I'm pretty certain. Or was he just the dinner party? He was the dinner party of 9 people. Why can't these people remember things? Just Piers at the protest. We used to use him on LBC. Used to use all the time, yeah, because he used to do weather forecasting. Ex-football star Rio Ferdinand and his wife Kate, the attention-seeking one who used to be in Towie, wasn't much cop. But she's keeping her due date quiet. Of course she is, don't worry, it'll be an OK magazine feature. Here she is in their gorgeous, beautiful house. Here's their gorgeous, beautiful child. Here's their sponsored bit, so they can get all the free nappies and all the rest of it. I mean, to be honest with you, it's a bit sad and tragic, isn't it? Plus. Oh, the brave police officer who was nearly killed by the Russian nerve agent in Salisbury has quit the force. Nick Bailey, 40, came into contact with Novichok after responding to the poisoning of the ex-Russian spy Sergei Skripal and his daughter Yulia in 2018. He tried to return to work and it just didn't work for him at all, so he's decided to sort of come out of the force. And also, it's very unusual, but actually not in London. People who years and years ago bought ex-council flats in blocks because they were going reasonably cheaply. So a lot of people bought ex-council flats and they moved in thinking this'll be fine. Unfortunately, what they didn't think, and nobody had told them, was that when any repairs needed doing on the building that you were living in, the council tenants didn't have to pay. You, as a private tenant, got a share of the bill. And there's one woman here. She bought her one-bedroom flat in Leeds for $102,000. Now, she's got a £30,000 bill for replacing the cladding because she bought privately. So if you're a council tenant, then they don't have to pay. And there's loads of flats in London which council people are living in, but the private sector side of it, people who've bought them because they're on the Thames or something like that, every time somebody buys a light bulb, they have to cough up for it. All the council tenants get it for free. It's included. So, be warned. Be warned that there is a huge danger. Oh, dear, what have we got here? Mark Steele. He's going to vote for Bill Bailey when Strictly Come Dancing returns. He said, I've no idea if he can dance, but he's a comic and a fine soul. Yes, I mean, I don't think he'll be able to dance. But it doesn't matter, does it? It's Bill Bailey, and he's very funny. At least we can guarantee we can have a laugh. I think he'll be the Anne Widdecombe. Yes, I think so, yes. I mean, Anne Widdecombe actually was sort of the joke figure, together with John Sargent was another joke figure, where, they were so old that it didn't... But then Anne got a good career out of it. All of a sudden they started booking her for the Fat Fairy in the pantomime. I wasn't sure whether she ever flew on the wires or anything like that, but no, she popped up in all sorts of pantomimes. Yeah, Anne Widdecombe. Have you never seen her? Yeah, in Panto, yeah. I think she did about 3 years running. She did it with one of the judges from Strictly, Craig Revel Horwood. He used to do drag. And Anne has done quite a few pantomimes. There she is. From politics to panto. The trouble is, she's so miserable. You'd think she'd enjoy it. But unfortunately, all the pictures you see of her make it look as though she's not really enjoying it. So, I mean, they gave her some nice frocks to wear, and also it was an income, I suppose. But so she started in pantomime. I forget how many she's done now. I think it was Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. And, no, she was... What was she playing, the Queen? Yeah, well, she'd have to be the Wicked Queen. I mean, she couldn't be Snow White, could she? No, not really. And that's at the Harlequin Theatre. They say a right honourable star of Strictly and Celebrity Big Brother. Oh, I bet she had some words. Then okay, this is what I want it to say above the title, and she seems quite happy doing it. She quick steps into pantomime. So, and I don't know whether she always did the same panto. I don't know if she always did the same one, but she was with Craig Revel Horwood for quite a lot, and they put her on... Snow White... No, she obviously did Snow White quite a lot. Craig Revel Horwood, I think that was his panto, that's why his name is above Anne Widdecombe. And when you look at all the people that do them, Chuckle Brothers were doing them, whilst there were two of them, Brendan Cole, Leslie Joseph. Interesting, isn't it? Panto, I love panto, and of course this year a bit disappointing. And Sleeping Beauty, Linda Robson, Louis Spence, Bobby Davro, there's a line-up and a half. Elaine C. Smith. I don't know who Elaine C. Smith is, but I think I should have heard of Elaine C. Smith. I don't know why. I feel I should have done. Dick Whittington with John Partridge, Samantha Womack and Andy Ford as well. Who else we got? Let's have a quick look. Oh, Paul Zerdin and Gokwan. I known Paul Zerdin for years. Chico. It's Chico time. Not anymore. Brian Connolly. I mean, he's just effortlessly young, isn't he? Joe Pasquale and Ray Quinn in Sleeping Beauty. And Lee Mead, Linda Lusardi, Mike Doyle, Andy Jones and Sam Kane, who is Linda Lusardi's husband in Cinderella, which was good. And Michelle Collins was appearing with Louis Spence as well in a pantomime. I do miss pantomime, I really do. It's a shame, really, isn't it? But, I'm hopefully at some point in the not-too-distant future, while we're all still young enough to enjoy a pantomime, they'll bring the blooming things back again. Otherwise, we'll have to sort of start making them up, aren't we? And somebody says you're not allowed to bring food into the studio. Are you not allowed to bring... No. Oh, what are you saying? I'm not allowed to bring food into the studio. I bring food in every day. What are you talking about? You're not from that... Ian Payne says something on air. What about not bringing food in? Oh. Well, does he bring food in, or is he talking about my food? My food? There's no food left in here for him. Not feeding him as well. God, it's bad enough feeding everybody else. He's just jealous because we don't bring any food in for him. I never leave any food in the studio. Always out. And I don't eat anything in the studio. I've never, apart from this morning where I've had a few grapes and that sent the blood sugars through the roof. So we shan't be, and I've only had about a few. I've only had about 6 or 7 grapes. But no, I never bring food in. Well, I do bring food in, but it's all sitting in bags. This morning, grapes, biscuits, all sorts of things. Bill Bailey looked quite good last night. A lot of energy, Steve. Jackie Smith looked like she's going to struggle, though she's with Anton. I know, they always put him with the old women, don't they? They always say, if it's an old woman, Anton, because you remember old Anne Widdecombe had a bit of a hots for Tony Beak. Oh, she liked him a lot. Every time she did her column, she'd go, "Oh, and Anton wrote to me the other day. Oh, stop it. Very embarrassing. Be nice to see Anne Widdecombe settling down with somebody, wouldn't it? I'd imagine what her type. Being nice to have your company, nice. So apparently Ian Payne says Beatrix. What does he say? I mean, I don't know what he can be saying. When does he use my studio anyway? I wasn't aware he was allowed to use my studio. Who's not allowed to bring... No, I do. Yes. Oh, I don't take any notice of what he says, goodness sake, honestly. Yes, it's only if you leave things out on the desk, they have it. But if you give something to one person, that's fine. It's absolutely fine. Oh, he's such a telltale tit, isn't he? Oh, honestly, complaining. See, was that Anne Widdecombe, the dancing elephant? Listen, I thought she looked good in pantomime. Whether or not she fitted into it, I've got no idea. Elaine C. Smith paid Mary Nesbitt... Right, Rab Nesbitt's wife. Doesn't help, I'm afraid. Doesn't help. So Jackie Smith is going to be this year's Anne Widdecombe, we think, says Jan. Oh, there's Elaine C. Smith. Scottish actress, comedian and political activist. I love those things. They're political activist. She starred in... Oh, she's been in City Lights. That's where I probably know her from, actually. It's interesting. You see people all the time on the television, yet the name doesn't kind of twig, does it, really? And, Steve, did we British create Christmas pudding and mince pies? Shouldn't think so. Shouldn't think so. It sounds like it was something that was invented ages and ages ago. Roger says, if you didn't bring any snacks then, I bet there'd be a few sad, hungry faces looking through the glass at you. No, they both look particularly well fed. I don't think we need to worry about sort of bringing food in for people. And, Steve, you know when Strictly's run its course, says Jeff, when the dancers are better known than the celebrities. Yes. So, Christmas puddings. Here we go. Mince pies, originally for the meat such as lamb, rather than the dried fruits and spices. So there you go. It's a custom from the Middle Ages. Apparently, if you eat a mince pie every day from Christmas to Twelfth Night, evening of the 5th of January, you'll have happiness for the next 12 months. And spend most of your time on the toilet, I should imagine. On Christmas Eve, children in the UK often leave out mince pies with brandy or something similar for Father Christmas and a carrot for the reindeer. 1 carrot. Imagine the reindeer fighting over it. Give it to me. No. I saw it first. Rudolph, you had a carrot the last house. I'm having this one. So mince pies and everything else. And during these Stuart and Georgian times, mince pies were a status symbol at Christmas. So people used to like to show off the shapes by having pies made like stars, crescent, hearts, tears and flowers. Normally made now in a round shape and are eaten hot or cold. And somebody said, I like mine hot with some ice cream. Oh, how delicious. They've got to have booze in there as well, though. There's got to be a bit of booze. Not that I'm drinking at the moment, but definitely booze would be the thing. And so you must have heard of Nicola Adams, our world boxing champion, says Herb of Hampton Wick. Heard of her? Nicola Adams? What, dancing? What, the gay girl? Of course we've heard of her. She's been on In Conversation. What are you talking about? Blimey, you're a bit slow, aren't you, in Hampton Wick? You've only just realised that she was our boxing champion. It's only been announced about the past 6 months. God's truth, honestly. Where do people come from? So we think that Anne Widdecombe, Jackie Smith, could be this year's Anne Widdecombe. I don't think so, actually. She's a bit too young. You've got to be at Anne Widdecombe's age. She looks glam. Well, that to do her up for the television. That's where you know you've been glammed up, isn't it, really? So some of the other glam people who look glam all the time, they must be furious, I should imagine. Apparently the BBC's Good Food magazine have blind tested this year's offering of mince pies, and the winner was Spa. Hello, where are you from? We did this weeks ago on the programme. I mean, for goodness sake, honestly, do try and keep up. I mean, even if you download every single thing. There you go, look at Jackie Smith. Look, 1 minute... glasses and all the rest of it. The next minute we fluff the hair out, no glasses, and showing a bit of the old booby woobies. So, I mean, completely different person. But that's what television does for you. You watch, I mean, all of a sudden she'll be ditching the glasses and going for contact lenses. That's what they do. They go, well, how can we glam you up? Well, where do we begin? And so they've taken away the glass, they've done her hair differently, and so she'll end up, being the glam person. Whereas people think that glasses make you very dowdy. Well, it's not true. I wear glasses, and I think I look very sexy in a pair of glasses. They're not dowdy or anything like that. It's the hair that's actually changed. the hair that's actually changed. And another one says here, says somebody else enjoying Strictly Come Dancing. We've only had one night of it. You know, apparently Jackie Smith was the one who was stiff as a board, says Rose. But Bill Bailey was a good mover in the dance group, but then he's musical. Yes, I mean, he actually plays keyboards and everything else. And he can make a shape on the floor, whereas I should imagine Jackie Smith has probably got 2 left feet. I would think. I don't know. I shall have to find out later on, which I'm sure I will. Also, calls to scrap £100 fine slapped on the destitute and the homeless. Somebody was saying earlier on that they're going to have to... that police are considering fining somebody who had a party. You know, and there were more than 100 people there, and they said, well, you're going to be fined £10,000. But they haven't quite decided whether to fine some. Well, what a stupid decision. Of course you fine them. That's the law. If you put on a party and there's more than 6 people or 30 people, whatever, if it's a funeral or something like that, then you have to pay for it. There was 500 people went to a wedding down in Southall. They should be fined £10,000 immediately. They know the rules. There aren't different rules for different people. It's the same, hopefully, for all of us. Melanie Blake says, have you seen... Oh, she's copied me. Have you seen the new advert for a toothpaste that specialises in whitening being flogged by the Only Wears Essex? Every person in the advert has tooth veneers on. If they've got any brighter, you'd need sunglasses to look at them. Oh, they just look ridiculous. You can tell they're not real. You know, when you get somebody who's as naff as poor old Pete, with the tattoos up his neck and the long hair, the one who's been having it away with Chloe Sims. Oh, I can't believe you told it, Pete, but I still love you. Of course you do, dear. You haven't got anybody else. And once you realise you've been used, you know, it's going to be the kind of thing, isn't it? But they've all got veneers on. They've all got, you know, the whitening veneers. It's just, you know, you look a bit as ridiculous as Rylan, whose hair now looks so fake because it's badly dyed, you know, and with those ridiculous... Yeah, it's dyed. He's ginger, I believe, yes. Imagine, ginger, and then you want to change it to black hair. And it looks... I mean, it's now beginning to look like a bad toupee, which isn't a good look at all. Also, yeah, there he is. Look at him. Ginger hair, looking quite normal, if not a bit camp. And here we are with all these ridiculous teeth and this badly dyed hair. I mean, even the sort of... He had ginger hair when he was hanging around with Jordan. Didn't he win some competition? He became her best friend or something, or best gay friend. I can't remember, honestly. I mean, to be honest with you don't want to hang around with Jordan. It's bad news. Very bad news. But yet, completely different. He's sort of grown this sort of campy beard thing. But he looked fine as ginger. Why would you want to change it? It looks better as ginger. Looks better. Now with this sort of black hair, he just looks so... He looks like a Thunderbirds puppet that's gone wrong. Poor soul, honestly. Keith Lemon spills the beans on the most raucous series of Celebrity Juice. It's all coming back. That's why they've got to spin doctor it for you and tell you it's the most fantastic thing. And it's, you know, it's Laura Whitmore and Emily A. Tack, who have actually replaced Holly Willoughby and Fern Cotton. Emily is crazy, says Keith. She's up for everything. She's got a filthy sense of humour. Of course she has. Let's face it, she hasn't got anything else happening at the moment, so why not do this? Why not do this? And, I don't know what else there is on here. All they're trying to do is get some publicity for a series which I thought died on its, proverbial years and years ago. 25 years since Sex, Scraps and Scandal for Hollywood. Hollyoaks, as the telly favourite, celebrates its birthday milestone. You're going to see the return of Yorgie Porter as Teresa. Anybody on that one? No, unfortunately not. We've heard of her, but we don't know what she does. She was advertising soap on the television only a short while ago for people with bad skin, which I thought was very appropriate. And also Jessica Wright. Remember Jessica Wright? She's got a little sister called Mark, and a mother who likes the tension because I'm like Essex girl. And unfortunately Jessica Wright, who thinks she's a singer, as she's proved quite successfully on Celebrity Karaoke, she can't hold a note. Not one note. But she's landed a TV special about her upcoming wedding. She's getting ready for her big day. And she's 35 now, so she's fairly ancient for walking down the aisle. Perhaps they'll push her or something. Michelle Keegan's going to be a bridesmaid. And they say, could it be Mark making a rare reality show appearance together? It's a 60-minute special of Girl Marries Bloke. How boring is that? How dull. Poor soul. Mind you, as I say, we have seen her on Celebrity Karaoke. She contributes nothing to the programme. I mean, singing flat as a pancake, which is... it's not her fault. I mean, you know, you can't sing, you can't sing. What else do we have here? Oh, but people going Strictly is back, but this is just to fill newspapers, isn't it? And the NHS is facing a perfect storm of frontline staff shortages and a lack of tests for coronavirus this winter, which is not so good. Tony Hadley has lost 2 inches. Back to that Peter Andre story, I fear not. He stood a proud 6'4" when he had the smash, to cut a long story short, but today he's 6'2". Good Lord above. I didn't know that you shrink as you get older. So, yeah, I mean, it's odd, isn't it, really? But the best-known hit Gold, which got to number 2, contains the lines, "Nothing left to make me feel small, luck has left me standing so tall." I can't sing either, but it doesn't matter. At least I've got guts. At least I go and try for it. What else we got? Oh, it's a picture of poor old Keith Lemon and Laura Whitmore trying to develop a personality. Well, we'll wait till hell freezes over for that one, I'm afraid. Plus, more on Melanie Sykes with her photographer out in Venice. I mean, who actually knew she was going? Anybody? Well, she probably tells them, I should imagine. Plus... what I'm trying to find. Nicola's a knockout hopeful for Modsey. Nicola Adams, tipped to be a big hitter. She'll do really well. Promise you. Absolutely. And poor old Jamie Lang. I don't know what's gone wrong with his hair, but he can't wait to get into his lover's clothes. They fit him better than his own. And he's 31 now. It's an old 31, very old 31. Denise Van Outen, all chic, managed to get his Dancing on Ice. She must have a wardrobe full of old clothes. Because I'm looking at the outfit she's wearing here now, and I mean, that's really old. You know, she was going out on the town. She went to do it's a cabaret show, I think, in London on Friday night. I've heard about it, but I haven't actually seen it, so I don't know. Plus. Trying to find something that's interesting. Oh, lots of pregnant ponies have been herded into lorries and allegedly shipped for slaughter. This is on Bodmin Moor. And there's a man here who they're a little bit suspect of, but they can't prosecute him. He's elderly because he'd been ruled clinically unfit to stand trial in an earlier case involving cattle. That's a good one, isn't it? So they take these foals. You know what they do with them? They either use them for meat or for handbags. Who, in God's name, would ever want a handbag made out of pony fur? I can't think of anything worse, actually. I really can't. And so they've lost loads of them. Campaigners claim trucks arrived at night to pick up 90 animals, including many heavily pregnant mares and newborn foals. As somebody from a charity who looks after this sort of thing said, they'll be going abroad for meat and for making handbags. What sick people go around with a full handbag? I can't think of anything worse, actually. Steve, can we have the news, please? Yes, you absolutely can. And here with chance of rain, 10%. 10%. So we should be okay. Winds, light winds, light cloud as well. Tomorrow, cloudy. Tuesday, cloudy. Wednesday, cloudy, rain. Thursday, cloudy. Friday, cloudy. Saturday, cloudy, rain. Sunday, cloudy, rain. It's nice, isn't it? Yeah, nice week this week, actually. Nice week. I'm having a nice week already, actually. So it hasn't started, but I mean, I feel as though it started. It's one of those kind of things. All the best mince pies, Steve. Mine are the best. Mine are the best. I'll send you some in if you'd like to try them. No, thank you. No, please. I'm not good with mince pies. I do have one every so often, but it's very much sort of a thing of the past, actually. And then Steve, oh dear. A Thunderbird puppet gone wrong and a bad troop made me laugh out loud lying in bed. Thank you for cheering me up. Living alone, I'm struggling with this COVID-19, but you make me laugh every morning, says Elaine. Well, that's good. Listen, if you can laugh, the world laughs with you. Simple as that. Greetings from Ireland. Christine is there. How are you? I'd love to see you on Strictly. Can you imagine how their viewer rates would go up? All the spikers would be tuning in, and we'd all be loving to watch you shake your booty. Actually, believe it or not, I'm actually not a bad dancer. I'm actually not. I do have a sense of rhythm, which is more than some people round here. But no, I do have a nice sense of rhythm. And what Ian Payne said was food wasn't allowed to be brought into the studio. He said you brought it in and were very generous. He was being very nice, says Beatrice. Yeah, I know. You see, I know the underlying trend. He's jealous because I didn't give him any. That's all it comes down to. And I know what he's like. Everybody enjoys the food, but you can't bring in bits and pieces, you know, that people will touch. So So if you bring in a tin of Quality Street, for example, people are going to put their hands in and touch and things like that. Perhaps we should make everybody wear gloves, make it so much easier. But I've been doing it for years, ages and ages and ages. Used to bring in things, sometimes brand new packets of things, Poppadoms mainly I would bring in, and chocolate biscuits and Kit Kats, anything like that, anything to keep the troops happy. Wayne Rooney has a test after a watch deal, and but he's angry and disappointed that he, his family and his club have been put in this position by somebody acting secretly and in breach of government and NHS guidelines. Do you think Wayne wrote that? Of course not. He's not bright enough to do things like that. What's this one here? Trying to find something good. Oh, yeah. Boris Johnson was reportedly fuming after finding out his mistress was expecting a baby with her new lover. She's apparently doing a television programme, having a relationship. This is this woman called Jennifer Arcuri, who finally admitted an affair and said he was also sad as he would never see her again. Well, he's about to. She's on the television. They're doing a documentary, she said, because I still like him. And you think, well, you're not helping, are you? Goodness sake. He's obviously very virulent in the old bedroom department, I think. Plus, police clashing with crowds of drinkers in London just hours before the capital started its Tier 2 lockdown. I can't believe we're even in Tier 2. Can you? I couldn't believe it. George Michael was such a big EastEnders fan, he used to search actor and pop star pal Martin Kemp's home looking for the soap scripts. But he wasn't allowed to know that. They have to keep them very secret if you've got the script for it. Because you can see, because bearing in mind, they're filming 6 weeks in advance. So there's all sorts of things. And if you heard that the Queen Vic was going to be razed to the ground, you know, you'd know about that in advance. Jay in Kent says, what are your thoughts on the police being given access to track and trace data? Sounds very Big Brother state control. Yes, I thought so too. I thought so, exactly the same. But there you go. You know. I love it. Steve. All this, somebody else talking about mince. It's amazing how many people are now claiming to make the best mince pies. My mother used to make the best mince pies, but I've had some really good mince pies over the years, especially those that got booze in, you know, a little bit of brandy. And then they were doing booze on QVC yesterday. They were doing it with, I think it was chocolate and vodka in the same bottle. Apparently, they said it was very nice. The bloke who was hosting it, whose name I can't remember, but there's only about 3 or 4 of them anyway, he was sort of saying, this is delicious, I'll just have some more. Well, I thought another 5 minutes, you're going to be flat on your back on the floor in this one. Definitely. So who's in the lineup? Men behaving badly for dancing, Caroline Quentin, and ex-wanted singer Max George. Looking forward to seeing the stern side of Deanne Buswell. Bill Bailey is fallen on his feet, paired with Oti Mabuse. And JJ Chalmers, Afghan veteran and presenter. Never heard of him. Not a clue. But he's been paired with Amy Dowden. Never heard of her. Not a clue. Ex-Home Secretary Jackie Smith. They've glammed up, and so they've taken her glasses away. Give us those. And over here, dear, for the camera. Okay, just look to your left. All right, my right, your left. Okay, and... okay, I know you can't see, dear, but we're trying to sell an image here, so that's good. Somebody called Clara Amfo. Never heard of her before this. I mean, I know who she is. I know who she is now, but, yeah, another station who they'll stick any old Tom, Dick and Harry on there just so they can go, oh, let's sort of plug this, and so we can have it, because, you know, it's the BBC. It's what the BBC do. That's why 95% of the breakfast programme have been on Strictly. You know, they've all been on there, except the studio cat and the producer. Apart from that, everybody's been on it. Singer Harvey, real name Harvey Cantwell, says he has the same kind of excitement as Jeanette Manrara. Jeanette says we're going to be very hyper. Yeah, whatever. He apparently is a singer, but if you look, you've never seen him. I think he's a blogger. I think he's one of these people who does blogging. But it's Harvey, but in fact it's spelt HRVY. That's the chav spelling, isn't it? Have you ever seen all the chav spellings? You'll have somebody like John, JOHNNN, or something like that. It's always most peculiar. Or Lisa. You know, normally Lisa for Lisa. No, Lisa, LEESA. Or failing that, they had somebody on the Antiques programme this morning, and she was double-barrelled. Well, you could tell by her accent that there's no way she was double-barrelled. I think people do it. They go, I'm going to hang on to my name, and I'll take your name. So, you know, I'm going to be Allen Gumbottom or something, double barrel Stephen Allen Gumbottom. And so she thought, I mean, sometimes if the parents aren't married, the kids, I think, take double-barrelled names. It's always chav. It's always chav, isn't it? I'm honestly, what do you mean if the parents aren't married? How many times does that happen? Is this quite common in this day and age? Oh, it's outrageous. You'll have to move from where you are, Joe. It's no good hanging around these sort of people. The parents are not married. Goodness sake, can you imagine in this day and age? Gary says, have you read through all your interview questions for I don't write questions. I really don't. And if I had a practice run in front of the mirror, I know what I look like. And I don't think there's any mirrors there, so it won't make any difference at all to me. Darren and Gina in Staines by the river. Good for them. And Steve, I have to keep reminding myself to move the iPad away from the radio. Every time you say, hey Siri, what's the weather today? It's... Oh, there we go.
It's currently partly cloudy and 9 degrees.
Did I ask?
Expect cloudy skies starting in the morning.
Yeah, thank
Today's
you.
high will
Thank
be 30.
you. I didn't ask. All right. That's the worst thing about Siri, isn't it? Especially, we used to do it to annoy everybody. In fact, last week we did it. We went, hey Siri, play Driving Home for Christmas. That always... There you go. It'll come up with it any minute now. Although I think it actually said it wasn't in my my archive, but I do have other Christmas songs. I might be wearing today a Christmas shirt. I might be, I don't know. I haven't quite... I thought I'd bought it in red. It turns out I bought it in blue. Must be colourblind, actually. Another one here. Please, yes. Could you please tell us one of your jokes, says Martin. I don't do jokes. I do situation comedy, which is much better. Plus, somebody else talking about mince pies, and somebody else saying, we heard that you were very generous bringing your food in. Well, I've always done that. I've always done it for literally ages and ages. Poor old Peter Andre, otherwise known after this programme and Rebecca Vardy as Mr. Teeny Tiny. I mean, really. Very embarrassing, isn't it? It makes the Sun, page 17, and he was on the television the other day. He hasn't responded to this comment at all. So I think the loose women should just ask him. Just come right out and ask. Come on, Pete. Come on. Tell us the truth. Although, actually, we do have Jack Whitehall, whose father was saying, oh, he's, downstairs big, and things like that. And then Jack Whitehall did a movie in which we kind of disproved that theory fairly quickly. And he did say, I think, on a television programme, he said, remind me never to do nude in a film. He said, because people do a screen grab. And that's not very helpful, is it, really? Goodness sake, you won't find me doing anything like that. Thank you very much indeed. Also, James Bond fans will be shocked to find 007 absent from the opening scene of the new film. Because actually in Ian Dale's book, there's an extra bit at the beginning, because the book should have come out before, but because of COVID, we've already had the date changed, haven't we? So he says we've changed the date. Former detective Leonard Nipper Reid, who brought down the Krays, left £100,000 in his will. See, I don't think that's an awful lot. Survived by his wife Pat and daughter Marilyn, he left his estate to his family. It's only £100,000. It's not a lot of money. That's the whole estate, yeah. £100,136. Now, that normally, to me, is the price of a property, isn't it? 100,000. I mean, he might have lived in a flat, I don't know. But he must have had a police pension, I would have thought. He was the minimum height for the Met. He was 5'8". His acting ability led to undercover roles. Bless his heart, honestly. He died at the age of 95, he was. 95. Imagine if the Krays had still been alive today. Wonder how many... Well, there's no shows for them to appear on, but they would have appeared on every show. Everybody would have been booking them. Left, right and centre. Yes, blankety blank, here's the Krays. That'd be nice. A picture of Meghan seen draped in £300,000 worth of jewellery and clothing in a new picture with Harry. See? They love the publicity. They love it. All this baloney about, oh, we don't like that, we want to be private. It's just rubbish. It's just absolute rubbish, I'm afraid. It's just lies, and then more lies. Maura Higgins went out before London was plunged into two-tier lockdown. She partied at a London restaurant. Oh, dear. I mean, you don't want to go to any restaurant where she'd be going, thank you very much indeed. It's a bit difficult. Absolutely caked and troweled on with the makeup, I'm afraid, but she went out with Katie McDermott and Joanna Chimenides. Again, no to either of them. We have no idea who they are, which is lovely. Plus, no, I have to tell you in a moment, it's about a man who's going to walk Hadrian's Wall wearing a pair of Speedos and a Roman helmet. 12 minutes to 6 is the time. Do you have to wear a mask in the venue today? If you go to the Exchange's website, they've got a bit about, during your visit, the sanitizer stations, the face coverings, keeping your distance. The staff will be wearing face coverings and, in some instances, gloves as well. So, I don't know. I've never been inside it. So it's a new experience for me as well. It used to be the sorting office for Twickenham. There was Twickenham Post Office sorting office, and then they sort of pulled it all down, and up went a theatre, some flats, about 3 blocks of flats, and houses as well, which were in excess of 1 million. And then over the road at the station, they built flats on top of the station. So, and another M&S there, which is not open yet. Still not open, but they've got loads of flats over the station. I mean, whether or not you want trains whizzing underneath your flat at all hours of the day and night, I've got no idea. But I've never seen the theatre. I've seen a picture, I think, of the interior of it. I think I have. I can't remember. Show me a picture of the interior, just so I can sort of refresh my memory, because I like to find out about these things. I like to, strangely enough, walk a stage beforehand. I'm quite good at that. Oh, right. Is there actually a stage? Or is it... Look at that. I mean, it's... difficult to tell, isn't it, really? It looks like quite nice. You don't think it's raised? Oh. No, you might be right, actually. It's not... Oh, yeah, we could all be on the same level. Don't worry, you'll see me. It's like a lecture theatre. Yeah, it's owned by, I think, Richmond Council. And it's quite nice. I like red seating, actually. Why do they put red seating in theatres? I've never quite worked that out. But also they've got the Film Society who meet there and everything else. It's quite nice, isn't it? I played the Mermaid Theatre. That's huge. That does about 700. That's really lovely. They've got huge stage. You can fit a complete orchestra on the stage at the Mermaid. You can bring cars on. I nearly drove on in my car once. Couldn't get it into the lift. But there is actually the facility for doing that. So let's find out, shall we? When you all go there. But it's literally over the road from the station. You come out of Twickenham Station and directly in front of you, there's the Exchange. I mean, it couldn't be closer. And there's bus stops and everything else. So there's a bus which stops outside the station, one over the road as well. So it's all the facilities are there, and you can probably get a cup of coffee and tea and things like that. But they're looking for socially distancing, as indeed we all are, aren't we? So what have we got? What have we got? Heartthrob reveals how he was shunned by Hollywood. And this is George Clooney. George Clooney. Why is it everybody goes mad for George Clooney, don't they? They go, George Clooney. He's married to Amal, and there's a double-page spread on him at the moment, so you can read more about him if you're a fan. There's an elderly couple who've lost money in a Bitcoin scam after trying to invest their savings in a bank loan into the cryptocurrency. They'd handed over 50 grand, £50,000, and were tricked into putting in more when they tried to withdraw the funds. They were lured into the scam, hoping to pay off their mortgage early. Oh, Lord. Actually, I mean, I'm sort of... And how old is this couple? It doesn't say, actually. The couple of Hastings took out a loan to cover it and became suspicious only when they were asked for yet another £3,000. By that time, the money's gone. They were told they had to pay a tax charge of about $18,000. I got a thing from... I've got a... what do they call it? No, an email. It wasn't. It was a letter, actually, that arrived, talking about my pension. I've got private pensions, and then there'll be the government pension, and I don't know what I'm going to do with it. I don't know if you take some out, you've got to pay tax on it, and so I don't know whether to take it out. And they said, "Oh, just let us know what you want to do." I mean, I'll to transfer it somewhere else. I don't really know. I mean, it's not something I've really thought about. Spend it, yeah. Oh, I should go and buy a chocolate Father Christmas, so bring it in and leave it for Ian Dale. I should go, there you go, Ian. That's your little present. Yeah, diabetic, yes. I was telling the doctors the other day, because I woke up one morning and my blood sugars had dropped to below what is a healthy level, which is anything under about 5, and I'd gone down to 2.5, which was like borderline bad news. And I remember feeling a bit shaky. It's the first time. I don't normally feel I have hypos, but only when I'm asleep. And I thought, jelly babies, get to the kitchen, jelly. I didn't have any jelly babies. All I had was a chocolate Father Christmas and a chocolate snowman, so I ate those. And so I told them, and said to my doctor, I said, I ate a chocolate, they're only little ones, you know, like chocolate Father Christmas. He said, I don't think that would be the best thing to have. He said, you need to keep some jelly babies in, or jelly beans, or something like that. And I went, yeah, you're probably right, actually. But a chocolate Father Christmas didn't do it at all. I bought a chocolate Father Christmas the other day. Not for me. To replace the one I ate. No, I mean, I didn't. This is a lollipop Father Christmas. Yeah, which they're really quite nice, actually. And I thought, that'll be useful for Christmas. I don't know what I'm going to do with the blooming thing. I've got no idea. Useful for Christmas. And they make them so well. Have you ever seen them? They do them in John Lewis. So I bought chocolate Father Christmas, chocolate snowman, chocolate penguin, and other little bits and pieces. Not for me. Obviously not for me, because I'm not a chocolate eater. I can quite easily live without that. Steve, yesterday I was in Chingford. Oh, look at those penguins. Oh, that's right. They had those penguins there. Jolly. But I don't think that looks like a penguin. Do you think that looks like a chocolate penguin? I don't. It looks like a thumb, doesn't it? They don't look like... It should be taller. And also it's got to be in different coloured chocolate. Don't you think so? Oh, like that. Excuse me. Don't talk among yourselves. Talk among yourself. Because here... Father Christmas. That's the same one, is it? Which is quite nice. They look very similar. Gingerbread boy. What he's there for Christmas for, I've got no idea. Don't understand this one at all. Look, and you want to build a snowman. White chocolate, yeah. White chocolate, and that's it, actually. So I bought 6. And then I saw a little box of pretty chocolates. So I'm not eating anyway. Ridiculous, isn't it? I just cannot resist walking down shops and seeing things. And I go, that'll be nice. And then I find people to give them to. You know, because that's what you have to do nowadays. Sometimes I buy things and I think, that's nice. What am I going to do with it? And so I always give them away. Got loads of things. The red seats in the theatre are because red is the first colour we lose in the dark, and also the obsession with Italian opera, says Paul. Is it really? I didn't know that. Yesterday I was in Chingford, past the cemetery that the Krays are buried in. Is that the same one that the mother, Violet, is buried in as well? I'm assuming they were all buried together. But it was so funny, actually, because when you look at the Krays, I mean, they were totally useless as gangsters. They didn't know anything. And, you know, the one thing that let them down, apart from the fact they were both mad as broomsticks, they didn't know gambling. They didn't understand how big gambling was going to become and how much money you could make out of it. They had the club, because it was just, you know, a place to entertain show business friends. Judy Garland, people like that went to the club. They went, all sorts of people went to their clubs, and they would be sitting down. Ronnie would be looking after his little boyfriend, and Reggie would be sitting there. But don't ever call Ronnie names. He gets very cross. Well, he certainly did. And I think that when the mother died, Reg was let out of prison. I seem to remember a picture somewhere, and they put him with the biggest detective they could find to make him look really small, because he was handcuffed to him. What they thought he was going to do at his mother's funeral, I've got no idea. But they put him with the biggest detective they could find to make him look small and insignificant. There you go. And there he is. And everybody turned up for it because, you know, the East End, people thought they were celebrities. You know, they only robbed their own. No, they didn't. They took money for anybody. They couldn't care less who it was. Didn't make any difference at all to them. But, so Violet's funeral. And they all went. You know, the good and the great and celebrities and all sorts of people. But, and I don't remember, I think Ronnie went out on one of the funerals, but it might have been Reggie's funeral. But very interesting. It was like, I think the police were photographing left, right and centre, because it was basically a who's who of London's gangland. You know, the Richardson gang had one side of the river and the Krays had the other side. But they could have done better. They could have done better with the gambling. Steve, what do you think about MPs getting a £3,000 pay rise? I've got no idea. I don't have a thought on that, actually, because I realise that they've got offices to run and everything else. I mean, if you go down that line, then you could possibly argue the fact that nobody should ever get a pay rise. We should be trying to sort of pull ourselves back together again. But then some people, I mean, I've spoken to people who haven't had a pay rise for years and years and years, which is a shame. So MPs, are they worth it? Some of them. Not all of them? No, not all of them. And should it be £3,000? I don't know. I can ask Ian this evening, actually, can't I? Could be one of my questions, one of my insightful questions. So they've just awarded themselves a £3,000 pay rise. Was that justified? I could be a political commentator. Before you know where I am. I have been, yes, absolutely. Because he's actually done quite a few elections. And I've also, surprisingly, done quite a few elections. In fact, I used to, not here, no. Well, for LBC, yes. When we were at a building in Gray's Inn Road, I covered three budgets. It seems unbelievable, doesn't it, really? Mind you, I also used to have a sports programme, so don't think harshly of me too much. And, I used to do a round-table discussion with the MPs. We used to have all the MPs coming in. Ed Davey, when he was just Ed. And he used to come in, and Steve from Ealing, Steve Pound from Ealing. Loads of it. All the MPs used to come in. They would fight to come in. We'd have a round-table discussion with about 4 MPs and me. And trying to keep control of them was a nightmare, because if you listen on the radio and you've got more than 2 voices, if somebody else chips in, you don't know who's talking. So every time we went to the break, you had to say who was in the studio, what they were talking about, and they would be jumping in over the top of each other. Well, let me tell you, no, wait. Sometimes I had to shout. I had to raise my voice above a few decibels to make sure. But, we used to do that all the time. So, who knows? Could still be in the offing, couldn't it? Steve Allen, the political programme. Steve on Sunday. Don't tell Swarbrick. Don't tell. I'll do a pilot programme just so they can hear what it sounds like. I'll bring in all my old mates. I'll get hold of Ed Davey. He can pop in and we can have a little chat about things. How brilliant. Anyway, we've got the news coming up next, which means it's coming up to 6 o'clock this Sunday morning. I trust you well. It's the 18th of October. It's a funny day, isn't it, really? Mind you, it's been a funny 8 months. A very funny 8 months. I wish you could turn the clock back, but you can't, so we just have to live with it. Duncan Preston says he drinks tea with Victoria in his dreams. You know, Victoria, comedienne, would. There's a book out, actually, which I must get, because I was a big fan of her, and having interviewed her for In Conversation, I thought she was even more charming than I thought it was possible to be. It was lovely. I had to go to a studio in Soho, and she came in. I remember thinking, it's only Victoria Wood, you know. I felt like I was doing a sketch with her. She was absolutely brilliant, absolutely wonderful, and I was gutted. But she kept it all for October as we head into autumnal size. They put the lights up in Leicester Square, in the middle, hanging from the trees. You'd think they'd leave them up all year round, actually, but they were putting those up about a week ago, and I think they've started putting them up in Savile Row. They've got lights up, and some streets off Pall Mall and things like that. Carnaby Street, they always put lights up. I don't think there's going to be any official turning on of the lights. I think they will just flick a switch, and then we'll have the lights on. I don't think they're going to bother with any of that. Twickenham will no doubt have its lights up, but there won't be any official turning on. Sandy's, the fishmonger, they'll have their lights up. And he'll have all his bits and pieces out there. But, I mean, I don't think there's going to be any official... There's no Winter Wonderland. There's no Remembrance Day parade, as far as we know. Or if there is, they're not inviting the public to go along to it. So that'll be a first, won't it? And no New Year's Eve. There'll be nobody... I mean, how are you going to stop people turning up? I've got no idea. I mean, the police were overwhelmed the other day when there were people in Soho who were having drinks and sort of partying down and enjoying the sort of the time they had before it all went into lockdown. And so we'll wait and see. But there's going to be no New Year's Day parade. Well, I don't think there's going to be a New Year's Day parade. I'd be very surprised if they're not doing Winter Wonderland. There'll be no fireworks November the 5th. What a depressing thought. There's nothing going on at all. Nothing going on. I was in Robert Dyer's the other day. They do indoor fireworks. You know, you can buy indoor fireworks, which we had when we were kids. I nearly bought a box, but I'd already bought the 2 things I was buying, which actually turned out to be a lot cheaper. I bought a small little frying pan, a little saucepan, and they were half price. And then as I was going out, I saw the indoor fireworks. I thought, I might have to go back and go and get some probably tomorrow, actually. Steve, I think MPs are underpaid. £80,000 is what a footballer makes in half an hour. Yes, I mean, if you compare everything to footballers, we're all very underpaid, aren't we? I suppose. I mean, footballers, apparently an average footballer now can make £100,000 a week. £100,000 a week. I mean, going up to £350,000, £400,000, £500,000 for a week. It's unbelievable, isn't it? That's like £2 million a month. Shows how much money there is in football. But whether or not they can continue paying these sums of money when there's nobody coming through the turnstiles remains to be seen. Remains to be seen. Does anybody know who took the photo of Corbyn's meal for 9 and put it on social media? Says Sue, was it a reporter who gate crashed the dinner party? Couldn't be a guest, could it? Well, I don't know. I mean, it might have been. Might have been, but I don't know. I just remember seeing the picture. He was sitting at the head of the table, and I was counting the people, and I think it was somebody who was at the table who took the picture. I could be wrong, but that's what I thought it was. But MPs, 80,000... Oh, they can push it more than 80,000, I'm pretty certain. If you employ your wife or your husband or your boyfriend or somebody like that to work in your office, then you can bring your money up a little bit. But you're right. I mean, compared to footballers who earn an absolute fortune, it's quite frightening. Mind you, a lot of people in show business can earn some serious money, some very, very serious money. It's a lot better than people think nowadays. Ricky Gervais wants his epitaph to be, he was fat and he was funny and then he died, which I think is good. The Afterlife creator added his death wishes to pass away peacefully in his sleep, stuffed with food and wine. It'll never happen like that. He says, my body's like an old car, but I'm still speeding, and they'll find it exploded on the motorway one day and go, I can't believe he was still allowed on the road. So he was using his love of booze, food and dogs to blot out his fears about death. Isn't it funny, when you get a bit older, quite a bit older, you do think about that all the time. You do. I mean, I do. But, I mean, I don't think I'm particularly unusual. But we were talking about it the other day, and I was talking to the producer, and he was saying, but what do I do in the event of you sort of pegging out during the programme? I said, well, I've got no idea. I don't know what you do. We've never had it happen. I could be a first. I said, I'm assuming it goes to some emergency tape, which could be me. I said, in which case you then have to sort of come and cover me over or something, and then make a few phone calls. He said, oh, right. We left it at that. He's now sort of feverishly writing things down to make sure that he knows what's sort of going on. But it'd be exactly the same as if, a studio breaks down, we go to an emergency. We always call it a tape, but it's not a tape at all, obviously. What have we got here? Andy Peters thought that Philip Schofield was joking when he said he was gay. When the presenter got a heartfelt text from his longtime pal saying he was coming out, he assumed it was a TV stunt for Michael McIntyre's comedy show. In McIntyre's weekly feature, Send to All, celebrities hand over their phones and agree to have a spoof message sent to their friends. And Philip was stunned when Andy, who he first worked with on children's TV in the 80s, thought he was kidding. Philip said, I'd written 2 statements that were sitting in notes on my phone. At 9 a.m, I sent the first one to tell all my friends, telling them what I was about to do. Andy Peters immediately texted back and made me laugh. He was in New York and asked if I was on the Michael McIntyre show. Was this Send to All? I said, no, it's real. And if it was Send to All, it was a pretty rubbish joke. And moments after texting his closest pals, Philip told all about his sexuality in an interview on This Morning. Within minutes, he was swamped with texts. You can imagine, can't you? You can imagine. I love the idea that Andy Peters thought it was a joke. It was something from Michael McIntyre's. As if. See? Nobody knew. Just us. Ian says, and regardless of whether you pass away on air, you must make sure that when the time comes, you're the lead story on the news bulletins. Oh, I've been told that. I'm told I will make the news bulletins. Well, I should think so. I'd be mortified if I didn't. Can you imagine? And finally, yes, Steve Allen. Have you downloaded everything? That's what I say to people. Download everything. You never know. Roger says, no fireworks, no Christmas lights, no New Year's Eve parties. Still, we've got you on LBC. It's not quite the same, is it? Given the choice, I'd rather have fireworks, New Year's Eve, the New Year's Day parade, the people standing in Trafalgar Square. What's the betting? People will turn up in Trafalgar Square. They will. They will turn up there. The police will have a huge job trying to keep people well away from it, because they say, no, you're still socially distancing, or we might be clear by that time. Might have cleared. I think it's unlikely. And Carol says, Steve, you've kept me going 6/7. Can I keep claiming to be your e-friend until I have the privilege to meet you in person? Oh, God, you'll be so disappointed. Seriously, I'm not as good looking as you think I am. So, I am. And also, have you seen the new lightweight V8 Continental Flying Spur launched today in time for your birthday? Smaller engine, but so much lighter. It still has over 500 horsepower, says Jonathan. Yeah, see, the trouble is there is no advantage, I've discovered, to having a car that does not... I mean, at one time, my car was the fastest, I think, on the books. It's fastest pickup, 0 to 60 in 3 seconds or something, whatever it happened to be. And I remember thinking, well, that's good, but where can you do these speeds? You can't. There's cameras all over. Not in London. There's cameras all over the place. Around my own neck of the woods, 20 miles an hour. I mean, seriously, there are people in invalid carriages doing faster. I'm way behind. Mark says, please tell me what Bobby Norris has done to his hair. I don't know, but it looks hilarious. It is the worst thing I've ever seen. And Sheena says, Twickenham is in London. You shouldn't be indoors with other people who are not in... No, it's allowed. It's allowed. Yes, you must get your facts right, Sheena. You must get your facts right. It's Twickenham is in Middlesex, I think you'll find, actually. I mean, the show is socially distanced, which is good. So that's... I've already explained that 3 times. I shouldn't have to explain it to you again, should I really? But I am indoors with other people. 160 of them. Woo! How cool am I? How cool am I? No, you're allowed to. It's already been... Otherwise, we'd have rearranged the show for another time. But no, it's all with government approval. No, 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 no. I love it when people think they know better, but we don't. OK, Steve, I sent you a text last week about a fox sleeping in my bed, woke me up by scratching my arm around 4 a.m. When I switched the light on to see what it is, I saw it hiding in the shower. Oh, please don't leave windows open. Well, the trouble is there's foxes all over the place in London. We've got about 3 or 4 in around Twickenham, and they follow the same route every single day. Now, whether or not they actually can sort of jump up onto roofs and get in, they'd be looking for food, I should imagine. That's what I was. That's what I think. Anyway, I could be wrong, but we have seen people, haven't we? Steve, they're doing Back to the Future, the musical at the Strand Theatre. Not the Strand Theatre, are they? I don't think it's the Strand Theatre. I think they're doing it at the Adelphi in the Strand. Back to the Future. How that's going to work, I've got no idea. And whether or not you can do it, with sort of people distancing, or whether or not they might have changed that distancing thing by that time. We don't know. I mean, we really don't know. We have no idea. It's all up in the air, and we're just sort of praying that things pull themselves back to sort of some sort of order, which is what I'm hoping, actually. That's what I'm hoping. Also, what have we got here? On Tipping Point. I like Tipping Point, actually, but sometimes the questions are easy peasy, and other times the questions are absolutely unbelievably difficult. Seriously, I sit there thinking, but wait a minute. Last week we had what colour is the sky, kind of thing. And then today, Einstein's third brother, twice removed, was having an affair with which cousin? What? Ridiculous, isn't it? But it is quite nice. They give away money. They give away £10,000. It's just like the adult version of those things that you find at the fun fairs. And you find all these coins. Yeah, the 2p. You put the thing in and it triggers, bong, 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 bong. Then it goes there and you think, now how is it not moved, those things? Glued. They're glued. That's why. But it's interesting that you think that the thing moving backwards and forwards, it would just fall off by itself, but it doesn't. It doesn't. You have to answer a question. How many they do in a day? I've got no idea. Steve, have you got a spare £500,000? Rolls-Royce are going to make an electric Wraith, but it'll be made in Germany. 2022 for that one. Oh, right. No, I wouldn't buy brand new. I've never bought, only once, twice, tell a lie, twice, 3 times, I do beg your pardon, 3 times. Three brand new cars. I would never buy them. You lose a fortune on them immediately. The moment you drive the thing out the garage is the moment it loses a fortune. So I would always buy a car. Years ago, you used to have to wait for them to sort of work themselves in. You had to sort of run the engine or something. Now you don't need to do it, because it's already been done for you. But always second-hand, few years old, and that way. And also, I look for mileage. I'm looking for low mileage. I'm not looking for something I can get in and out of, because I've had low cars before. And to be honest with you, it's like you do your back in every time you think, I can get in the thing, can I get out again? But then Clive Bull was talking about phones in cars. You won't be able to touch your telephone in cars, which you shouldn't at the moment. I know people do for the sat-nav, but you put it on a holder and then just tap it. You can do that. But on the phone subject, surely everybody now has got the phone built into the car, haven't they? I mean, if my phone, Bluetooth, if my phone rings when I'm in the car, it immediately dips the radio, and up on the dashboard, it's got a name of the person and their number that they're calling from. And then I can push a button on the steering wheel, hello, and all of a sudden I am connected via the Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and I can speak to the person concerned, which is good. Unfortunately, the bloke who had the car before me, he didn't delete all his phone numbers. So I've still got those as well, which is very entertaining. Yeah, I could just phone up all sorts of people and go, hello, and then wait and see what they do. They might sort of try and call me back. But no, most cars have got that built in now, haven't they? Surely, for all these people who drive down the motorway. I have to be honest, I have used hands-free on loads of occasions, and the one in the car is about the best one I've ever had. It's really clear, because I discovered where the microphone was the other day. It's right in front of me on the steering wheel. Who'd have known? Who'd have known? I thought in the boot, at least. But 7 o'clock this morning, Andrew Castle here with Weekend Breakfast, looking at more confusion in Manchester as talks with the government continue over which tier the city should be in. And he'll have more reports on Wales, that they could enter a 17-day circuit break lockdown later this week. Then at 10, Tom Swarbrick rounds up the political week in Swarbrick on Sunday. He'll be speaking to leading figures from politics, business and medicine about the best way forward in the fight against coronavirus. All coming up later this morning, right here on LBC. No excuses. No excuses. Steve, you're going to have a late night tonight now. Will you head straight into Global Towers? I hope not. No, I should be getting about 3 hours sleep, I should imagine. And then I've seen your photo on the LBC website. Looks good. Thank you. And not airbrushed or an older publicity photo like Andrew Pearce. No, it was taken exactly the same day as Andrew Pearce's. Exactly the same day. We were both in the same session, Dan. Both same session. It was taken some years ago, it has to be said. I'm holding up quite well, I think. But, yeah, Andrew Pearce and I were both taken on exactly the same day. Although I don't remember. I think Nick Abbott, Ian Payne, Darren Adam, they were all there. And Clive Bull, Tom Swarbrick. Was there any more above that? Oh, there we go. Look. Oh, look. I'm just underneath Majid. He'll be thrilled. And, yes, I'm next to Rachel Johnson. I think I look quite good, actually. But what... And I'm on top of Clive. But what you didn't see is round the back of that jacket. It wasn't my jacket, incidentally. It was a jacket they had there. It's held together with clothes pegs. That's what they always do. If ever you see models and you go round the back with the camera, it's clothes pegs holding it in to make it look as though it fits properly. So I was held together. I've had that blue shirt. Where it is now, I've got no idea. No idea. I can't remember these things. I think they just said bring a couple of shirts. And so I did. I can't remember anything about the day apart from we got makeup. And that was all that matters, actually. I used to work in the studio next to the one that they recorded Tipping Point in. They did 4 shows a day, or 2 celebrity ones. They record in Bristol. Wow. Bristol. Gary says, I know it's good that Ian Payne has a new show on Saturday mornings, but I miss your best of show. Well, in fact, you hear it every day. You can download my podcast every day, every single day. And Mark says, I think it was Mark, actually, who says, I've just watched Strictly for the first time just to see how Jackie Smith did. Thought she cut some groovy moves. I quite enjoyed the whole show. Do sometimes wonder if Ian Dale and Jackie are actually married by the way they bicker. Well, it'll be a bit difficult as he's gay, but I suppose it's worth pondering on. They don't bicker, do they? Is it proper bickering? I shall find out, actually. I shall quiz him tonight on bickering. Also, Debbie in Leicester, how come you don't mention everybody's name who texts you? They want to know it's them. Well, if they don't know it's them, there's something the matter with them, aren't they? Can't help people out who don't know who they are. That'd be very worried. Simon in Elstree says, I saw Victoria Wood's husband, the magician Geoffrey Durham, the great Suprendo, whose catchphrase was piff, paff, puff. Seriously, I used to think it was quite disturbing, actually, on children's television. Oh, piff, paff, puff, he used to go. And I remember thinking, that one's not going to catch on. Not in any way, shape or form. Somebody said, thank you for doing the shipping forecast the other day. Funniest thing I heard yesterday. Yeah, we did the Dogger Bank, Finisterre, usual kind of rubbish. In the Corbyn dinner party photo, there's an empty guest chair. I thought there was, actually. I thought there was. And that would be the person who was taking the photo. I was pretty certain that there is a spare chair. Hardman lag Charles Bronson, not his real name, hit the roof when he was offered a Mr. Motivated Keep Fit DVD. But poor old Bronson, not his real name. His real name's Stephen, isn't it, I think? He's Britain's longest-serving prisoner, due for parole soon. I mean, whether or not it happens, I've got no idea. But he's slightly peculiar. I can't remember what his real name is. It's Stephen somebody. But he seems to have been in Michael Gordon Peterson. Is that his name? Because he was Charles Bronson, then he changed it again to something else. He keeps changing it. It's not the full ticket, is he? But he's not very happy. He's in close supervision, fumed. They've been giving out DVDs with that guy who dances around in skimpy lycra. That'll be Derek, Mr. Motivator. He doesn't prance around at all. Currently, Charles Arthur Salvador. You wonder why they've not let him out of prison. It's a case of even he doesn't know who he is. Very peculiar, isn't it? Very peculiar. Also, somebody says, is St Margaret's on tier 2 or tier 1 as we're part of LBRUT? Aren't you in Twickenham? Yeah, we're tier 2. Tier 2 round there. Although I don't think it's very accurate. I don't think it's very accurate because I think a lot of the people who are out of Twickenham and out of Richmond, apparently at uni and college and things like that, they're using their home addresses in Richmond and Twickenham as opposed to the address where they are at the moment. So that's why they've sort of added it up a little bit. Even my brother wrote to me the other day, said, London's not looking too good, is it? No, not really. Do you know 4 in every 10 couples battle over the thermostat? You know, it's too hot. It's too hot. We'll just turn it down a little bit. No, leave it alone. Yeah, people do it in here until they've now taken it away from them. It's now centrally controlled from downstairs because we used to serve people were beggaring about with the thermostat. And people would walk in and they weren't sure if they were going through the menopause or not. And somebody said, no, it's the thermostat. So they all of a sudden took it away. Because otherwise, every single studio is different. You get some presenters who like working in a hot studio. I personally don't like working in a hot studio. It makes you tired. Makes you very drowsy. So, you know, much as I walk out the studio to get a cup of tea, then I come back in again and I go, God, it's so cold in here. But it is actually keeping you awake. Because if you do sit here and I could be asleep within seconds. Quite definitely. So, key differences. Medium, following the rule of 6 if meeting indoors or outdoors. Pubs and restaurants shutting at 10. High, no household mixing indoors. Rule of 6 will apply outdoors. Pubs and restaurants shutting at 10. That's London now. Very high, no household mixing indoors or outdoors in hospitality venues or private gardens. Rule of 6 applies in outdoor public spaces like parks. Pubs and bars not serving meals will be closed. I don't get that one at all. So in other words, if somebody serves you a pasty, they're all right. But if they're not serving got to be I think a pasty is quite substantial. And if you were somebody who couldn't manage a whole pasty and they said, and it comes with chips and beans, you go, whoa, who can eat that? Pubs and bars not serving meals will be closed. Guidance against travelling in and out of the area. So we're in London, we're on high, so no household mixing. Why would you want to? Rule of 6 applies outdoors, that's fine. Pubs and restaurants to shut at 10 p.m, that's fine. Suits me. If you can't finish your food by 10 o'clock at night, something the matter with you. Go to bed early. Curl up under the duvet. You know, that'd be a nice thing to do, wouldn't it? Have a little bit of fun. A little bit of fun. Well, when I say fun, I mean perhaps, you know, get a television in the bedroom or something like that. Also, BBC in a spin over big fees for Strictly Stars. I don't know why. Daly and Winkleman, Toss Daly and Claudia Winkleman, are each paid $350,000 to host the series, but that's excluded from the list. So it's interesting, actually. Winkleman is in 13th place with between 365,000 and 369,000, and they've got all sorts of people. How much the rest of them get, I've got no idea. It doesn't put down. But I should imagine somebody like Clara Amfer would be on diddly squat. Very lucky to get the gig, I should imagine. Also, you've got Britain's Got host Ranveer Singh, Caroline Quentin, and so the run is only 8 weeks opposed to 12 weeks. But how much money they make, I've got no idea. No idea. I mean, it could be anything. I mean, it depends what you get. I mean, if they ask you to be on it, then it's a case of, you know, how much they're paying. And your agent will be saying, look, do it. Just do it. It'll be good for your profile. Good for your profile. So why not? Melanie Sykes' 6-day fling with a gondolier and her photographer goes out with him. And she's got his hand on her bottom at one point, on his bottom. And they couldn't keep their hands off each other. This is Melanie Sykes we're talking about here, not the Virgin Mary, incidentally. Just thought I'd let you know. That, so she snogs a gondolier. I mean, to be honest with you, perhaps he was waiting for her. Perhaps he's in the same agency. I've got no idea. But she was there Saturday, Monday, obviously got Sunday off, Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday. And she in love with him. All he does, they don't sing one cornetto, okay? They just paddle you about. They're the most aggressive people you've ever met. Almost like I was watching this bloke the other day, and I can't remember his name. Somebody would tell me because we've mentioned him before on the programme. And he's, I think, at Dublin Airport. He's a customs bloke. and he's very aggressive. He's a really nasty piece of work. So he stops somebody. Hello, sir, where have you come from? He goes through this whole rigmarole. And the bloke, and he goes, where have you come from? And he says, Hong Kong. Which hotel were you in? And the bloke goes, what do you want to know that for? He said, listen, you don't need to be aggressive to me. He's very much like that, very much confrontational. And he says, listen, I'm just asking questions. This is a TV show. Yes, it's like border control or something. But I'm Border Force or one of these things. But this particular Irish bloke, if he's married, it'll be the miracle of all miracles. But he's so aggressive. And in the end, he threw it back at this bloke. He said, you're being very aggressive to me, sir. Very aggressive to me. He said, I don't appreciate it. I'm paid to ask these questions. And the bloke goes, but I don't understand why you're asking which hotel I'm in. What's that got to do with it? Nothing to do with it at all. He was just being a nosy little so-and-so. What an aggressive, horrible man. I certainly wouldn't be flying through that airport anytime soon. Thank you very much indeed. He's so horrible. I seriously, I sit there watching, and he tries to throw it back on them as if he's got some personality. But he's not pleasant at all. And this bloke said to him, you're very aggressive to me. He said, so I'm just doing my job, sir. Just doing job. You know, and I'm thinking, no, you're not. You're being very aggressive. Somebody will tell me what his name is. Come on. You know. Steve, you could take the state pension and pay it into your private pension if the latter is not maxed, so tax gets cancelled on the pension by the relief. Oh, that's a thought. Yeah, I get state. I've got 2 private pensions. I don't think they're absolutely not. One of them I've had since I was 16. So you can imagine, can't you? Yes, millions. The program is called Stop Search Seize. His name is Bruce Heller. We've mentioned him before, actually. He's an aggressive little so-and-so. He really is. He was on this thing yesterday, and the bloke said, I'm tired. You know, I've just come in from wherever it is. And Bruce Heller's going, what hotel did you stay in? And he's going, what difference does it make what hotel I stayed in? Well, which one? And so the bloke eventually gets beaten to a pulp by this bloke. And he goes, all right, I stayed in the Marriott. No, quite literally. But he then said, see, that wasn't difficult, was it? And I'm thinking, you nasty little piece of work. How we ever got the job there, God alone knows. Because his customer service is rubbish. Absolute rubbish. What a rude, offensive little man he is. You know, I'm just doing my job. Yeah, we all know what you're doing, but there's a way of doing it. Everybody else manages to be nice. He says, you're whinging about being tired. I've been up since 5 o'clock in the morning, and I think, good. But we don't know anything about him, so of course, he's now on our radar. We're going to find out all about him, believe you me. Steve. Oh, somebody else told me about the state pension and paying it into the private pension. Yeah, I've got 2. One of them is not a very big pension. As I say, because I've had it since I took it out when I was 16. He's known by colleagues as Bruce Almighty. Wait a minute, wasn't there a film, Bruce Almighty, or something like that? Was that... I don't know what it was about. He was God. Oh, he thinks he's the bee's knees. An aggressive little person. Seriously, really, one of the reasons to fly into another airport, just in case you get him. You know, where have you come from? Put your cases down here and all the rest of it. And then he starts, and he doesn't have a pleasant word to say about anybody. But he makes sure he's very clever, he's very devious. He always goes, there, this didn't hurt, did it? Thank you very much indeed. And the moment he's gone, you think, let's find my next victim. That's what he's like. I'd be going, I don't want to talk, I'll talk to anybody except him. You're horrible, I've seen you on the television. You know he'll react badly. So he's known as Bruce Almighty. There you go. It only goes to prove we are right. We are right. Never wrong on these things. And... Sally says, you've seen me through my mum passing away recently after cancer, my hip-hop, and hopefully, my hip-hop, so it made me sound like hip-hop, hopefully be there for Christmas Day to cheer us up before I go to friends for Christmas dinner. And a big thank you. Well, there you go. Listen, I'm pretty certain we're going to be here for Christmas Day. I don't know exactly, because I haven't seen the rota, but schedule, yeah. I haven't seen that either. I never see it. Also, Sarah Vine in her column today in the Mail on Sunday says, why does Manchester Mayor Andy Burnham, 50, insist on dressing like a teenage boy? He obviously thinks it makes him seem cool. In fact, he just looks like a pound shop Noel Gallagher. Yes, absolutely. Britain's most hated man? No. People come up to me in the street and tell me I'm brave. This is Lawrence Fox. I liked him. I liked Lawrence Fox. I really did. I don't know, so he had an opinion. Good Lord above. Everybody's got to have opinions nowadays, haven't they? And Victoria. Somebody's written a piece about Victoria and going back in time to seek inspiration for her latest fashion must-have. In other words, she's copying. OK, that's what it is. Fans who caught a glimpse of the singer-turned-designer's new belt, 450 quid, might recognise the piece from their parents' wardrobe. Opinion was divided on Victoria's clothes. I mean, to be honest with you, she's like a stick insect. Dozens of vintage clasping handbelts listed on website. And since its launch, the Victoria Beckham label has been a hit with critics and celebrities alike. Has it really? Has it really? Well, so why was she borrowing money from Dave to prop up the business? I don't think she's the big hit she thinks she is. I really don't. I don't see people wandering about town in... Yeah, it's a pair... I mean, seriously, it was done donkeys years ago. That's 450 quid's worth. 450 quid. Mind you, the attention-seeking family obviously think that's okay. Perhaps Harper will be wearing that when she gets a bit older. But it looks ghastly. I mean, most of her clothes look like frumpy 70s, don't they? There's nothing that reeks of fashion. There's nothing that reeks of youth. I mean, look at this old thing here. Look at the price. It draped sleeve dress in black. Like if you're going to a funeral. £1,490. Pleated culottes in camel. 750 quid. Boots. Stretch boots. £1,690. I mean, who buys this stuff? Obviously, I'm not a fashionista than I thought I was. Gary says Bruce Almighty was Dumb and Dumber Man. Who was Jim Carrey? Oh, right. I like Jim Carrey. I think I should imagine he's mad as a broomstick to talk to. Don't you think? I've talked to a couple of Americans. I've had a couple of really mad Americans. A couple of very, very mad Americans. But always entertaining. Always entertaining. Look away now, Brooklyn Beckham, my spies. This is Alistair Foster, Joanna Bell and Sophie Cockerham, writing in the Mail today. Witnessed his ex, this is Brooklyn's, Hannah Cross and Jude Law's son Rafferty, snogging at a trendy pub in Notting Hill. Yes, well, I should imagine Brooklyn Beckham knows anything that's going on in the world. I've often assumed that whenever we saw him, as long as he can get his tattoos spelt correctly. And, I mean, I'm just waiting for sort of Harper to get her first tattoo. Because apparently, you know, she cooks and everything. She's marvellous. Seriously, she's obviously a huge businesswoman. And what have we got here? I'm trying to find something, you know. Oh, there's one here. How I kept the biggest secret of my life for 2 painful months. This is Dame Maureen Lipman. And then it said, yes, apart from letting it slip to my children, my yoga teacher, her husband, and my favourite dress designer. You see, if that had hit the papers, they'd have cancelled it immediately. You're not supposed to tell anybody. Even Mary Berry gave it away when they said, we hear you have a damehood, and she said, I'm not allowed to comment on it. It's a case of, well, you've just told us that, yes, you have got one. But Maureen told everybody. You know. I mean, I would be divvy. If people ever say to me, oh, Steve, I'm going to tell you a secret, I was going, please don't. Please don't tell me a secret. I can't keep it a secret. I really can't. I mean, you'd think I'd be very good at keeping secrets, but I'm really rubbish about things like that. I mean, you know, we'd start the programme at 4. By 4:02, I'd have told you what the secret is. Because somebody said to me the other day, because I have got a secret at the moment, which I'm having to keep quiet because we haven't finalised all the little bits and pieces. And somebody said, what is it? And I said, I can't say. And then I remember telling Zora Suleiman I've got another secret as well. So at the moment I've got 2 secrets. I've just realised, actually. I've got 2 secrets. But I can't tell you what they are. Because they're secret, and I've been told don't say anything. And so I'm doing quite well, actually, because I'm terrible. I'm not even told family. Not even told family at all. So, knighthood. Can you imagine? I dub thee Sir Steve. I think unlikely. Steve, you are an important part of every Christmas for me. I can't imagine our Christmas mornings without you, says Lindsay in Caterham. So true. Jeremy in Manchester says Lawrence Fox was hilarious on Celebrity Gogglebox alongside his cousin Amelia. I like Celebrity Gogglebox. There's a few of the girls there are quite rough. You know, with the language. I don't like to hear bad language on the some of them cannot help with themselves. I quite like the bloke who's now found himself a girlfriend. He's now getting trolled. You know, the one who's on there with his sister. He looks the geek. He's got sort of... They might be from Blackpool, yeah. I can't remember which couple they are. I think he works in a... somebody told me I think he works in a building society. And he's on there with his sister, but he's apparently got a girlfriend now, which kind of surprised everybody. They were all sort of going, oh, wow. And so people, that's him there, Gogglebox stars. What's his name? Pete and Sophie, I think it is. But I don't know whose house it is, whether it's her house, his house. I mean, he's not blessed with looks. You know, I don't want to be rude about it, but to be honest with you, that haircut went out when your mother used to put a pudding basin over your head and cut round it with a pair of kitchen scissors. So I'm not Not really sure, but I'm sure he works in a building society. But I think they're all right. They seem okay. Most of them can't bear the hairdresser from Brighton. Can't bear that one. They've got those 2 little dogs, haven't they, which sort of spend most of their time asleep. I'd have them up chimneys. The people, not the dogs. And because the ex-boyfriend sort of disappeared, didn't want anything to do with it anymore. Now he's got another boyfriend, but he's a hairdresser in Brighton. He's one of those sort of people who could be any age between sort of 40 and 60, I think. I don't know. Steve, can you keep this secret? Apparently, Steve Allen is the best radio presenter. Yeah. Listen, yeah, cat's out the bag on that one. I started that one myself in the year 1979. It's only just come to fruition. Steve, like your sister Sally, I lost my dear mum to cancer in March. Very tough time, says Chris in Cardiff. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. I think we know that. I think everybody in the media is absolutely aware of just how bad this, past 7-8 months has been for a load of people. It really has been dreadful. People losing their jobs. They reckon there's going to be another 1 million joining the unemployed list. We keep hearing every day. It's almost on a daily basis that more businesses go under. And they say, we're going to be laying off 400 people or 1,000 people or this. I love the way that British Airways has just laid off 12,000 people, whatever it is. They've just been fined something like 25 million quid for some breach of whatever it is. And I'm thinking, well, where are they going to get that money from? They've just laid off 12,000 people. Where are they going to get this money off to pay this fine? Sir Steve sounds great, says Shane in Sydney. It does. No, it doesn't, actually. No, it really doesn't. I don't think you'd want a knighthood. They always ask you, though, don't they? Would you be up for accepting a knighthood? And I'd turn a knighthood down, yeah. Oh, I couldn't. What would you... where would you ever use it? Do you seriously think voiceover man for LBC is going to be going, and I can't remember any of the things that he does, So Steve Allen on LBC, that sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? Lord Allen sounds a little bit better, but I'm not hoping that that's going to be happening anytime soon. No, just an OBE, CBE, MBE, any of those little things, which they've got lying around. Lord Allen of Twickenham, I don't know, would that go down well? Probably not. There's other people far more deserving. I was always told play humble and stupid, and that always works very well. Then people go, oh, bless him, I'll give it to him anyway. Lord Allen of Twickenham. It's never going to happen, is it? It's never going to happen. Better do. Jim Carrey was featured as Joe Biden tonight on SNL. He was great. Oh, right, is he? Joe Biden? Mind you, I love the story in the paper that Trump said he will leave America if he gets kicked out of the White House. To go where? Where would he go? I cannot imagine where on earth you could actually put Donald Trump. Who wants Scotland? He's just building another golf course. I bet the Scottish people are delighted. Oh, no, we're not, Steve. I can just imagine the hundreds of emails and texts are going to be flooding in from people saying definitely not. But golf seems to be very popular, doesn't it? People like golf. And he doesn't look bad, actually. His take as Joe Biden, he looks quite good. But there again, they've got the best makeup artists in the world. If they can't make somebody look like that. What do we used to have over here? There was somebody who used to dress up, I think. I can't remember who it was now. It was somebody who looked like that. Do I can't remember the name of this person on the television. It's a bit like the bloke out of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, who looks like the robot with the square face. Okay, and this bloke used to do something, and it was always considered quite controversial on Channel 4, and it was an actor playing this part, and that's as much as I can remember. And I know what his name is. Max Headroom. Max Headroom. I'm pretty certain he had the square face, didn't he? Do you remember Max Headroom? He was, yeah. Oh, dear, nothing but... That's him. There you go. A British fictional artificial intelligence character. And it was George Stone, played by Matt Frewer. But I remember I don't know why it came... What were we talking about? Joe Biden. Don't look at all like... But he used to put glass on, and it was always in slight delay. Max Headroom. And he was on the television all the time. And I remember thinking, that's clever, isn't it? So they resurrected him to promote digital channels. I just remember watching it thinking that was quite a... Why? I've got no idea. Yeah, it doesn't look like Biden at all, does he? But it looks like Max Headroom. Isn't it funny how you can't remember something and all of a sudden... Wow. Steve, Border Force is a television programme. Yeah? I'm sorry, yeah, and Pinky and Perkin were puppets. God, it's like the Nick Abbott show, isn't it, really? Nick Abbott. Somebody would say something to Nick Abbott, and, yeah, we're running like... And you think, I can understand how he feels, actually. Sally says, Trump will come over here, Boris will give him a job making a mess of something. Well, so we'll have two people making a mess of something. I think it's the last thing we need, isn't it? Knights can get married in St Paul's. Anybody you fancy tying the knot with? Good God, no. Can't think of anything worse. Unless it's somebody who owns the winning lottery ticket. I could be tempted. I'm very shallow about things like that. So you have how much money? I've always said to people, you know, as Joan Rivers used to say, girls, marry a transvestite, you can double your wardrobe. And she then went on, check their bank balance. So in other words, you want to find out how much money they've got. Every time people go out with people, you go, why are you with them? And they go, oh, because I'm in love with them. How much money they got in the bank? Check what they do for a living. Check what their family do. You know, so you know about these things. Because it's going to be quite important at some point. Especially after the disastrous 7 months we've all been having. And I don't think it's going to get any better. I'm hoping that by next year we will have everything back to normal, but I'm not going to, hold my breath wasting time on that one. Daily Star on Sunday, Brown and out. They think that Mrs. Brown's boys fear the comedy is on the verge of being taken off air. What for? Is this because they got rid of two people the other week because they asked for more money? Because I don't think it stays annumbered at all. I think it shows no sign. They've said here, the show has seen ratings slump and cast members are worried the days are numbered. Why? Well, I don't think that. Here we go. Winner, £250,000 holiday home. It's a chalet in the Mail on Sunday. I mean, honestly. £250,000. Official MPs did flout 10pm bar curfew, but Hancock refuses 30 times to say if he was amongst them. Melanie Sykes and her fling. Tony Beak says, I'll never stop doing Strictly. That's a bit of a worry. He's dancing with Jackie Smith. I know he says Anton Dubek, but it's Tony Beak. Okay, that's his real name. You can understand why he changed it, can't you? Virus circuit breakers would not end. Fears grow they'll trigger an indefinite series of costly lockdowns. The Sun, Lily and Dom snogged on BA Jet. Can't no end to this snogging bit. Nicola catches so hot. And this is Nicola Adams. And so she could win. She's ticking all my boxes. Wayne Rooney was last night undergoing an emergency COVID test after he was visited at home by an infected pal. They've issued a statement. I mean, it can't be his words. It must be somebody else's, basically saying how stupid to put everybody at risk. So he played after seeing an infected pal. So the infected pal goes round. He then goes off to play. I mean, if he turns out to be positive, the whole team will need to be checked. I mean, really. Strictly is back. They say, hooray, hooray. I'm sure it'll be wonderful. The NHS facing a perfect storm of frontline staff shortages and a lack of tests for coronavirus this winter. Oh, dear. Hospitals running out of frontline staff. I don't think they are. It's just they're run off their feet, the poor loves. Sunday Mirror. Queen's pardoned for hero killer of London Bridge. Murderer who saves lives by foiling terror attack to be let out early. So, and also Melanie Sykes kissing a gondolier. Lovely, isn't it? You just sort of... It's so nice that Maisie Smith is favourite on Strictly. Oh, isn't she irritating? Isn't she just irritating? So she's 6-4. Harvey, 9-2. That doesn't mean anything to me, actually. I understand. See, I understand Jamie Lang, 9-1. I'm told if you put £1 on, you get 9 back. See, I don't understand what 6-4 is. I mean, if you put £4 on, you get 6 back. Well, why don't they say that? How ridiculous. Max George... from The Wanted. Clara Amphos, 10-1. That's what's commonly known as not a cat in Hades chance, I'm afraid. Jason Bell, 6-1. Nicola Adams, 10-1 as well. Ranveer Singh, 25-1. Oh, God, we're now plumbing the new depths. I mean, 25-1, just give up completely. JJ Chalmers, 25-1. And Jackie Smith, wait for it, 66-1. There's no chance. No chance. So she could be the comedy thing. Yeah, she could surprise us. She might come from nowhere. Wait a minute, she has come from nowhere. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And Rita says, I fell over in Twickenham last Saturday, and all the people who stopped and helped. The kindness was amazing. There you go. That's what people of Twickenham are like. Steve, the end of Mrs. Brown's boys, says, you know her? Best news I've had in ages. Oh, no. Listen, we need comedy. We need a bit of light relief. Goodness, definitely. Trump never stops tweeting as president. What's he going to do when he's unemployed if he loses next month, says Roger. Well, I think we'll have to wait and find out, because I don't know either, actually. Also, somebody else told me about you can get married in St Paul's if you're a knight. You see, I'd quite like to get married in Houses of Parliament. You can get married there, can't you? Whether or not, you have to be or know somebody. Perhaps I'll have to sort of cultivate some. I'll have a word with Ed Davey. He can sort it out for me. He'd be like that. He'd be a good lad. Sunday Times, Sam Smith. I've always been non-binary. I've had enough of it. I'm sorry. I have to almost leave things like that because I just don't get it at all. I don't understand it. I don't really care. I don't really want to know. Okay, you can be as non-binary as you want. Just don't bother talking to me about it. A little bird told us you were feeling down. And 230,000 flocked to cheer you up. You went to see all these birds. Because you can go to places in the world where birds swoop and dive and all sorts of wonderful things. And so he sent his request, and then notifications pinged up from all over the world. 10 million people have seen it. 10 million people. I tweet something about the weather. Nothing. Not a thing. But don't worry, I'm not bitter. Max Headroom was designed by the artist John Humphreys, says Papa George. Thank you. Somebody else saying, I don't like Mrs. Brown's Boys. Oh, I like it. He's such a nice man as well. Seriously, such a nice man. Nice man. It's a generation... Is it a generation thing? Yeah. Older people like it. What's that supposed to mean? And me. I'm not an older people. I think I'm quite liberal. Sort of. So it's an old people's thing. God, hopeless. Mind you, I've obviously turned into my parents. Where you listen to something on the television, you think, I can't understand a word they're singing about. Got no idea what they're singing, It's just horrible cacophony of noise, isn't it? It's so Steve Allen and Top of the Pops do not go together. 1 million young Britons face jobs crisis within weeks, say the Observer. And on that happy note, I shall tell you that. Blimey, do you hear that? Talk to the music. Talk to the music. Sure Silence, a DJ driving the decks this morning. Yeah, wicked. All that kind of stuff. It's like talking to we used to have, when I went to work in Vienna some years ago, I worked on a music station, but I also did interviews on the station. It was like a holiday job. They used to employ people to go out there because in Vienna they had UN City. And they wanted to hear British broadcasters or American broadcasters. And on each record, it had the intro. And so it was almost fail-safe broadcasting because in the studio I had a clock and you'd look at the record and on the list it would say, they gave you the whole, like a playlist of all the records that you were going to be playing. I didn't need to touch anything. It was all done by the engineers, which was fantastic because I'm quite used to working with engineers. So we're used to signals and to put the mic up or kill the mic or low or whatever. And it had the intro. So all you would do is type in on the clock 21, if it was 21 seconds intro till the vocal, and then the moment you sort of hit the record, or you would point at the engineer, who basically didn't speak very much English, you would push the button on the clock and it would count down. So it was physically impossible to crash the vocals, because you had 21 seconds, and you could say loads in 21 seconds, really loads. So I used to, and it used to be a test to see if I could really speak to the vocal every single time, and I can. Oh, here we go. Lovely, thank you. It's very nice. You don't get very much, do you, with a double espresso? It sort of piddles around in the bottom of the cup, and you think, if I'm not careful, it's going to evaporate. Have you got one as well?
No.
What have you got?
Nothing.
Yes, you have. You're holding a cup. What's in it? You back to your gin and tonics again, are you? That's the trouble round here, honestly. You like a gin and tonic, do you? Do you? I've never drunk gin. No. I was told it's a bit of a depressant. You can, and at the moment I'm not drinking anyway. So, am I good or am I good? So we did the Ian Dale programme yesterday at the Exchange in Twickenham, which was lovely because Ian's agent was there, and he came into my dressing room, which was huge, Olympic-sized swimming pool, jacuzzi, and everything else. And he said, "Oh, I've got you a bottle of Prosecco." I said, "It's ironic that I'm not drinking at the moment." I feel a bit sanctimonious about the whole thing. I was like, and people say, "No, you must have cheated a little bit," but I haven't. I've been really good. No, I didn't take it. No, I said, no, don't give it to me, because I've already got a few boxes of Prosecco, which I bought from Stuart at the fish shop, because he went to market for some, I don't know, they were selling Prosecco in the fish market, and so I bought 3 cases. My brother's got 1, and I've got the other 2. Well, I'm saving. I don't know when I'm going to start drinking again. I think I'm probably going to start drinking probably November, end of November time. So, but I'm going to sort of, because a friend of mine said that she can actually go on 1 glass of wine in an evening. Pfft, amateur. A glass. I mean, what is the point? A glass of wine. I mean, that's nothing, is it? You might as well stick a thimble or something in there, or sponge, and just have it dribbling down your throat. But I do like my Prosecco. Chilled Prosecco. What now? You could take the Prosecco. No, because I don't want to encourage you to drink. That would how ridiculous. I stop drinking, you start drinking. That'd be like little Callum, who only takes 2 wine gums and he's on his back on the floor. He doesn't drink very much. I can't imagine you ever getting drunk. Or if you do, I should imagine you're probably... Really? Oh, when you say you can drink quite a bit, see, I don't know what quite a bit is, because whenever your doctor asks you, I have to be economical with the truth. So, because you don't want them to know exactly how much. So when they say, oh, so how much do you drink? And you go, oh, a couple of glasses. And they get, what, every day? And you think, oh, God, you obviously think that's an awful lot. So you then have to backtrack and go, oh, no, every other day. Every other day. Something like that. So how much do you drink then, Callum? You know, you don't, do you? Wow. Is it because, I mean, I wonder whether it's something to do with body metabolism. If you're sort of slight, perhaps you've got bigger capacity. Do you get drunk? Do you get a bit tiddly poo? Yeah. What do you drink? Vodka and lemonade. Or a Jaeger bomb. There'll be people listening going, what the hell's that, Steve? It's a Jaeger bomb. It's just like young people drink it. What's the one that you set fire to? Is that Sambuca? I've seen people doing that. They said we used to serve. Some friends of mine had a bar in Twickenham. I used to look after it for them when they wanted to go home on the Saturday evening. I'll be there. Well, of course. I mean, that was fatal, wasn't it? Might as well have said, you know, you've won all the bottles on the top shelf, and people used to come and ask for Sambuca. But the one thing that I was very good at making was chocolate vodka. Chocolate vodka was fab, and I'll tell you how you make it. You get a Mars bar, okay, and you melt it in a saucepan, okay, until it's all melted, all the little pieces and everything else. And then you get a bottle of vodka and you pour the diluted Mars bar into the bottle of vodka, and then you shake it, and then you stick it in the freezer. It'll never freeze, it doesn't set, but it goes thick and glutinous. And when eventually you take it out after about sort of 24 hours, what you're drinking is ice cold milkshake with a kick. It's seriously, and you can put anything really, but it works best with Mars bars because it's got chocolate, caramel, and other things. And you just melt it in the saucepan. Don't use one of your mum's best; you'll be in terrible trouble. And then just pour it into the bottle, and you end up with sort of it's chocolate milkshake with like way 2 or 3 of those, and you're up on the ceiling with a feather duster. It's fantastic. It's very good. Get that for the next night. You can make it and keep it at home. I mean, it's actually a very good thing to do. But once you've given it to your friends, they'll be around all the time. So try and keep it well away from your friends. It's like it's your secret stash. But no, we had a good time because, of course, now in Twickenham we're in Tier 2. Tier 2 is one away from the top one. So that meant that the people who were coming to the show, if you were sitting with somebody, if it was a friend and they weren't in your family, they had to be separated. You could only sit next to somebody if they were in your family. So that's the problem with it. But we managed it. So the theatre holds about 300. And in fact, we were on our way to selling out easy peasy. And yet we all sort of socially distanced. So it's so funny. You walk on stage and there's a whole audience with masks on. I was the only one who didn't have a mask on because I was sitting well away from them, so I didn't actually need it. But you can't tell who's who. Somebody puts a mask on now, you've got no idea who it is. And so I left there. Now, normally, I'm in bed on a Sunday evening by 5:30. Because by that time, I'm absolutely knackered. and because I've been up all day, dancing and jigging around and things, and so I was sort of halfway through the evening, because I had to interview Ian Dale. Well, I didn't have to do it. I sort of volunteered. He said, "Would you like to?" And yeah, absolutely. Why not? It's only around the corner, this new theatre, and I did find myself nodding off a little bit. I was too busy listening to him and nodding sagely, thinking, "Where am I? What am I doing? What's my motivation?" And we had a nice time. Then he went off to sign books at the end. He'd already signed all the books, but then he was personalising them. And I sort of tootled off home. So by the time I got in, it was about 9:30, 9:45. And my first alarm goes off at 20 to midnight. And I sat there staring at it. I just sat there I don't know why I was staring at it, thinking, oh, and I had the television on. So I decided no point in going to bed. I was worried I might not hear any alarm clock. So I fell asleep on the settee for about an hour. And then Corey, my producer, phoned me. We sent me some texts and all the rest of it. And I got confused. And so I said, "Oh, give me a ring." So he then gave me a ring. And I said, "Are you working this morning?" He said, "No." I said, "Are you at work?" And he went, "No, I'm at home." So he sort of filled me in on little bits and pieces. It was all quite amicable. But then I said, "I've only had about an hour's sleep." And he said, "Well, you must get some sleep." I said, "Well, I can't now. Now it's coming up to I've only got half an hour before the alarm's going to go off." And I thought, and then after I'd done that, I didn't even have a shave this morning. Look at me, rough as heck. Honestly, I'm like a hod carrier. Seriously, or somebody who works on an oil rig. It'll be Butch Steve Allen. It'll be a picture of me in a pair of dungarees or something with paint stains everywhere. And so I was so worried that I was going to fall asleep afterwards. So I went and got myself a quick cup of coffee. And I sat there and I was watching the television, and then all of a sudden I felt my eyes closing. Don't go to sleep, don't go to sleep. Because it meant I'd have to reset all the alarm clocks. I couldn't be bothered because I can't remember how you did it. But anyway, so we're here. So if halfway through the programme this morning, all of a sudden it goes quiet and you hear somebody shouting, I'll have nodded off. I just thought I'd let you know that now, just in case. So very kindly, Luke's been up and made me what can only be described as about 1/8 of an inch of Bovril in a cup, or Marmite or something. And this is an espresso. I used to call them... I haven't tried it. I've been talking. I do a speech programme. Honestly, when do you think I get the... It's not like you. Not like you. God, blimey. Oh, it's horribly strong. There's a bit of vodka in there. Oh, my godfathers. Oh, no, that's really... It's quite strong, isn't it? Yeah, but I've had them before. But it's not espresso, it's espresso. I used to make that mistake. Oh, I'll have an espresso, please. And a friend of mine I was sitting with, he'd go, it's espresso. And I all right. Make a big deal about it. Honestly, it's just a little... It's a miniature cup. But you have to have a double, don't you? I mean, I don't know how long it takes to react, but I mean, judging by my sort of previous goes with espresso, give it about 15 minutes and I'll be bouncing up and down like Tigger with Winnie the Pooh and Eeyore and Eeyore and Piglet. I don't know what I'm talking about. Already I've started rambling, which is always a good sign for this programme because we've got loads of stories, including all these people stripping off for the full Monty. Linda Lusardi said she's going to do it. Colleen Nolan said she's going to do it again. I mean, seriously. The one thing you don't want to see stripped off is Colleen Nolan. I mean, it's a bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? Olivia Newton-John says cannabis has saved her life. We've got snow and Arctic winds coming, but not down south. Apparently it's up north, and you deserve it. Caprice goes out wearing a very stupid outfit. The Beckham family take more photographs of Harper. She's so marvellous, she really is. And save our hedgehogs. A lot of hedgehogs get run over on the road. You know why? Because they're slow. You know, by the time they've gone from the curb to on the road, and then they go, vroom, vroom, cars whizzing past them, and then they go, oh, I think we'll go now. And it's at that moment the juggernaut gets them. I mean, you see more... 350,000 hedgehogs a year die on the roads, which is a great shame. I did know somebody once who appeared on the telly, and he used to eat roadkill. So if he found an animal by the side of the road, like a fox or something like that, he would sort of take it home and would sort of eat it. I can't imagine why you'd want to eat hedgehog. It's not very vegan at all, no. I don't know, no. Hedgehogs, of course, I mean, you're supposed to cook them in mud or clay. And do you know why? Because if you cover them with clay, do you know why? You don't know. I'm going to tell you. It's amazing, isn't it? Honestly, full of useless information on a Monday morning. You know, normally people go, oh, here's Mantovani. Not on this programme. How do you cook a hedgehog? And the answer is, once it's D-E-A-D, you then cover it in mud and you bake it in the oven. When you take the mud off, which hardens, all the spines come off with it at the same time. So you're just left with a very small animal. Because there's not really a lot of meat. I mean, to be honest with you, if Colonel Sanders had discovered hedgehogs before chickens, the boxes would have been a completely different shape, you know. Double hedgehog for you? Yeah, double hedgehog and onion rings, I think. Doesn't quite have the same impact, does it, as 10 pieces of chicken and I'll go for the fries. That's not clever. I'm just telling my party story and the reason why I don't go to the Christmas parties anymore. I think it's safer for everybody concerned, actually. It's so Steve's doing his party trick again. Anyway, it's nice to have your company. Hope you're well. I've had now 2 sips of this espresso. Oh, strong. It's not. I've discovered, actually, I know you're supposed to have tea and certain coffees without any milk in, but who can drink the blooming things? I've got no idea. I mean, a cup of tea, I know that the China tea just comes in a teapot, but it's not the same unless it's got milk with it, is it? I know you did, but I don't think you're supposed to have milk with double espresso. I think you're supposed to sort of have it like that. Can you? Obviously only just a little smidgen. It's a cortado. Is that what they call it? It's not sort of a double espresso with milk. A cortado. I've never even heard. What a funny... I've never heard that word before. Callum's never heard of it, so it doesn't exist. He knows. He's our benchmark for these things. He knows all about it. Cortado. I've never... Oh, lovely. I've never heard of a cortado. I really haven't. How to make a cortado. It's a beverage consisting of espresso mixed with a drizzle of warm milk. A drizzle to soften the taste and reduce the degree of bitterness in the coffee. It's definitely bitter. So it's place of origin, Spain, Portugal, Latin America. I'm always amazed that people can drink double espresso. So, I mean, you have to be buzzing around for hours and hours. Not my sort of thing at all. And it's. I mean, everybody abroad drinks coffee, don't they? It's only us here. It's all a bit novel. You go in there, go cappuccino, yeah, extra dry cappuccino, please. And they always look at you and go, how dry do you want it? I go, very dry. So I just have the coffee with a little bit of milk in, because I don't want too much milk in a coffee. And sometimes they fill it up to the top, and I get a little bit cross because I've told them how to make the blooming thing. And one time somebody tutted. Some bloke tutted, and I said, excuse me, I said, your advert is, we will make your drink until it's right. I said, and you haven't done it. I got quite agitated. But, we do have a poem this morning. We have a poem, which is, it's not very long. Something you managed to escape, actually. Callum, you don't need to be in with the poem crowd. No. Do you like a bit of poetry? Yeah, okay. Have you done anything exciting recently? Seeing as we've not seen you, have you sort of been out on the town and not allowed to? There's nowhere to go, is there? It's a bit difficult. I mean, can you have people round or something like that? Got a people round any? Oh my God! So can you FaceTime people? Yeah, you can but that's a bit boring, isn't it? It's not the same. It's not the same at all. I mean, I'm still going out, but I have a feeling that I think we're going to go into lockdown. I've just got this. I hope we don't. Provided you're all good, we might not have to do that. But I've just a horrible feeling we might have to go into lockdown. I mean, the people up north are going crackers. You know, it's just not nice. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. Oh, they're going to They're going to ban the words veggie burger and veggie sausage, because you can't have a burger that's veggie. It's either a burger or it's a sausage. Not veggie sausages. That would be pointless. Why don't you have something else, like sort of sausage roulade or veggie roulade? Well, there isn't such a thing as a veggie sausage. A sausage is meat. A sausage is meat. I've seen them making sausages. You know, the Lincolnshire swirly ones and big fat sausages and little thin chipolatas and stuff like that. What about Linda McCartney? She's dead. What do you mean, what about Linda McCartney? He says that like I'm supposed to go, oh, of course, Linda McCartney. Well, because she's got a veggie range. Yeah, but I mean, but that's been established for years, hasn't it? Have you ever had that before? You've had Linda McCartney's vegetarian sausages. Have you had samosas before? Veggie samosas, yeah, they're quite nice. See what I have to put up with, Callum? It's not the same, is it? You know, when you were here, we talked about meat all the time. Now we don't talk about meat hardly ever. Jenny Murray, so as I say, Jenny Murray's going to perform a striptease on television. She's 70. I don't think anybody over the age of 45 should really be stripping off at all. I think it's unnecessary. It's all right if you're a little thin thing, but I mean, no good for Luke. Definitely no good for... No, I mean that in a caring way, as you can imagine. But because to be quite honest, I mean, it would be... They did a thing the other... Is it Gavin and Stacey I was watching with James Corden in it? And he was doing a workout in the bedroom and he had his shirt off and he was carrying a lot of weight. There was a lot of James Corden. And I remember thinking, what did they have to say to you when that script arrived that got you to take your shirt off? I wouldn't do it. Absolutely not. Unless you've got unless you're really slim. But on the other hand, really slim people don't want to take their clothes off either. Unless you offer money. And it's a case of, because some people think they look too thin. And so some people go, it's like nobody's ever perfect. People always go, it's like you see somebody, you go, God, you must be really happy. You've got great looks, you're slim and all that. And then they go, no, I'm a little bit there, a little bit. And you think, God, blimey, honestly, welcome to my world. They found an ancient drawing of a cat. It's quite big, though. It's like an Inca thing. It's from 2,000 years ago. And because we have them in this country, not the cats. We've actually got the man with the willy, and who's I think it's Sir Nabus, isn't it? I think. We have all these. Have you ever seen this, Sir Nabus? Sorry? Seuss. No, CERN, C-E-R-N-E, Abbas. And it's a chalk painting on the side of a hill. Have you seen it? Have you got it there? Well, I don't know if it's Greek. He's naked, I know that. He's naked. Wait a minute, here we go. The screen goes blank and then we shall... There you go. There he is. I mean, it's absolutely enormous. Absolutely enormous. It's 180 foot long, which is quite something, isn't it? Little eyes have lit up. You've never seen the Sir Nabus. You've never seen that before. You've seen the white horse, haven't you? We've got a white horse as well. And that's exactly the same thing. In other words, they've dug down to find the chalk which is underneath, and then they make a picture out of it. And for some reason, Cern Abbas, I always thought, was a fertility kind of ritual thing. Well, that's what I'm hoping. I mean, something that big. I mean, for goodness sake, it's got to be to do with fertility, hasn't it? It can't be for anything else, unless you want to hang your washing on it, which that might be entirely possible. Steve, did you say 1 Mars bar, 1 bottle of vodka? Yes, 1 Mars bar. I mean, obviously not a tiddly Mars bar, decent size one, family size Mars bar, and then literally, but make sure it's got to be properly melted. So you've got to do it slowly, because it's got little bits of something in a Mars bar, I can't remember what it is actually now, which gives it sort of the flavour. And you want all of that melted, stir it around, and then slowly, being very careful because it'll be hot, pour it into the bottle of vodka. Making sure you've left enough room in the vodka to sort of take a bit out. So pour yourself a large double, and then you could just add the you'll see how much it is, and then you just put it in there, put the lid on, stick it in the freezer, and I promise you will thank me. That's a real, what they call a winter warmer for Christmas. Bank scammers we got this morning. Hundreds of bird watchers out to photograph a robin. I know, but they're called twitchers, I believe, people who go out bird watching. Jack says, hope you're well. Still taking the student bars and clubs of Hull by storm and enjoying it. Are you allowed to do anything like that? I'm not even sure if students are allowed to mix anymore. Also, don't forget the Long Man of Wilmington, says Donny. Oh, East Sussex, the Long Man of Wilmington. Have we got a picture of the Long Man of Wilmington? Just curious to find out what that one looks like. And maybe there's not another one showing his bits and pieces off. There must be something to do with sort of people at the time, isn't they? People who sort of... Oh, there we are. You see, he actually looks as good as Sir Nabus, except he doesn't have a willy. Which is sort of... But it's huge. And people like seeing these sort of things. They were obviously used years and years ago. It's like, I've only ever been to... Oh. Appeared to be somebody with one there. And it's funny how they did things like nobody worried about it. Nobody cared. So, Donny, thank you for that. And it's something to do on a day out, isn't it? Ian in Folkestone says, I'm down in London to see my parents, Edith and Alan. I've taken you with me. Edith and Alan. It's such an old-fashioned name, isn't it? Edith. This is my mum, Edith. Steve, I think the government should bring back free school milk. Glamorgan sausages don't contain meat. says Donna. I've never even heard of those at all. Shane says, you're sounding good even though you're tired. I'm unbelievably tired. I might switch off this morning. When I say switch off, I might all of a sudden just go completely, and they might go, Dave, just to sort of kind of boost me up. So I'm going through the double espresso, but it is bitter. Put a few songs on, a couple of tunes. That'd be quite nice, wouldn't it? We'll have some tunes, because Callum is a disc jockey and does gigs. So he would have. What would be the number one tune at the moment for sort of nightclubs? Joel who? Joel Corey, Head and Heart. Oh, right. You ever heard of that one? No, see, I've never heard of it either. But he had no hesitation in coming up with what it was. Well, he is hip. Well, you have to know these things, don't you? I remember I did a gig years and years ago in just outside of Vienna for somebody's party. And the DJ who was working there, I just did a guest spot. Because I was British and he was Austrian. But because people come up and watch DJs and they look at the record that you're playing, he'd covered all of the labels up. He put a white label over the top of everything so people couldn't read what the record was he was playing. He didn't want people to find out. And he just put numbers on them. So, he knew what it was at 33 and what was, number 3 and all that kind of stuff, just to surprise people. So he didn't, because people were constantly coming out, peering over the turntables as you're working, just to see what it is that's actually playing. So he was determined that they wouldn't know. Somebody was talking about Bonfire Night the other day. It must have been on the television. It must be one of the shopping channels. Because I remember thinking, I don't think we're having a bonfire night this year. I've got a sneak. Nice heavy company, Darren and Gina in Staines by the River, which is lovely. Took your advice and put Sky Arts on tonight, Steve, as I couldn't sleep. Just watched Barbara Streisand in concert, followed by Joan Rivers on the South Bank show. Actually, I was looking at people arguing with people on the telly, and Joan Rivers was one of them arguing with somebody who was interviewing her, and she said, you don't know anything about me at all. Marcia said, brought any food in today? Every day. What do you mean if I brought any food in? Every single day. There's not a day that I don't bring food in. Biscuits, Kit Kats, Christmas lollipops, which is quite nice, yeah. And Luke got lollipops. There you go. I made those. Disbeliever. Honestly. You said that to Luke and he went, no, you didn't. I went, no, you don't know. I might have done. Paul Hollywood's ex-Summer wants to be known, Steve, for her own merits. What's she done apart from getting a photo taken frequently? She pulls pints. That's what she does. She pulls pints. That's what it is. She has no talent apart from that. Sidcup Julie says, I'm changing my Christmas tree colour this year. Usually I go for a green one, but this year I fancy a white tree. I've got plain green, but it's a really nice quality one. Should be. It cost an arm and a leg. And Lynn's gone for the one where they've sprayed flock onto the branches, and that looks really nice, but sort of it doesn't go all over the place. Sometimes if you get a tree that's got bits and pieces put on for the festive season, it sheds it all over, and you're hoovering and vacuuming, so I decided not to. Also, Steve, Bonnie says, I've tuned in late and missed all the fun. Giant willies and something about candy bars and vodka. Aren't Mars bars called Milky Way in America? I couldn't tell you. I thought a Mars bar was completely separate because a Mars a day helps you work, rest and play. Whereas Milky Way was the sweet you can eat between meals without ruining your appetite. I remember all the slogans for these things. I'm addicted to this programme on the television. I think it's called... what do they call it? Hollywood Pickers. And they go round in a van and they call into these obscure places in the middle of nowhere and they go through one little man's treasures and they buy stuff. And it could be anything, really, from a motorbike to a light bulb. So, there you go. But, I mean, I think, actually, I still think green trees are good. This is pre-lit, Sidcup Julie. It's pre-lit, so it's quite nice, actually. Jack says, Head and Heart, great track, Lighter, or Pour the Milk. Always get... Oh, he's heard of those as well. He knows both of those tracks. Whereas for me and Luke, we're way too old. Although Luke has heard of ABBA, Mamma Mia, one of his popular tracks. That's a good disco number, isn't it? Mamma Mia, here I go again. My, how could I resist you? Yeah, but we've never heard of Head and Heart, Lighter, or Pour the Milk. Pour the Milk. Pour the Milk's a great one. Is it? Is that a 7-inch or is it bigger? Bigger than a 7. What's bigger than a 7? Well, 10-inch, I suppose. A 10-inch or 12-inch. You can handle that. Yeah. It's funny. So, because a lot of people use DVDs, don't they, now? Or CDs, which are probably... And also, you can make up all your music and put it on a whatever they call it, USB, and then just plug that in. It's great, isn't it? You don't need to take... In my day, you had to take records around everywhere. You know, and then you get other people coming along, going through your box of records to see which ones they wanted to play. I used to buy all these cardboard sleeves for them and write what it is on the top. Somewhere on distant radio stations, hospital, there'll be lots of records with Steve Allen's name written on them. Because I don't know, I got rid of them years and years ago. Most of them went to Radio Hillingdon, I think. They actually took UBN's library, so they ended up with loads of records. Which was quite good, actually. Very good. Steve, how come you're so tired today? I'm old. It's an old thing. It's Monday morning. People don't like to do anything too exhausting on a Monday morning. So I must go and have to get Paul the milk. I'm not... What would you call that? Would you call that house? Is that house, or is it... It's kind of... Pop House. There's a new one. Never heard of Pop House, but I like that, actually. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention at the beginning of the programme, 1-0 up the Aston, eh? Up the Aston, 1-0. I mean, God, I tell you, were the boys happy. On your point about James Corden, Steve, I agree. The scene always is funny, but what makes it worse is that he wrote the blooming thing, says Jack. It's the fact that he takes his shirt off, and there's a lot of flesh, which is sort of rolling about, all by itself, actually. Another one here, locked into the spike. Uncle listening in as well, says Waj, which is good. I still have yet to find out what Glamorgan sausages are, but presumably they don't contain meat. So that would be the sort of thing that would appeal very much to Luke, because he is a non-meat eater. So he says. I'm never too sure if it's true, actually, seeing as we have caught him out in the past. We've caught him out because he likes a creme brulee. Who doesn't? I mean, goodness sake, honestly. And, sorry, I can't do that joke. Far too unrepeatable. And Dennis in Grantham, he says, I think the intro to Hotel California would be Your Cup of Tea. It's 52 seconds long. Welcome to the Hotel California. Yeah, there was Eagles, wasn't it, I think. Steve, be careful, your GP may be listening. He better blooming not be. It's not my GP. He's my person who looks after the diabetes kind of thing. So I managed to fit another thing under my arm again. So I was talking to Ian Dale about it. We had a good old chat in my dressing room. I allowed him into my dressing room so we could have a chat about life and the meaning of it. And he is very much enjoying Jackie in the Strictly Come Dancing. Who Dares Wins? There's a celebrity version. Although, as I say, it's got Ulrika Johnson in, but she found the gruelling task too much, so she's out. Vicky Pattison also couldn't handle it, and Jake Quickenden was flown from the set in Scotland to London to see a specialist after suffering a serious injury. They always suffer injuries, all these people, don't they? I think they just don't want to do anything at all. It's a shame, really. Other contestants include, this is for this celebrity SAS, Who Dares Wins, Kieran Dyer, Loose Women's Syra Khan, rower James Cracknell, and singer Alexandra Burke. It doesn't interest me doing things like that. I seem to remember some years ago, Prince Edward was going to join the SAS, but I mean, he found it very, very strenuous. Couldn't do it at all. Steve. Loch Ness won 11-1 on Saturday, says Ian the Skip. Well, that is cool, isn't it? That is cool. We're all waiting on the shirts as well to support them. Welcome to the 4am Coffee Club from the only place in Miles which is still medium alert. As it happens, my only council in Southend wasn't upgraded to high in Essex, says Monica. But now, of course, I'm in safe Kent, which is nice to have such a long trip as first thing in the morning. Sipping my coffee with you and looking for passengers to get back to London. Yeah, you know, I was saying the other day to my boss, I said, it's awful, isn't it, with all these sort of... People want a long journey in a cab. They don't want somebody to get in, as I used to at Heathrow Airport, and go, Twickenham. They'd look at me like they're going, oh, I've waited here for hours. And I used to say, well, I can't help it. I mean, that's just the way it goes. Now I take the car. It's much easier. Steve, you mentioned earlier one of your team said the number one tune at the moment was something Joel. No, it's called Joel Corey, head and heart. And we only know this because Callum is a young, up-and-coming DJ. And he knows it, whereas I've never even heard it. I suppose if I was still on the circuit, I would know. But I didn't know anything about it at all. He says, Billy Joel, I remember that was one great show. He only had... The only thing you could ever dance to at Billy Joel's was Uptown Girl. Whoa, 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 whoa. Piano Man. What, you dance to Piano Man? Well, you don't dance, do you? You're not a dancer. Oh, no, you're not. No, believe you me, you're not. I'd heard from everybody. You're not... You know, when they say, are you throwing shapes around the floor? The answer is no, you're not. No, you haven't. I can tell... Listen, I can tell by looking at somebody whether or not you've got rhythm. And fast dancer, yes. That's called running away. That's not called dancing at all. Okay. Is one leg in front of the other one? Is it like... Does it look a little bit like this? That's called running. It's not dancing at all, is it? But I should imagine, actually, Callum probably sort of dances a little bit. After a couple, yes. Looks like your embarrassing uncle from Norwich. You know, and here's Callum. But the trouble is, it doesn't matter because he's not. How tall are you? 5'8". Oh, right. Only a little bit shorter than my good self. I'm 1.9 metres, I think, which I think is about 5'10" or something like that. Although I'm convinced I'm shrinking. Ian Dale was convinced I was shrinking as well. I was quite disturbed by this. I don't like to stand next to tall people. You know, I don't want to look short. Have you ever seen the size of submarines? There's one here. This is it has Trident missiles on it. It's seriously, I'd love to go on a submarine to go under the ocean, because if you're on one of these things, and there's one here, it was the captain was hauled off the submarine. He'd been scoffing barbecued chicken, and he was in charge of 16 nuclear missiles. And you can't have somebody in charge, but these things are enormous. They're absolutely enormous. I mean, inside, you imagine they've got really lovely furniture all tied down to the floor. Not, I shouldn't think. Hikers could soon need a pass to visit Snowdon in a pollution fighting scheme used in the Austrian Alps. I've never been up the Austrian Alps either. I've been into the Austrian countryside. That's beautiful. In the middle of winter, I mean, that really is about as good as it gets. Steve, Prince Edward tried to get into the Royal Marine Commandos, but it was too difficult for him, not the SAS. Kindly corrected, says Chris in Coulson. No, so he was trying to get into the SAS. I don't need to be reminded to correct something. I just go along with it. If you don't like it, you know, I can't help it. Apparently Glamorgan sausages are cheese and leek, says Donna. There you go. You can have Glamorgan sausages, cheese and leek. You could have that, couldn't you? As long as it's vegetarian cheese, you'd be all right. Cheese and leek, that sounds quite nice. You could have that with sort of some mashed potato and some gravy. I love the way... Sorry? Yeah, show me a picture. I know what a sausage looks like, so I'm assuming it looks the same as that, only it's just got the inner bit, which is sort of different. From Wales. They are they look lovely, don't they? They look more like croquettes, don't they? They do look, but Glamorgan sausages. How lovely. I'm all in favour of things like that. They had a bloke on the television the other day who was demonstrating, and it was the one of those cooker things where you lift it up and then you put stuff on there. He was doing halloumi, which I can't stand. And the woman, I mean, I assume she must have had a sherbet or something. She kept going into raptures about, and he's lifted, there's that, that just looks, and I'm thinking, shut up. Shut up. It's a George Foreman grill, dear. You know, they used to say, yeah, but the fat rolls away. Of course it does, because the two back legs are bigger than the two front legs, and that's why it rolls away. It's not rocket science at all. Steve, says Jack, I'm sure you, Steve, and your up-and-coming DJ producer, well, he's only not up-and-coming, he's up and been. That's what he is. Would agree with me, the most irritating thing are the stupid requests that don't read the feeling of the room. I know, you do get that. You're in the middle of a really good sesh, you know, and it's all going, you know, like banging and happening, and all of a sudden somebody comes up and goes, have you got any Rod Stewart, mate? And you go, go away. Yeah, it's normally at weddings, isn't it? Yeah, because you have to check at weddings, you know, the bride's favourite song. And then they have their dance, you know, and things like that. It must be a night. You've got to make sure you've got everything, haven't you, for every eventuality. But you're right, there's always somebody that comes up and they go, can you play so-and-so? And you think, well, maybe. First time, you go, he's obviously going to dance to it, which will fill the dance. No, he just stands there listening to it. You think you might as well have stayed at home. Oh, I used to get we used to have a bloke who used to come into one of the clubs I worked at in Ealing. And it was when Saturday Night Fever was out. And at the beginning of the night, I just used to bung on an old album and just let it play through until you got a decent crowd in, anything up to about 100. Then you'd launch into the night. And he used to come in early when Saturday Night Fever was on at the cinema. He loved John Travolta. And he'd come in, he'd go, you got anything from Saturday Night Fever? And he'd go, yes. The Bee Gees or something like that. Or the Tramps' Disco Inferno. But you don't want to waste too much music. And he would dance all by himself. He'd actually take his white jacket off, throw it over his shoulder and do a John Travolta. The moment he danced to a couple of songs from Saturday Night Fever, he'd leave. And people would say to me, he's gone home. I said, of course he has, because that's all he wanted to do. He wanted to hear it and he wanted to dance on the floor so everybody would look at him. It was very, I mean, he's probably still around, actually, probably still dancing to the same blooming things. Steve, Glamorgan sausage is made of leek, Philly cheese or Welsh cheddar. Eggs, breadcrumbs, butter and herbs, says Comrade. Well, they look quite nice. They do look quite nice. I mean, the boy might have, some inclination into making those at some point. Have you ever made sausages before? You're quite a good cook. Are you really? Who cares? And, no, I think it's quite good, actually. What sort of things do you cook? All sorts, yeah. We can all say that, don't we? Oh, what do you cook, Steve? All sorts. I do everything. Toast, cereal, tin of beans, tin of tomatoes. I do it all. But today I'm just going to go to sleep, I think, and then sort of try and stagger through something in the kitchen. But I like the idea of sausages made of leek, Philly cheese or Welsh cheddar, eggs, breadcrumbs, butter and herbs. That sounds quite nice, doesn't it, really? And they do look like a little bit like croquettes. Really good light show. The Hippodrome we're talking about. When it first opened, and Peter Stringford, I used to go into the Hippodrome just to show people the lights. So if I was on the town and we were having a few sherbets, I'd say, coming up to midnight, let's go to the Hippodrome. You've got to see the light show. And we'd go and stand in there and watch the light show because I knew the bouncers on the door. And it would start off, the screen would come down, and then at the top of the Hippodrome, if you look up the top there, there's a chariot. And that would form the basis of the thing. And they had a thing of all the celebrities who'd been in there. And then all these lights would start flashing round. And they had a choreographed piece of music which brought the lights in. And then the culmination was, it would sort of go, I forget how it used to went. Somebody must have it. You'll probably find it on YouTube. These big columns would come down from inside the false ceiling. And it was almost like something landing from another planet. And then these arms would open up. And at the end of each arm and in the middle, these lights would start turning round, and then they would start turning round. I mean, it was really quite something to watch. And I'd take people in there, and then it would sort of go up, and then the DJs would be all ready with their banging hits, and the dance floor would be packed. So it was good fun. There's something nice about watching a packed dance floor. But of course, I've worked clubs before where there's been two clubs in the same building. So if you play an off record, they all disappear off, and they go somewhere else, and you go, where are you going? Where are you going? Yeah, 3 different rooms, and you've got to make sure that you're playing the stuff that keeps them in your room. I used to find that really difficult. In Richmond, at the disco there, I mean, because the place where they used to go to was Brolly's, which it was only called Brolly's because they put umbrellas on the tables. I mean, seriously. I mean, at the time, we thought it was sophisticated. We really did. But it was a building that used to have a beer cellar in it, and bars and all sorts of things. It was really good fun, actually. But it's this losing the audience. If you're at a place where there's loads of different bars that they can go to, I don't like this record, so off they'd go. Actually, please don't go. Please don't go. I've got some other records. Because you don't want to waste everything, do you? You don't want to sort of, Yeah, I mean, you've got to sort of save it so that once you get them at the right time of the night, it's brilliant. Henry was with me last night, apart from me and Dale Henry, from out there. And he wanted to use my hot tub, because in my dressing room I had a hot tub. And he just sent me a text saying, did you get the chance to use the hot tub after the show? Well, I was waiting for you to pop in, actually, Henry, but you never did, I think I saw you walking back down the road, actually. So I don't know where he'd parked. My friend Ian says, if you've started drinking again in November, surely it would be time for a festive sweet sherry. I don't mind a sweet sherry, actually. Have you ever had sherry? That's quite nice. Sherry's quite good. Enver cream's quite good, or Harvey's Bristol cream. And you keep them in the fridge because they chill down. You don't need lots of it, but it's just quite a nice thing. And my friend Stephen Milne, who departed these shores and now lives in Sydney, he says, hope you are well, listening from Sydney. He used to listen all the time as he was on his way back from doing telly over here. he'd listen in, and then he sort of up sticks and went off to Sydney. I think he's doing the same thing over there. Steve, have you noticed how expensive haircuts are since lockdown? Really? Oh. I didn't think so, actually. The same. How much you... Oh, no, for men's haircuts, you shouldn't be paying any more than tenner maximum. Tenner maximum. I know that people pay more than that. Obviously, Luke's paid a bit more than that. That's why there was that look that crept across your face. Tenner? Are you mad? Good Lord, be lucky to get away with 16 quid. How much you pay for your haircut? 15. 15 pounds? Just for the haircut. They don't give you a song, a tinkle, just for the haircut. Good Lord, that's a lot of money, isn't it? They chat to you. Oh, that's nice. What do they talk to you about? Yeah. Football. Shan't be going to that hairdressing. Imagine I'm sitting there and they start going, so Steve, let's talk football. Let's not. You just cut the hair. That's it. But you're right. As soon as you find a good hairdresser, you've got to stick with them, haven't you? Because your hair's a little bit precious. Although I should imagine in Callum's case, he probably just goes in there and they go, OK, Callum, sit down, throw the gown round him, and they just... They always used to sort of cut the back of my hair with scissors. I don't know why. And then they show you what it looks like. I've never worried about that in my life. I've never walked down the road thinking, OK, I look good from the front. What the hell do I look like at the back? Is my hair straight at the back? I don't know. You worry about stuff like that. I've discovered something wonderful, Steve, says Connie. Nescafe Irish Latte. It's coffee, but it tastes like Baileys without the alcohol. Delicious. Are you going to try it? Not really. I used to drink Baileys, but I don't drink Baileys now. I found it a bit sickly after a while because it was just cream and whiskey, and I thought that was a little bit too much. But I mean, still pleasant. Still sort of pleasant, but just not really enough. Shane in Sydney. Oh, you must find Stephen Milne over there. Can't miss him. Sickeningly good looking. And with one of those bodies. It always reminds me of my body. The washboard stomach, that sort of thing, out on the Bondi Beach, swimming like that. I could have been a lifeguard. I'd have loved that job as a lifeguard, where you stand there and you sort of got your little Speedos on and then all of a sudden somebody's drowning and you think somebody's drowning and they go running down the beach and they've got their little floats and everything else which they tie around them. Brilliant. I think in fact they've actually done programmes about the beach. Chris says I paid 26 quid for my haircut in Norwich. No haircut's worth 26 quid. That's way too much money. Way too much money. You can get, London, a fiver would secure you a haircut. It's a perfectly adequate haircut. Perfectly adequate. But, I pay sort of the £5. Look at it. It's not bad, is it? For a fiver. Put it this way, it's the same as if you went in there, you could have the same haircut and it'd be a fiver. I think that's actually quite good value. But obviously you go in there for a bit of styling. So they go, OK, what are we doing for you? They always ask the same thing, don't they? So, Luke, what are we doing with your hair today? And you go, like last time. Is that a 2 and a 1? And you have to try and remember all the numbers. Years ago, you didn't have to remember numbers. Now you go two on the top, 1 on the sides, and maybe 0 on the back of the neck. Is that would that be right? And so they go, I don't know, I can't remember. I said, well, I can't remember either. But, because you don't want to get the wrong thing. You don't want to end up walking out there looking like you're about to mug people. I want to look look at that music's coming up again. But that's what it is now. In fact, Kasia, my hairdresser, said to me the other day, I had a little trim for the show last night, and she said, it's 2 and a 1, isn't it? I said, the conversations you have with the hairdresser, people from another planet must be looking down going, what's he done? He's in somewhere where they cut your hair and he's asked for a 2 and a 1. What does that mean? And you go, well, that's how short your hair's going to go. But I quite like having a haircut. I just quite like the feeling. And it's well worth it for a fiver, isn't it? I think it's okay. It just means you can't toss it to one side, and I used to love that. Especially if you're in the company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's Monday morning. It's the 19th of October. Where is the time going? Are we going to have bonfire night? I don't think we're going to be having the Festival of Remembrance. I think the police are advising people not to do... they go to the cenotaph with the royal family. I think they're sort of basically making sure that the public don't go to that. There's going to be no New Year's Eve, although, as I said yesterday, how they're going to stop people assembling in Trafalgar Square, unless they're going to cordon it all off and go, you don't go near Trafalgar Square, because that's what people do. People, no fireworks then, but I'm sure you can buy fireworks. I mean, people will be selling fireworks, so presumably people will be having them at home, but you can only do it if it's only you. I mean, I had a cup of coffee with Lynn, my friend, the other day, and we socially distanced. We're very good at doing things like that, and we were saying exactly the same. There's going to be no New Year's Eve. There's going to be no bonfire night. There's going to be no Festival of Remembrance, and they think that it's going to be continuing over the Christmas season. And so what'll end up happening is, I think there'll be, maybe next year something will happen, but they're still looking for this marvellous thing which is going to save us all from coronavirus. And yet there's all these other people out there. How many people were marching through London the other day? People who don't want to wear masks. And they think that the pandemic is a hoax. They think it's not real. And you think, well, tell 1 million people who are dead, that it's not real. Don't worry, it's all just some big joke. There's a number of women who got on a plane in Germany. They went over there to see somebody who was also another advocate of not wearing the mask. And they had a picture taken on the plane. Apparently, according to various reports, they were either, or they weren't, being disruptive on the plane and coughing and stuff like that. You do get that. I've seen people doing it on YouTube, where there's a woman who actually goes into, I think she's going in, where was she going into? It's a dentist surgery or a doctor's surgery or something. And the woman behind the counter, who was socially distancing with a big screen, said, you need to put your mask on. She said, I'm not putting my mask on. And they said, well, we won't be able to treat you. And so she said, you will treat me. And they went, no, we won't. They won't treat you. It's as simple as that. £5 in Richmond for a haircut. How much do you pay for the chocolate? For the chocolates. Oh, I'll tell you, the chocolates I bought. Quite expensive, actually. But because I saw them in John Lewis. And they looked like quite nice. And I'm not really a chocolate sort of person. Luke likes chocolate, don't you? You like a little bit of chocolate, as you can tell if you see him. It looks like he enjoys a little bit of chocolate. Do you do chocolates, Callum? Are you a chocolate sort of? Oh, you do chocolate as well. Why are you not fat? Why is it? How is this possible? It is really not. I think it's people's metabolism. I think it's to do with the way that you digest the food. I mean, you know what you're like. You've only got to look at about 6 cakes from Patisserie Valerie, a portion of chips and a doner kebab, and immediately the weight goes on. Callum could probably eat 6 Chinese curries, sweet and sour chicken, sweet and sour pork, balls, and all of a sudden, he doesn't seem to put on any weight. It's sickening. A friend of mine was married to some girl. She never put on any weight at all. She could eat a whole box of crisps and a Chinese takeaway and have sweets and fizzy drinks. Not an ounce did she put on. Which must be frustrating, because if you are very thin and you want to sort of, not bulk out, but you just want to be a normal size, it's very difficult when you cannot put weight on. Whereas people like Luke, poor soul, he can't take it off. That's the problem, isn't it? Much as it, because I think you get to that certain age, and I think all of a sudden that's it. You are doomed. If all of a sudden you can't see, any... And people go, perhaps he went on a diet. But a diet wouldn't make any difference to you, would it, at all? It's not going to... You think you're looking better? Who are you looking at in the mirror? You're looking at me. Because I look a bit better because I'm not drinking. And drink's got so much sugar in it. And I'm trying to be careful as well, because I told you, my doctor, that little punnet of blueberries there, which is not a big punnet of blueberries, and this is 150 grams all the way from Peru. I think it's quite good, actually. Do you think in Peru somebody's going, who is this Marks and Spencer's? And that's 2 portions, apparently, according to my doctor, because he said, what do you eat after you've had something to eat, like your main meal of the day? And I said, well, generally some blueberries with some... zero-fat yoghurt, which is quite nice. I've got used to the taste of it. And he said, you eat a whole punnet of strawberries? I said, they're not very big. And he said, you shouldn't eat a whole punnet, but maybe half. Make a punnet last sort of a couple of days. No chance. No chance making anything last a couple of days. Somebody said you should try Merlin. Says Stan. A whiskey liqueur or liquor from the Penderyn distillery in South Wales. Similar to Bailey's, but with more of a kick. Oh, right. A kick as in what? What is the the spirit that's giving it the kick. The amphitheatre in Edinburgh used to have a midnight light show, which was amazing. I love the light shows. It used to be the greatest thing that you could ever do. You know, we used to have piano keys, and you'd push the piano key on the DJ console, and the lights would go brighter and chase and do all sorts of things. I loved it. I thought it was absolutely fantastic. Steve, there was a nightclub called Reflex in Putney, and it had the same dance floor as Saturday Night Fever. Squares, multicoloured, which they lit up. Yes, I like stuff like that. But certain records would actually change it. And they go, oh, if you want to get this record out of the cupboard, then you've got to do this thing. Steve, about the wearing a mask, 1.35 million people die every year from car accidents. We still didn't ban cars. Yes, but that's something that you haven't got any control over. You've got control over wearing a mask. You know, I mean, to be honest with you, if you're one of those people, Greg, that doesn't want to wear a mask, well, fair enough. That's your business. But I just don't want you anywhere near me. That would be the thing, because I don't know, you might have the coronavirus. We don't know that. Nobody walks on the bus and goes, look, I'm free from coronavirus, because I'm thinking, yeah, but some of these people here, they might have it. And it's too much of a risk. Even Ian Dale admitted yesterday that, you know, living's good, dying's not so good. You don't want to die. You want to live as long as possible. Life's good. Life is good. Steve, fellow Villa fan, 4 wins from 4, second league, playing fantastic at present. We're on fire, says Erica in Redditch. Yeah, I mean, it just goes without saying, doesn't it? I love it. I can't get enough of it, actually. I'm so glad I've sort of, I've nailed my colours to the mask. Martin says, I can't put on weight. I bet you hate me. No, we hated you before you put on the weight, because you come from Mars. I suppose I'm lucky. No, not really, no. Kylie was lucky. Lucky. I seem to remember. He says, at Christmas I drink Baileys. Strawberries and cream is a bit sickly. Have you seen the strawberries and cream Baileys? I bet you bought that before. Is it vegan? Is it? I don't know. They do a vegan Baileys. Oh. Yes, I mean... You know, I told you what they're doing at Christmas in Marks and Spencer's. Little cocktail sausages in batter with a curry sauce dip. I mean, that just sounds heavenly for me. I mean, that sounds great, doesn't it? Can't wait for Christmas. Mind you, we're all going to be socially distancing again, and it's going to be quite miserable. Here's a picture of somebody called Jack Fincham. They always get Love Island star. He wasn't a star on Love Island. He was involved in a car crash outside a pub. How embarrassing. You know, you crashed the car outside a pub. Apparently, according to various people, I mean, his car was damaged, including the bumper, had to be towed away. There was a Chrysler, one of these things that, Dale bought one when they came out because he thought they were fantastic. One witness told The Sun it looked very serious. There was a fair bit of damage. Everybody involved looked shocked and shaken. Jack looked stunned. It's going to cost a lot of money to repair. And locals went outside to make sure everybody was okay. Something must have happened. It's not the first time, actually. In August, he allegedly crashed into the back of a parked Mercedes outside his local pub in Chislehurst in southeast London. Not lucky, is he, really? Not lucky with those things. The whiskey is giving the drink more of a kick. It's not so creamy, says Stan. It's a must-try. Yeah, I mean, I think anything that's got cream in it is just a bit too much for me. It's too much for me. I do buy cream, not on a regular basis, but occasionally, if I feel like adding it to a meal or something like that. It's very... I mean, all of a sudden, I've discovered I'm cordon bleu. Definitely. And it seems to be working fantastically. They were doing a thing the other day in the papers on how much money people are worth. Reality show people. I don't believe they've got anything right at all. Ian was the one. Says, that's right, he said, if you're starting drinking again in November, surely it'll be time for a festive sweet sherry. Everybody used to drink sweet sherry. It was the thing to do. I've got my parents' decanters, and they held sherry. I've changed them for whiskey, and I don't drink whiskey either. I'm not much good with things like that. Whiskey, and yet a friend of mine absolutely adores whiskey. Absolutely loves it. And for me, it just doesn't do anything. A friend of mine from years ago used to buy... He was a member of a club, like a whiskey club, and he'd buy different bits of a vintage, anything from the 1940s upwards. What else we got? Heavy rain and strong winds battering the UK this week with a turbulent spell of weather, and the bad weather will hit England tomorrow. I think we're going to be okay down south. I think it's only going to affect up north, so it'll start to push towards Wales and the southwest, most of the UK will just see rain, but the wind will be strong. It's awful, the rain, the wind that goes with the rain, isn't it? Because it's in your face and all the rest of it, and we don't like that kind of thing, do we? We haven't heard from Rebecca Adlington for a while, so we won't this morning. Makes it so much easier. Plus, RAF fighter pilots must use gender-neutral titles if asked by colleagues. Commanders have drawn up a list of more inclusive pronouns for its personnel. They include Z, per and her as alternatives to he, she, him and her. So a pilot might have a wing per instead of wing man. It just gets so confusing. Seriously, I mean, at one time it was gay, straight, bisexual. Now it's LGBT, LGBTPQRST, V, W. Yeah, but everybody's sort of adopting their own thing. Is it good? See, I just don't understand it. I don't think it makes any difference. I never look at somebody and go, oh, LGBT. I've never sort of said that. I just don't. I don't really care. It's got nothing to do with me what people's sexual persuasion is. I mean, I really couldn't care less. It's just that people want to tell you. And they always used to tell you, the most popular place for people telling you was on Big Brother. Big Brother, they'd have a series on there, and they go, we got so-and-so, so-and-so, and so-and-so, so-and-so, and they say one of them's got a secret. And you go, I know which one it is. It'll be this one here. And, of course, they think that we don't know. But, of course, I mean, if you've got sort of, fair bit of savvy about yourself, you can spot it straight away. But they can't wait to tell people. Whereas I don't think that's the important thing. I don't think it makes any difference at all. They were doing a thing the other day on the television. I can't remember what channel it was, because I've got so many channels on my television. So many Freeview channels. Loads of them. And this was Man Has Baby. My husband had our baby. And I thought, well, no, men can't have babies. You might identify as a man, which is okay, but men cannot have, they're not physically made for that. So it's got to be a woman. It's got to have the woman's bits inside for it to actually be a baby. And they were showing the housewives of Cheshire. God, they're a crowd, aren't they? And one of them's got herself pregnant. There's another flash couple who arrived by helicopter. But all the women, they've all got this fake hair, they're fake tan, they argue, they all hate each other. And I thought in this day and age, it would, it'd be quite nice, for people not to argue all the time. Joe says, I had fish and chips last Friday. Normally I'd have curry sauce, but this time I went with mushy peas. Sorry, fish chip. Steve, I might try indoor fireworks. I'm a bit worried the rocket's smashing my light bulb. They're so piddly, little indoor fireworks. Seriously, I mentioned it to somebody the other day and they went, I'm sorry, indoor fireworks? And I said, yeah, they're only little small things. Seriously, they're practically, I mean, obviously you've got to be careful with anything that you light. But they're very good. When you were, sorry, I just had a blueberry. When you were working in the clubs, Steve, did you ever suffer that panic feeling as the record was just about to run out and you hadn't got anything else on the next turntable? You didn't know what to play to keep people on the dance floor? No. I used to just put the needle back to the beginning. I'd talk, because I was talking even in those days, and then just put the needle back to the beginning and then go back with it again, which would then give you another 3.5 minutes to go and find something. Yes, we had microphones. Yeah, we spoke. We were talking. I mean, nowadays, a lot of DJs don't speak in the clubs. They just mix. Well, I couldn't mix, so I had to talk, which was okay. How's your day been? Kind of thing, and looking good. But it was interesting. I mean, I quite used to enjoy it, really, because you've got all the lights on when you first go into the thing, and then you turn all the main lights off, and then on comes the disco lighting, and then all of a sudden you're into the groove. Well, I was into the groove, believe you me. I thought it was great, but in my day, it was different records to the ones you used to get now. Well, you could get away with Nutbush City Limits by Ike and Tina Turner in my day. But nowadays, it's groups you've never heard of. It's people in little studios who put this stuff together, probably without even playing an instrument. It's all just sampled, and, I was always very jealous of anybody who could do things like that. I never understood how it worked, and I never did it. Because by the time, I finished doing it, then it kind of came in then. And so I can remember somebody applied for a job at United Biscuits Network, and we couldn't hear them on the tape. And of course they didn't do anything because they were just famous for mixing. So there was whereas in fact we wanted to hear what people sounded like. There's a girl here, we know what she sounded like. She went, ow, because she was attacked by a deer in a busy park. I mean, you can't understand the stupidity of some people. She's she works as an estate agent, but she was doing a music promo photo shoot in Richmond Park, southwest London. And to be honest with you, I can't quite work out why somebody would be that stupid. It's rutting season at the moment. It's very dangerous to go out there. Deer are wild and unpredictable animals, and they can cause you immeasurable damage. You know, and we've seen it before. There was somebody trying to feed them the other day. These things with horns. I mean, you just don't mix with them at all. And this girl here, she's a singer. She was booted. The Royal Parks Police tweeted a snap of the attack and warned people to keep their distance in rutting season when they're aggressive. But Gemma said she wasn't near the deer. But you shouldn't have been there anyway having pictures taken. You really shouldn't. You know, there are hundreds and hundreds of deer in the Royal Parks, and it's rutting season. I mean, go and check what rutting is. She said she didn't feed it when it approached. No, but you were on its territory. I mean, people stay in their cars. She says, my back's sore and I've got a few bruises. Well, more fool you. Who on earth in their right mind thought, unless, of course, it's a publicity stunt, and they go, oh, yes, we'll try and get some publicity because she's a singer. No, she's not. She's an estate agent who is being misguidedly heading in the wrong direction. You know, these things are dangerous. These deer are dangerous. You wouldn't sort of go into a zoo, into a wildlife park and stand in the lion's enclosure, would you? Or the tiger's enclosure. Far too dangerous. And exactly the same, believe it or not. You know, if you go to Richmond Park, because they've got, I mean, I don't know how many there are there. There could be hundreds, I suppose. Up the Aston, Steve, another win. Don't mention it to Nick Ferrari. He's a Leicester supporter. Is he? Is he? Right. I shall definitely not mention. Apparently, the amphitheatre in Edinburgh used to have this midnight light show, which was amazing, says Gordon. I like a good light show. Have you seen the lights you can get now? I mean, they're so sophisticated. In my day, it was just flashing bulbs, and we had a little machine that sort of, you know, did sound to light, and that was considered, you know, like top of its game. Wasn't really, though. Also, Amanda Holden's got a new album out. Songs from My Heart album, charted for a second week in the top 10 because she sings. Just in case you weren't aware, she sings. She sings very well. Wetherspoons. I've never been to Wetherspoons. I know where they are because we've got one in Twickenham. There's one over here. You've been to Wetherspoons, haven't you? Yeah. See, he loves it. He loves spoons, he says. Salt. Sorry, and cheap drinks. Really? Have you ever been there for breakfast and stuff like that? Yeah. Where's the Wetherspoons near here there? Where is it? Next door to here? Is there? I thought that was TGI Fridays. There's a Wetherspoons next to that. Well, who'd have known? Who'd have known? And they do breakfast, do they? And you've been in there, have you? Been in there. How much is breakfast in a Wetherspoons? Here we go. This is the indicator. £4 or £5. That's cheap, isn't it? That's very good value. I was going to say, yeah. No, I can't. No, I can't. I might go there tomorrow, actually. I might go there tomorrow. But any Wetherspoons have been accused of stuffing Christmas by shunning festive roasts for burgers and pizza. So they've decided not to serve turkey with the trimmings. They've got 900 boozers. I didn't know they had so many. Instead, it's got brie and bacon burgers, chicken and stuffing paninis on the festive menu. There are pigs in blankets, a brie pizza with a gingerbread muffin instead of Christmas pudding. Wow. Somebody says they basically stuffed Christmas. But I think that shows a bit of imagination. I think so. You know, you can get something else. Not everybody wants to eat Christmas lunch. People, you know, but I love it. Michelle says, remember the clocks go back Sunday morning. Oh, they don't, do they? We're back to that again. Oh, God, I've got so many things to change. Actually, the car's automatic, the phone's automatic, and a few other bits and pieces. And the watch is not. Who's got an automatic watch? Corey. He's got an automatic watch. Well, where did he get that from? Oh, it's an Apple. Oh, right. Okay, it's an Apple Watch. No, I have to change. I've got so many. And also, you've got to change all your alarm clocks and everything else. So what I generally do is change them. So is this for Sunday morning? After Saturday night. Oh, God. So wait a minute. We spring forward, fall back. So you have... No, I don't have an extra hour. No, because they do it at 2 in, don't they? No, I don't do a 5-hour show. No, I learnt that one a long time ago. No. No, it always occurs... It's normally 1 o'clock in the morning. So when I used to do overnights, I used to do it at 1 o'clock in the morning, and then you sort of write off the first hour and you start again. But no, I shan't be doing. So Clive could be doing 4 hours. Yes, he could. Yes, I mean more than likely, I would have thought. I wonder if he knows. Because Joe said to me yesterday he's not on Friday this week, so I don't know where he's going. He's normally with me on a Friday morning, but not this week. So I think it's a good idea. Weatherspoons burgering up Christmas. You know, it's something different. Something different. You know, we don't want the same thing all the time, do we? Hot tips and advice that every man and woman must read. And they've got a picture of somebody here called Megan Barton Hanson. They say, I mean, I don't know how old she is, but apparently she knows a thing or two about great sex. Well, I mean, why would she know about that? She's only barely big enough to wear a bikini. And so they've got all this sort of things now. Obviously, we're all rubbish in the bedroom department. Rubbish. Because they've got things here, you know, finding yourself sexy. And she says, I feel sexiest when I'm confident, so I like to put on some effort with wearing nice underwear. Well, I mean, I don't think underwear is sexy at all. Not on men, it's not. On women, apparently. Although, Emma Willis said she's only ever had the same underwear that she had when she got married. She's got exactly the same pants inside a thing. Because a lot of men have different sorts of pants, because they do different... I've only got the same ones. I've only got the same pants. It's like socks. Creature of habit, you know. Otherwise you get a bit confused with sort of black socks, yeah. It's a bit sort of, I don't know, I just sort of, who cares whether you've got patterned underwear? When you're younger, you can have pictures of Superman on there and things like that. But when you get a bit older, it's just a pair of pants, isn't it, really? So thank you for ruining, Michelle, the weekend for somebody as the clocks go back. So what you do is you do the first hour of the overnight programme and you go, and it's coming up to, oh, here we are, it's the 1 o'clock news again. And so you have to start all over again. So you're right, it's going to be Clive, isn't it? Oh, he's going to be cursing. He's going to be cursing. Steve, just took an apple pie out of the oven, ice cream, custard, or my favourite evaporated milk. Are you asking for advice? If you're going to have apple pie, I mean, you can have any of those. Evaporated milk would be delicious. I love that. And I like ice cream or custard. I'm not particularly bothered, actually. All of it sounds delicious at this time of the morning, doesn't it, really? So confidence is sexy. And then somebody here, actor Tom is one of Meghan's celebrity crushes. Don't worry, Tom, you won't go anywhere near her. We know all these. She's just from, you know, wherever she came from. And she says, when I was dancing in a strip club, I was amazed by the number of men who commented on my shoes. Are you really dumb? You're in a strip club. Of course they're going to comment on your shoes. That's the whole idea. And so it says here, we had to get rid of that. Oh, I can't read that on the break. It's far too early in the morning for reading things like that. But why are we so rubber? Why do we need a double-page spread from somebody called Megan Barton Hanson, who's just, you know, she's just photographed? That's all it is. I mean, there's no evidence to suggest... People used to say Jordan. They used to go, oh, I bet she's a wow in the bedroom. I think not. We've all seen her little film. I mean, to be honest with you, you know, I mean, really, just not very good at all. There is a nice story in the papers today, which is Julie Walters and her amazing friendship with Victoria Wood. 4 years ago she died. 4 years ago she died. Doesn't seem possible. And I'll tell you in a moment, ITV bosses are livid that the BBC have again poached some of its top... See what I've forgotten this morning? Typical, isn't it? It's not my fault. It's not my fault. The person who produced the poem for this morning, we're going to be blaming. It's called The Elephant by Anonymous. Why do people not want to put their names to... I mean, is this because it's somebody famous and they don't want to put their name to it just to get... It's not long, this one. In fact, it's 5 lines. It's what's commonly known as very short. So The Elephant by Anonymous, read by Steve Allen, aged 13 3/4. An elephant slept in his bunk, and in slumber his chest rose and sunk. But he snored, how he snored. All the other beasts roared, so his wife tied a knot in his trunk. And that's it. That is classed as poetry nowadays. I mean, you think he could have got a bit more out of it, couldn't you? But no, The Elephant by Anonymous. Somebody will write in one of these days and lay claim to it and say, actually, I wrote that poem. Do you remember there was a thing years and years ago, and there was a film And if they use a piece of film, a piece of music in a film, they have to find out who wrote it so they can pay them royalties. And this woman goes to the cinema, and British, and she's watching a film, and up comes this piece of music, and it was Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are, up above the world so high. Anyway, and so she remembered she sat there and she went, my husband wrote that. And it never crossed her mind that she was going to get money from the film company. So she went back home, and I think she told one of her kids, and she said, Dad's Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, they've used it in this film. Well, of course, she got royalties. She picked up, I think, about £200,000 in royalties, which I thought was amazing. I've never written anything like that. Because we used to say, up above the world so high, like a tea tray in the sky. It's like we used to do when we were doing sort of the Bible stuff at Christmas, while shepherds washed their socks by night, all seated round the tub, and you do all these sort of blasphemy things about biblical stuff, which I thought was very good actually. 84850 Steve at lbc.co.uk. Steve says, Shane in Sydney, I'm going to be confused. You said you put your clocks back. We put ours forward. Oh, right. See, to be honest with you, Shane, I wish they'd actually leave them. I wish they would absolutely leave them, so we didn't have to sort of worry about things like that. Graham from Essendon said, I had some great news over the weekend. My HbA1c diabetic reading confirmed my type 2 is now officially in remission. You and your amazing show are partly responsible, having listened to your hints and tips on type 2 over the years. Yes. Well, mine my numbers go all over the place. I'm a bit like Ian Dale. He's worse than I am. And I said, have you got one of these Freestyle Libras? He said, I've had them in the past. And for no reason, all of a sudden, if I look at the graph on my thing, at sort of 1 o'clock this morning, I sort of dipped down, but not under the line, which is sort of worrying. And now it's gone high glucose, because I've had some blueberries. And had some other things as well, which didn't really help. You just feel a bit guilty about it, don't you? But, I mean, you can't just, be somebody who sits there and doesn't eat anything. So some people are lucky, and they get away with it. I feel very sorry for people. I mean, I now inject 3 times a day. I used to inject twice a day. Now I inject 3 times a day. And I do it quite good, but I'm literally like a pincushion. My poor old stomach and legs. I mean, seriously, I've got marks all over the place. But never mind. Somebody else was talking about diabetes and how people know about it. You go to the toilet. You go a lot. You'll wake up in the middle of the night and you'll go, and you might go. I can remember at one point when I was first diagnosed, I was going about 5 times in a night. I don't know where it all came from, to be honest with you. It was, constant weeing. So, ITV bosses, they're livid. The BBC has poached some of its top stars. I don't know why people get funny about this. There used to be some sort of ruling. If you worked for ITV, you didn't appear on the BBC. And so Britain's Got Talent judge Amanda Holden and Alison Hammond have both been signed up as regulars on their new 8-part series, I Can See Your Voice. One senior ITV source admitted it was extremely annoying. The pair had joined the BBC show hosted by fellow former ITV star Paddy McGuinness. But it doesn't really matter. I don't think it makes any difference where they sort of come from. The signings come a year after this morning's Holly Willoughby and The Chase's host Bradley Walsh did BBC Christmas special Takeoff, which became a series. All that followed Britain's Got Talent's Alicia Dixon and Dancing on Ice's Ashley Banjo being hired to front the Beebs' The Greatest Dancer, which, to be honest with you, was not a great programme. Insiders say Amanda may have taken the job amid fears coronavirus will make Britain's Got Talent auditions impossible next year. And I suppose if you're in that business, you've got to try and grab as much work as you can. Although she does seem to be, she's here. She's in here every day. I mean, we've got loads of, this building is full of celebrities. Seriously, I've never seen so many celebrities in this building. Seriously, every floor has got celebrities on it. I'm very fortunate. Also, best rating since 2017, Strictly. And I think they hit about 9 million. 9 million people, which, compared to what it used to get years and years ago, I don't think it was actually that great. But still good. Also, the anguished mother of missing Ben Needham has implored the police to keep searching for him like they are for Madeleine McCann. Madeleine McCann has been missing 13 years. Ben Needham, who was 20 months old when he disappeared on Kos, has been missing 29 years. Are they looking for him? No. How does it work out? I don't understand how they can keep looking for Madeleine McCann, and so far they've found nothing. Nothing at all. It's all red herrings. It's all, oh, we need a bit more money. So I think so far, Madeleine McCann, 12 million. In the Ben Needham case, I think, they haven't, there's no money like this at all. Police think Ben's body was hidden and maybe moved twice. And they don't know. Kerry, who comes from Sheffield, his mum, says there are locations that need to be ruled out. My child is buried somewhere, and without finances, we'll never find out. Why is it that it was Madeleine McCann that sort of captured the imagination of everybody, and people would sort of say, because, with Ben Needham, 29 years disappearing, at 21 months old, and Madeleine McCann, 13 years old, and 12 million quid, and they found nothing. They've taken special dogs over, who are trained to look for bodies and things like that, for clothing, or nothing at all. Not a hint, not a clue. Every so often the police go, oh, we're actually near to do it. It's a load of codswallop. They're nowhere near at all. The German police now have suspect Christian Bruckner, who they believe killed her. Well, they have no evidence for this whatsoever. No evidence at all. But in the case of poor Ben Needham, they think that he disappeared on Kos. He was killed by a digger driver. It could have been an accident. But there again, Madeleine McCann could have been killed by a car as she wandered over the road. It could have been anything like that. We just don't know. But £12 million, at what point do we stop and say, enough is enough? They're not going to find her. And if they do, she probably won't be speaking the same language at the moment. And they go, I mean, do you remember when it all started? It was people saying, oh, I think I saw Madeleine McCann, and then some man rushed her away and all the rest of it. And it turns out they're all red herrings, Steve, if you're dancing in a strip club and it's the shoes you're wearing that catch people's eyes, clearly she isn't as amazing in that department as she claimed. No, people like shoes. People are very turned on by high heels and stuff like that. Steve, why are we talking about the clocks going back? Is it not next weekend, says Vince? No, it's... Yeah, we'll just have a check. No, we think it's this weekend, 25th, we think. I'll just have a check for you, just in case. I mean, you might be right. I don't know. Normally I sort of come in, or I hear something on the Friday, and I go, OK, that's what I'll need to... No, there you go. Sunday the 25th of October. At 2, yeah. 2 a.m. Luckily I don't start till 4, so I'm fine. It's Clive who actually gets it, which is good. And, Steve, it's my birthday today, and I can't quite make up my mind if I should take the day off or not, says Sel. Should I take it off? No, absolutely not. Don't want to get into that habit, do you, of just sort of taking the day off because it's a birthday? I mean, I'm assuming you're over the age of 15. By which case, you might have wanted to take the time off. Well, no, if you're if you're working as a person, why would you want to take the day off? You can always work on my birthday. It doesn't make any difference. It really doesn't make any, it's not like I'm waiting to go home to jelly, ice cream and a magician, and presents piled high. Yeah, bouncy castle outside. Fishing or something like that, or, the parents have built me a hovercraft or something. I don't get anything like that at all. Nothing. And so you can't do anything until you get home. And even then, where are you going to go when you get home? You can't go out anywhere. So what you can do, sit at the wall and get depressed. Staring at the wall going, oh, it's my birthday today. The postman will be looking at you going, no cards for you today. Because nobody sends cards anymore. There's only a few people send cards. I can't remember the last time I sent cards. I think here they actually give you a cake. I'm pretty certain people in the past have had cakes and things like that. I do like a nice bit of fruitcake. I do like it, but it's definitely this weekend that the clocks will be going backwards. So Clive Bull will tell you all about it. He's probably listening to the programme and going, are you sure? Wasn't everyone, says Mari, wonderful at the exchange last night? Ian and you should have a regular in conversation slot together. I so enjoyed both your anecdotes about LBC. I've been a listener, says Donna in Teddington, from 1973. Wow. That's good. That's very good. No, it just seemed to work, didn't it? I would have really, really liked it, but obviously we can't because of the social distancing and everything else, and, you know, being in sort of tier 2, which is not very good. It would have been nice to have it absolutely packed solid, because then you'd have appreciated it more. But they were a very good audience you were. Very, very, very nice people. Very, very nice people. Linda Lusardi's going to take all her clothes off. Way, that'll please the boys. They like Linda Lusardi. And she's going to strip off for the real full Monty. So she was in with coronavirus, and that was terrible. She had a cancer scare in 2016. Also, Dame Jenny Murray, 33 years as a host. She's 70. She's going to be stripping off as well. What is it with people who want to take their clothes off? I mean, I can nominate people around here. I'm nominating Callum. And it's like a case of, you've got to be fairly brave to want to do something like that, haven't you? I'm fairly brave whenever I go to Joanne Webb. She'll laugh. Honestly, let's have a... My friend Ian says, I used to love several bottles of sherry at Christmas. I'd get some £35 bottles, he said, the good stuff. Well, more from November through till Christmas. It's very good with cheese or nuts, and excellent with Christmas pudding. In fact, there was one sweet sherry which was similar to Christmas pudding. It was thick and sweet. It was great. We still pour brandy on a Christmas pudding. We still pour brandy on it, and you still put a sixpence in there, I think. Anne in Richmond says, will there be a recording of you and Ian last night? No, sadly, whilst we were waiting to go on, he did ask the sound guys there, and they couldn't do it for us, so unfortunately not. Otherwise, he would. You know, he's got about 8 podcasts, Ian Dale. I've lost track of how many podcasts. I've only got sort of like 3, I think. In fact, it might even be down to 2 at the moment. It's the best of Steve Allen and Steve Allen's Little Bit Extra. No, it's the whole show and a little bit extra, isn't it? Yes. Yes, In Conversation will be back one day, yes. That'll be a shock for the system, won't it? In Conversation coming back. You can do that, yeah, you can go back about 6-7 years in our archive, so it's well worth changing. See, putting the clocks back always happens on the last Sunday in October. This year, it's as early as possible, as the following Sunday is 1st November. Similarly, putting them forward is the last Sunday in March. Thank you, Jonathan, very much indeed. Either way, I mean, I don't know about you, but I've actually got about 10 clocks to change. 10 clocks just takes forever and a day. It really does. But at least when you've actually got it done, it is done. So who else is taking their clothes off? Chris Hughes, Gareth Thomas. They'll be doing it. We've had people before from Towie. And the 2 90-minute shows will be airing at Christmas. All the stars stripping to encourage viewers to check themselves for breast and testicular cancer, have stories about how the disease affected them or loved ones. So they've got Jamie Lomas, Jake Quickenden, the one who's just opted out of, he's just fallen foul of that SAS programme, Bob Champion, Diversity's Perry Keeley, and Chris Hughes from Love Island. I've got no idea who he is, actually. I couldn't, even if you showed me a picture of him, it wouldn't help. It wouldn't help at all. Dawn French says authors must be free to write characters of ethnicities not the same as their own. People in the comics new novel, Because of You, are of various ethnicities. And she said, actually, you know, Lenny Henry was picked on constantly. In fact, so much so, the racism was so bad, they had the police actually move into their house, which I told you about the other week. And so police moved in. She said that racism is around us all the time. I know. It is. You tend not to think it is, but I promise you it is. And what have I got here? There was something which I had, and I can't remember whether it could be this, a rare first pressing of The Who's debut album, signed by all 4 original members, fetched 13 times the estimate. An American collector paid £11,000 for the copy of My Generation from 1965. The seller was a school pal of the band manager Bill Kerbishley, who had it signed in 1972, 6 years before Keith Moon died, aged 32. Jonathan Torode of Excalibur Auctions in Hertfordshire said, for a Who fan, that was the ultimate buy. I think things like that go far too cheaply, don't they? £11,000, that's quite unique, to be signed by everybody in the group. I did like The Who, yes. I told you, did I tell you the other day, Pete Townsend lives down the road. in Richmond, but they keep their instruments and their sound system down the road from me. And it's only because I went down this particular road, I won't tell you where it is, and he was sort of going in and out of the lockup, and you could see all their speakers in there and stuff like that. It's like quite a big lockup, because I suppose it's got to stay somewhere, hasn't it? But I mean, I don't know, the Who going to go on tour? There's only two of them left now, isn't there? Roger Daltrey and Pete Townsend, and they don't talk. All these groups fall out with each other. They used to communicate by email. How can you do that? It'd be like doing this programme and you go, well, of course, Luke's not talking to Steve. And you think, well, how do we get the programme done? You have to sort of do it and sort of hope it goes well. Plus. There's an ex-soldier, Simon Harmer, here, supported by National Lottery-funded charities. He lost both legs, and he's proof that you can overcome anything. We were talking earlier on about sort of giving up drink and stuff like that, and I said it is possible to do all these things. You can give up drink, you can give up smoking, and you just have to believe that you can do it. If I was a doctor and I called you in and said, listen, if you don't stop drinking, it's going to kill you. Okay, if you don't stop smoking, you're going to die of emphysema and all the problems that brings with it. And then you would probably stop smoking. But if you enjoy smoking and you enjoy having a drink, I can't do anything about that. Mainly because I'm not medically qualified to tell people about doing it. I can only tell you what I've done. And I gave up the smoking because I got angina. And the one thing you don't want is angina. Because you do think that's you've sort of kind of pushed your body to its limit. But not always, I think. According to the front page of the Daily Star, they've said 15 days of snow and storms. 3 60-mile-an-hour Atlantic storms that kick off today are set to bring a fortnight of wind, rain and snow misery. Oh, God, honestly. We don't need it, do we? We really don't need it. Linda Lusardi makes all the papers, together with Hayley Tamadan, Shauna Phillips from Love Island, Zoe Williams from This Morning, whoever that is. I've got no idea who these people are. I'm supposed to know these things, even when I'm told I've got no idea. Plus, the UK Coffee Week starts today. Can you believe, since the beginning of the programme, I've still got this espresso? I've drunk most. I've just got a little dribbly bit left. There's not sort of a great deal in it, but I mean, it's so bitter. Well, I don't think I could save it for later, but I think it's managed to do the job, though. I think it's managed to keep me awake, because only having an hour's sleep, and there's nothing worse. Is I mean, sometimes you ramble. Not me in particular, but I've heard people rambling. I did it a couple of weeks ago, actually. For some reason, I started rambling, and I leant into the microphone, which I'm not prone to doing very often. And I remember hearing my own voice coming back at me, like sort of an echo. And I remember thinking, who is that talking? And I thought, it's me. And it's almost like, if you're lying in bed and you're going to sleep, when you're going under because you can feel it. It's okay. I'll just close my eye, and you've gone. Like that, and that's how it is if you sort of fall asleep on the programme. I've had a producer who fell asleep on the programme. He actually, do you remember? He sat in there, and I was chatting away, what a nice weekend we got coming up, and I looked up, and he leant back in the chair, and he had his eyes closed, and I thought, I wonder if he's fallen. No, I don't know. He wouldn't have fallen asleep. So I said, we'll take a short break and then we'll be back with sounds. Not a movement from him at all. I remember thinking, I think he's gone to sleep. So I started sort of raising my voice. We'll take a short break in a minute and then I'll come back with some more stories. And then I suddenly realised he was out for the count. He was out for the count. It was hilarious. Of course, outside in the newsroom, they're absolutely wetting themselves with laughter, thinking this is so funny. And in the end, somebody opened the door, I think, and that was the thing that then sort of prompted him to pull himself back together again. I said, you mustn't fall asleep on the... I said, it makes me feel like I'm boring or something. Never had somebody fall asleep. No, because, everybody's the same. You do get... listen, after all this amount of time, if you fall asleep once, fall into the microphone, that's your sort of problem, isn't it, really? You try not to do it. But I did think last night when I was doing this thing, and I was trying to surreptitiously look at my watch. Whenever I do a show, they've got to put a clock where I can see it, because you can't just hold your wrist up and go, oh, it's coming up to 6 o'clock. You can't do that. So I was trying to be very sort of subtle about it. So I sort of turned my elbow in so I could see it. And then I was sort of pretending I was looking for something the other side of the chair. And so I could have a quick look down. But of course, everybody saw I was looking at my watch. So I always used to say to them, make sure there's a clock and I can see exactly where it is. So when we did the virtual show, the Steve Allen virtual show, they had to put a clock underneath the actual camera so I could see what was going on. Because I can't gauge it. Yesterday we did about an hour and a half and we thought that was about right. I was aiming for the hour to hour and a half. But it's always the way, isn't it? I mean, I've known about this for ages because I'd been booked to do it. And the closer to the time it got, the more I kept thinking, this is quite a, Ian does good books. He does, and he's far cleverer than I am. Far cleverer than I am. It's like James O'Brien. Far cleverer, and they sort of talk in languages that I'm not familiar with. And so I was dreading it, thinking, oh, this is not going to be one of my better interviews. And it actually turned out to be brilliant. Well, I say brilliant, everybody seemed to like it. Noreen liked it, and Patsy, and everybody. It was good. It was good. Nice to see as well some British Airways staff. Thank you very much indeed. Big supporter of BA. Big supporter. Daylight saving is okay, Steve, but I'm not losing any sleep over. Nice to have your company coming up 4 minutes past 6. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's Monday the 19th of October, so I hope you had a good weekend. Many areas in sort of lockdown 2, and we're praying it doesn't get any higher. And yes, I do appreciate the fact, and thank you, only one person picked up on it. Just for the news I mentioned, due to summer daylight saving hours, we lose an hour's sleep. No, we gain an hour. In fact, it was Luke who came out there all by himself. It was quite amazing. He said, I think you'll find we get an extra hour. It never seems like that, though, does it? Whenever the clocks go backwards, you don't wake up and you go, do you know, I feel really refreshed. I've just had an extra hour in bed. No, nothing at all. Because you'll wake up at the same time you always do. It's like even on a Saturday, I still think I'm getting up to go to work. So my body clock wakes me up at a particular time. Because Ian Dale was saying, he said, how do you do it? I said, what? He said, well, sort of go to bed at this early hour and then wake up, when everybody else is still sort of staggering home from the pub if they're open. And I said, I don't know. You just do it. That's what you do for a living. It's the way it works. What have we got here? Former Marine Ant Middleton revealed he got high by mistake while he was on duty in Afghanistan. They're flogging this new series, SAS, Who Dares Wins. He thought he was chewing tobacco, but it was cannabis. I mean, I would have thought there'd be a bit of a difference, but nevertheless. Also, David, there's a man here who's appearing in court. You know why? He destroyed a bat roost. Well, bats are protected. You cannot, you can kill wasps, but you can't kill bees. Bees are protected, and you can't drive out bats because they are protected, and so they take people to court. Here's a picture of Melanie Sykes, looking less than pleased to be back in gloomy London after her romantic trip to Venice. She was snapped with a gondolier, Riccardo Simonato, who showed off his toned body. It must be one of the only people caught wearing a pair of Speedos. And so now we know what was sort of... Anyway, he was working as a gondolier, and she was obviously over there with the photographer, so they got some pictures. I can't see it lasting. It's a long-distance relationship. They don't work, do they, really? Plus. Picture of Nadia Sawalha. She's got all Kim Kardashian as she models from the star's Skims range. There are so many different things that women can wear that men can't wear, aren't there? You get sort of bra and knickers and things that hold. I keep seeing them on the television. They go, and this is fantastic because this makes you look thinner. I bought something once. And I don't know why I bought it. I must have had a breakdown. I was going through, not a fat phase, but a little bit of a tummy. And they said, you get this thing and you put it on and it flattens all the fat. And I thought, what a brilliant idea. What a marvellous idea. So I sent off for this thing. I think it was about £15. And what comes back is a very big elastic band, that's about a foot wide. And you pull it up and then you pull it up to your stomach. And the idea is it keeps you flat. No, it doesn't. It gives you a bust. Because it pushes the fat. Where do you think the fat's going to go? And it pushes it up. And I remember looking at it thinking, shan't be wearing this one again, thank you very much indeed. I look ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But you do desperate things, don't you? I watch QVC, as you know. I'm addicted to QVC and Ideal World and all these other channels. And And I'm sort of amazed. Obviously, the biggest market for QVC must be women's skin creams, and exactly the same for Ideal World, where Ideal World seem to have, they go £400 worth of cream, £35. And you think, it can't cost very much to produce all this stuff, can it? And I love watching it. And they do exactly the same on QVC. They've got a lady there, and she's obviously the beauty consultant, and she says, we've got this and a face wash, and then they invite on the people who've created this stuff. It's quite interesting. But the one person they've stopped using, they used to have a bloke on there who used to do nail varnish. And I think he came from Liverpool. He used to wear the campest of clothes. And and then all of a sudden they obviously decided to change. And so they don't do anybody now. They have occasionally people who sort of pop up doing nail varnish, because for ladies, the whole station is geared to you. Nothing really for men. They don't seem to do enough men's clothes. In fact, they hardly do any men's clothes at all. So, I have to go to, out onto the high street. And the place that sort of does the most clothes for me is M&S, because they go up to the right sort of size. Where do you get most of your clothes from? From where? ASOS. What's ASOS? It's like a what? Cool hip place. Well, it's on. Oh right, there's not a physical shop. Oh right. So you just order through seeing something. Really? Oh wow. And you get free refunds as well. Yeah, I do like the idea that I can see stuff in M&S. And I go, oh yes, I'd quite like that. And the quality's not bad. You've got to check carefully. But I've never thought about ordering clothes online. I'd be too worried. Good skinny jeans. Do I seriously look like the sort of person who could ever wear skinny jeans? No. What size waist have you got? Here we go. It's something ridiculous, like 27, 30. 30-inch waist. Luke? Let's not go into it. It's too embarrassing at this time. Imagine a 30-inch waist. I remember thinking, God, happy days. Steve says, John, as a pest controller, you get fined around 5,000 quid per bat you disturb. That's without killing one. Yes. Paul says, the gondola guy wearing Speedos, are they what they call budgie smugglers? Yes. Really, you've got to be so slim, or a Russian weightlifter, to wear Speedos, because it's not the most, if you're slightly tubby, it's not a good look. Not a good look, So a lot of people wear shorts for swimming and stuff like that. I've not even been swimming for ages. I haven't used a swimming pool. I've got a swimming pool. In fact, I've got about 2 or 3 swimming pools near me, and yet I still haven't gone there. I don't know why. I'm just I don't want to share the water with anybody else. So it's obviously never likely to happen, is it? I've invented a great breakfast, says Brett. Mix some dry roasted peanuts with plain yoghurt. Funnily how creative we become when with nothing in the house. Oh, I've eaten. Apparently, it's gone. Somebody else knows what ASOS is. I've never even heard of it. Isn't that funny? Because it's sort of fashionable, is it sort of for people your age? It's not for people my age, is it? Yeah, it's for young people. It's obviously young trendies. It's not for me at all. An extra million tune in to see the Strictly Dancers defy the gloom. Listen, if it makes people feel better. I personally don't watch it, but if it makes people feel a bit better about it, well then, good. I love the story, and you'll wish it was you. This is a blind art dealer, and his name was Andre Zare. He ran 3 galleries in New York. He had a personal collection said to be worth millions. Did he leave it to the family? No, he didn't. He left it to a man called Jose Yeji. This person, let me tell you that unmarried Mr. Zare died at age 78 after a fall in July. He'd struck up an unlikely friendship with Mr. Yeji, who became his caretaker as his health deteriorated, helping around his Park Avenue flat in Manhattan. Mr. Zare, once one of New York's most influential contemporary art dealers, visited the deli where Mr. Yeji worked 6 times a week and eventually bought it last year. Questions have been raised about it because he changed his will and left everything to this bloke. Millions. Last month, Mr. Yeji wrote to Mr. Tomasic, offering £38,000 cash and land that Zare owned in Poland in exchange for not challenging the will. Because you know, whenever there is money involved, people become a bit greedy, I'm afraid. And here's a very odd one. This is straight. Where do they stand on this one legally? As far as I know, this is a bit of a test case. It's a mysterious tale about a rare book which vanishes and then magically reappears, though it's unlikely to be due to sorcery. A library is investigating after a Harry Potter first edition that disappeared from its collection almost 2 decades ago was auctioned in America for more than 40,000 quid. Staff in Portsmouth are examining whether they can reclaim the hardback copy of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone following the sale to a buyer in Tennessee. The book was one of 3 original editions of J.K. Rowling's debut, purchased by the city's library. Only 500 hardbacks were ever printed. In 2004, 2 were sold to raise extra money. It was then that staff discovered the 3rd was missing, and its whereabouts remained a mystery until it turned up in Dallas, being sold by a California owner. A Portsmouth City Library stamp inside the book appears to be from August 1997. It went on to sell for $55,000, nearly 3 times the estimate. Portsmouth City Council Library Service says the book in question was not officially checked out. So somebody's nicked it and taken it abroad and has got the money. Where you stand on that one, I've got no idea. That's really difficult, isn't it? I know somebody, he's a theatre critic, and he was buying, every time a book came out, if it was, a good book, he would buy a first edition. And he's now amassed a collection worth in excess of £1 million. In excess of £1 million. Phenomenal, isn't it? Oh, look, inside Meghan's woke drobe. And they've got all sorts of outfits. Some she looks good in, some she doesn't quite look good in. And 323,530 is what? 323,530 quid. I can tell you that's the average house price in this country. It's at a record high. Well, where we were last night at the Exchange in Twickenham. It used to be the sorting office, and they put up flats. I think they were running at about 699,000 for a 2-bedroom flat. And on top of that would be parking. You'd have to pay for parking. Steve, wouldn't it be better that we stayed in summertime hours instead of having to change the clocks? You know why we have to change? I've heard it's for farmers, says Julian. I don't know. I mean, I've always argued against it. I think it's such a pain to have to keep changing it. Do they change around the world, or do other people just leave it there? Who knows? Who knows? You mentioned you go to M&S for clothes. There's a lovely big Primark as well. Yes, I've only ever been in Primark once. I walked in and walked out again. It's not my sort of thing at all. But there again, I appreciate it. You see people, you can buy your entire summer wardrobe for £10 or something. It's very, very cheap. Very, very cheap. But you're not expecting things to last, are you? Whereas I'm expecting things to last a little bit longer. Mulhern is up early. My God, Steve Mulhern is up early this morning. He says, love listening to you as always. Hope you're well. I think so, actually. I bought some... I went a bit sniffly the other week, and I was sort of thinking to myself, oh, is this a cold? I don't get sort of winter colds or anything like that. And I've had the flu jab, and all I remember this year is it just made my arm ache. That's the only thing I could think of. I had this flu jab because they do them really quick, and they go, oh, they always call it a scratch, don't they? Little scratch, like that. And you go, and you try to be big and brave about the blooming thing. But they were queuing the other day to get them because a lot of the chemists offer the flu jab. So you must have it, because if you don't have it and you pick up flu or a very bad cold, and then on top of that you pick up coronavirus, which is entirely possible in this day and age because you're mixing with so many different people, and there's so many television shows which are being made, and if somebody comes down with coronavirus, they have to suspend filming because they don't know how many other people. I think you'll find that Wayne Rooney is isolating at the moment because somebody came round to the house who was testing positive for coronavirus, and then Wayne went off to go and play a game of football, and then when he came back, then he discovered this bloke had coronavirus. He went, oh, for goodness sake, because you don't want it, you really don't. So, if you can sort of keep well away from it, that's the best thing. So who knows, with the way that we're going with tier 2, that could be the thing that sort of makes it a bit easier. But there are certain parts of the country where they're in tier 3, and that's basically you don't do anything at all. We need a bit of light relief, don't we? Mavis Nicholson I asked somebody in the office actually earlier on whether they remembered who Mavis Nicholson was, and they didn't remember Mavis Nicholson. I did. She's a broadcaster, began life in poverty in Glamorgan, sharing a bed with her grandmother, then went on to be Britain's first female chat show host. And I think she's lovely. Guess how old Mavis Nicholson is? She's 90. 90. It's phenomenal, isn't it? So many happy returns to Mavis Nicholson. Also... Oh, now this you'll remember because it came up a short while ago. Back in the year 2000, October the 19th to be precise, the mystery bidder who paid £1.67 million for the piano on which John Lennon wrote Imagine was revealed as George Michael. And in fact, he lent it to somebody. I think the George Michael estate lent it to somebody the other day. He planned to keep the instrument in Britain. It's a Steinway. It was sold at a pop memorabilia auction in the Hard Rock Cafe, and he paid 1.67 million because he was like that. He was very generous. He would, George would give money away to all sorts of people. If he thought it was a deserving cause. I think our sister station, Capital, benefited from George Michael's generosity on numerous occasions. Things would sort of get him going. Simon Ward was born... Has he died? Simon Ward, the actor. It says here, 2012. I don't remember him honestly, I need to bring myself up to date with people who are sort of alive and who are not alive. And he was an actor. I think he was famous, really, for Young Winston, The Four Musketeers. Yeah, he died on the 20th of July, 2012. Good Lord above. And amazing. And... he was in everything. Judge John Deed, Bram Stoker's Dracula, The Tudors, all sorts of things. I mean, he was a British stage and film actor. Mainly, I suppose, for young Winston Churchill in the film Young Winston, which kind of figures, doesn't it, really? So, that's a shame. 1961, Helen Shapiro hit the charts, got to number one with Walking Back to Happiness. Whoopa. Way out of there. Not a clue, I know. Have you even heard of Helen Shapiro? You haven't heard of Helen Shapiro. It's amazing, isn't it, really? You read something out of the newspaper. Have you heard of Helen Shapiro, Luke? No. I love the way they both smile and nod sagely in my direction, as if to say, poor old soul, he's wandering again. He started rambling down memory lane. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I've been trying to get a flu jab, Steve, with Boots. They're not taking appointments. There's loads of other places have got it. Loads of other places. I went into my doctor's the other day. My particular one, she'd done 100. Done 100. So you can definitely get it. You just have to shop around. There are other chemists, Steve, talking about clothing, says Connie, do you know what? I would love to wear outfits from the New Romantics time. Is it true they're expensive and the place to get them is in Carnaby Street? Connie, I don't know. But I'm quite sure that you can probably buy... I would think Carnaby Street would probably be your best bet, but I've not walked down Carnaby Street for many a year. Many a year. I'm always fascinated where people get their clothes from. I should have to ask Steve Mulhern where he gets all his clothes from. Because, if you're working a lot of the time, and I'm assuming, that he is working a lot of the time, and because if you're a magician... And, a lot of magicians are suffering quite badly at the moment because people aren't booking them for parties and stuff like that. And I was never sure how often Stephen would go out. Very good magician. Very good magician. And I'm always fascinated. I went to one of my favourite magic shops because it's down the road from me, called Prop Dog. And when I went in there the other day, they said, we had a couple of your fans in the other day. I said, that's strange. I'd mentioned it, but I didn't think people would actually go there. But I'm, one of these people, I'm sort of a magic nut. I like looking at I'm still waiting for a parcel to arrive from America, which is turning out to be a little bit later than usual. Steve, your show keeps me going as I'm up at 4, dropping my daughter to the bus station. Hope she passes a driving test soon. Everybody did that, didn't they? I couldn't believe it when I passed my driving test. Failed first time round. I was rubbish. And then second time, and I love driving. I can drive for days on end. Days on end. Have you passed your driving test, Luke? You failed 3 times. How did you fail 3 times? I mean, did you not... After you failed the first time, what did you fail for first time? Do you remember? Was it roundabout? You cut somebody up. Oh, Lord, you're a bit of a worry, aren't you? And then the second time, what did you fail on the second time? You failed before you started the car. And the third time, what was that? Can't remember. Because I remember when I failed first time round, I failed on two things. First of all, she said, stop, because they always do this thing. They go, okay, stop here, now reverse around the corner. Well, I mounted the curb, so that was a fail. And then she asked me a question, and she said, how do you turn right on a motorway? So I said, when you look in your mirror, indicate and turn right. She said, you can't turn right on a motorway. I thought, well, fancy giving me a trick question. How was I supposed to know? But then when I did pass, I went home. My mum was on the telephone to one of my relatives, and I walked in, and she sort of looked appealingly at me, and I shook my head, and she went, "Oh, Stephen's just failed his test again." I went, "No, I passed. Couldn't wait for my dad to get home so I could drive our minivan. We had a minivan which my dad used for his business, and he said, "I'll come out with you to see if you're all right." And then I was off by myself. You become like a man possessed. But do you drive? Oh, yes, you must drive. Yes, of course you must drive. Yeah. Very good. I like driving. I love driving. I absolutely love. It's great fun, isn't it? I think just driving is fantastic. But I'm always interested in people's cars. Steve, regarding Strictly, some of the contestants we've never heard of turn out to be the best dancers. The CBBC presenter Karim Zeroul from last year's show was amazing. I don't even know who that is. Which doesn't really help. Steve, good morning. Beautiful ones. Can you wish my other half, Ant, a happy birthday, says Shelley. We don't know how old Ant is, but it's obviously going to be somebody who's sort of a lot younger than we think. So, but happy birthday. Did you know that the song Bobby's Girl was about a girl-on-girl crush, says Paul? I don't know. I listen to all sorts of records nowadays, but I like oldies. I'm quite good with oldies. I like those sort of things that sort of make you think of it. And I like singing along to stuff in the car. So I've got all sorts of things that I sing along to, which is very good. Joss Stone has revealed she once met the Queen while stood barefoot in horse manure. I like horses. They have this programme where they go to America and they save animals who've been mistreated. And it's really good to watch them, animals that, people have just abused so badly. And horses, they do a lot of horses. Oh, here we go. One of Britain's top astrologers, whose eerily accurate forecasts make even sceptics sit up and take notice. Now she tells you what's really going to happen in the next 6 months. She lives in Tasmania, alone with 2 dogs and a pet chicken for company. She said, I knew what was coming. I followed my own advice. Oh, so I don't believe any of that kind of stuff. I don't think anybody has got the faintest idea what's going to be happening. I mean, if you could predict stuff like that, you could probably make a small fortune. I can predict, though, one thing, and I'm never going to be wrong on this. I'm predicting the news headlines are going to happen right now as we go to the LBC news desk. Nice to have your company Monday morning, start of the week. I know, everybody hates it. Everybody hates Monday. You can't find anybody who sort of goes, oh, goody, Monday, except me. I'm the exception to the rule. Steve, try getting a driving job. You'll soon hate driving. That's all I do. Drive, blooming well drive. Well, I remember reading the other day, didn't they sort of stop driving instructors? But now I think they've relaxed that a little bit. Because it's so... I mean, Luke's I think that's the first time that he's told me he's failed his test 3 times. In fact, it was quite some years ago now. Now he's forgotten all of it completely. But we were just saying, actually, Callum and I, that we both love driving. It's just something nice about it. You can put everything in the car, and just sort of sit back. And you almost feel... Is yours automatic or are you manual? Manual. See, I'm automatic, which is great. So you don't even need to worry about the driving thing. You just put your foot on the accelerator or the brake, and that's it. It's so relaxing. I mean, one of these days, I might actually get a car that drives itself. You just sort of program in home, and it will take you home. Did you know the actress Rhonda Fleming died the other day? She was 97. Yes, was this the Technicolor Queen? Is that what she was known as? I seem to remember vaguely. But that's who she was, because I didn't know who she was, actually. But she was a queen of Technicolor because she photographed so well in that medium. Some people did. I mean, she died in, this year. 14th of October. She'd only just died. But she was in Wagon Train, The Virginian, The Love Boat. Did you ever see... The Love Boat you won't have seen. It was... The Love Boat was... it was sort of set on a cruise liner that went out of America, and it was obviously a giant set, and it was every day they had different sorts of story. I bought the box set of The Love Boat. I thought it was brilliant. I loved it. It was everybody wore white. It was, you know, I mean, of course, nowadays cruising, nobody goes cruising anymore. Well, not on a ship. They don't, as far as I know. But she was born in Hollywood, Los Angeles, California. She acted in more than 40 films, mostly in the 40s and the 50s, and she was one of the most glamorous actresses of her day. I saw Betty White the other day. Now, she must be in her 90s, if not older, and Betty White was in a comedy series, and I remember I was looking at it because she's aged a little bit, and I looked, I thought, is that Betty White? And then, of course, I recognised it. She's 98. She's 98. She's been married 3 times. Alan Ludden, Lane Allen and Dick Barker. But she was in all sorts of things. But she's still going. Golden Girls, of course, finished in 92. And that was some of they're all dead except for her. She was the one who you thought would have gone the first, but no, she wasn't. And she's still going. So she was in this comedy programme. 98 years old. Mind you, Jessica Fletcher, little Jessica, in Murder, She Wrote. I mean, she's in her 90s as well, isn't she? So there must be something about the air. If you're in show business, people tend to live a long time. Well, they seem to live a long time. So there you go. Good news for Steve Mulhern. He'll be going, I wonder how long these careers last. Because I feel sorry for all these people. I was talking to the people at the Exchange in Twickenham the other day, because we were the first show yesterday that they've had in ages and ages since lockdown. You know, they haven't had any other shows at all, apart from a couple of little things, but they weren't really sort of classed as shows. And I said, well, I've got friends in West End shows, and they're just literally gnawing their fingernails down to the bone, because it's, you know, there appears to be no end in sight. You know, whether you can socially distance an entire theatre, I've got no idea. No idea. But I think Cameron's bringing back Les Miserables in for a short run. And that'll do well. But whether they're socially distancing, it just seems awful. I'm still waiting for Joe Allen's to open up again. And I've got this horrible feeling. Every so often I get these sort of nagging, you know, thoughts thinking, oh, God, I hope it is going to open up at some point. Do hope so. Steve, Jean loves Mondays, her best day of the week. Maybe because it's her day off. People, when I was younger, I used to work in this department store, and we used to get half day Wednesday. Half day Wednesday, that was considered quite good, but we were working a 6-day week. The only day you got off was Sunday. But if it was sale time, you had to go in on the Sunday to help get all the sale stuff ready for the Monday. Daily Express, they've got Wood and Walters, and I think they're lovely. They're lovely. Although Julie Walters has said, Dame Julie Walters, that she won't make another film unless it's Mamma Mia 3. But they made each other laugh, and the good thing about Victoria Wood is that she was very generous with her writing. You know, she would give other people the best lines, and you watch it, and sometimes it's, I mean, I love Pat and Margaret. If you've never seen Pat and Margaret, get Pat and Margaret and watch it, because that's Victoria Wood at her best. Mind you, I think everything that she actually did was quite brilliant. Also, it's now possible to watch the BBC's Greatest Ever Interview series, and this is because a lot of people now say that the best interviewer on the television now is Graham Norton, because he seems to get the best guests. And I mean, I don't think some of the American guests have ever seen anything like it. And they were socially distancing the other day, because we don't seem to be having as many people coming over here as possible. Simon says, I served on the cruise ship that was used for the Love Boat filming. Lots of fun in the Caribbean. I thought it was wonderful. I loved it. Pacific Princess. And Paul says the name survives with Princess Cruises. Oh, you see, I like things like that. Have you ever interviewed a Beatle? No, I haven't. I'd have loved to have talked to Paul McCartney, because he's still going. But a friend of mine interviewed him. They interviewed him for Great Ormond Street Hospital Radio, because his daughter was in there, and he gave an interview to them. I think the first interview he'd given for ages, to a hospital radio station. Because if you go into Great Ormond Street Hospital, the kids are encouraged to take their radios with them, and you can pick up the radio on your radio. So it's not like plugging yourself into a headset. You can listen on your own radio. And they encouraged the kids to go up to the radio station, and they got an interview with Paul McCartney, which I thought was quite something. Quite something, you know, when you think about, you know, he's still going. You know, we don't have John Lennon, who would have been 80 the other day. We don't have George Harrison anymore. We've still got Ringo, and we've still got Paul, who shows no sign of slowing down. In fact, if you search YouTube, you'll find him doing concerts where he literally does all the Beatles hits, and it's like a journey back in time for this, you know, vast crowd in the stadium, and he sounds exactly the same. She loves you, yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, do you remember the Beatles? No, you won't remember the Beatles, will you? But you must remember do you remember the songs? Yeah. You like the songs? I mean, they had such a catalogue. It was unusual for a group in those days to have such a strong back catalogue. So there was always going to be money coming in. But I think at one point, Michael Jackson owned the back catalogue, and I think Paul McCartney had to sort of buy it back. Can't imagine Michael Jackson sitting there listening to Beatles songs. Your dad went to nursery with Junior Lennon. Really? Wow. That's your claim to fame. How dull. And, yeah, you know, if you know Steve Allen, that's it. That opens doors. That name opens doors. It closes quite a few as well at the same time, but I promise you. Yes, they say, you know Steve. People always say that. Cab drivers are the worst. You know, the moment you tell somebody that you work at LBC, they go, you don't know Steve Allen, do you? And they go, actually, I work on his programme. What's he like? What's he like? They're all so curious to find out, aren't they? We never tell them. You know, they only want a date. That's all it is. Steve, oh, here we go. Put this in your diary. How many days to Christmas? 67. 67 days to Christmas. It's so exciting. I was talking to a lady at the bus stop yesterday, and she had all these, what do they call them? Boxes of different Maltesers and things like that. So you get a box, and it's got all different sweets in it, and it's like confectionery and... No, it's not Celebration. No, they do different ones. All the manufacturers do them. You know, you get one with Mars bars and one with different things. A selection box. I have to help myself out on this programme. I tell you, I'm working with people average age 5. Not a clue what a selection box is. And she had I said, why have you got loads of selection boxes in this bag? And so she said, I'm stocking up for Christmas. She said, even though my children are teenagers, she says, I decided to get them selection boxes. Because you can't beat selection boxes, can you? You open it up and you've got sort of about 10 different things. It's an expensive way of buying chocolate, but it's easy to wrap. Very easy to wrap. I love stuff like that. I love things like that. But I mean, you know, you might as well start buying stuff for Christmas. You know, because, you know, for some of you might not be able to go and see family for Christmas, so get stuff done, and then you're sort of one ahead. Steve, is the Joe Allen you're talking about up the side street off the Strand? Yep. It's no, it's not open. It's boarded up. They need the theatres to open because most of Joe Allen's trade, and I've been eating there for 37 years. Most of their trade comes from the theatres. People go to the theatres, they go to Joe Allen's. I mean, I'm desperate for it to open again, seriously. I mean, if they do open, it's going to be socially distancing. And it's not vast inside. It's not an enormous... It doesn't hold hundreds and hundreds of people. But we definitely want it to open again. I mean, it's a showbiz restaurant. Lots of showbiz people go there. Young Burnett goes there. Young Barry Burnett. He goes there. Sue Pollard. Everybody goes there. At some point, you ask people if they've been to Joe Allen's. Yes. And they'll all say the same thing. Steve Allen goes there. They always talk about me as if I'm not there sometimes, half the time. They wouldn't let you in. No. Well, you don't look as though you fit in there, do you, actually, Luke? So, I've got a good place for you. You'd like Little Italy. That would suit you in Soho. That's good. I think they might be opening lunchtime. I think I'm going there very shortly at the end of the month to have a little meal. No, you can't come along. No, you don't drive. How can we trust somebody to turn up to a restaurant when you don't drive? You know, you failed your driving test 3 times. Your parents must despair. They must go, how can you not pass your test? Callum passed his test. He's 17, for goodness sake. His brother's taking his driving test. I mean, you should pass. I mean, it's not that. Mind you, some people, there was a woman, I think, forget how many times she tried to take her driving test. It was like hundreds of times. And you think, do you know, please God, they never let her drive on the roads because she's going to be an absolute nightmare. Company, Steve, I love your show. I passed my driving test with 9 out of 10. The last pedestrian got away. Such an old joke, Tim thinks it's the assortment box. Yeah, they call it a selection box, don't they? It's got all the different sweets in and stuff like that. What do we got here? Yeah, former Woman's Hour presenter Dame Jenny Murray will perform a striptease for the full Monty on Ice. I'm really not going for this one in a big way at all. Jamie Lomas, Gareth Thomas. Gareth Thomas will be fine. I don't think he's got anything to worry about. But you won't be finding Peter Andre doing it. As we all remember, don't we? We remember what Rebecca Vardy said about poor Peter Andre. He was Mr. Teeny Tiny in the downstairs department, which is a dreadful thing to say to somebody, isn't it? That's the worst thing you can ever say. Is, you know, I mean, she said, apart from the fact she thought he was going to be sort of Mr. Super Duper in the bedroom department. I mean, can you imagine somebody giving you marks out of 10 when you finish? You know, very good, 3. And you go, what? Honestly, because we all think that we're absolutely God's gift, don't we? We all think we're little sex objects. Well, I mean, I don't, to be honest with you. I mean, I'd rather have a cup of coffee and or some cocoa or something like that, or a biscuit to dunk. Actually, it's a lie. I don't dunk biscuits. And right, the Express, the front pages. Wood and Walters, how they made each other laugh. A true hero, the ex-soldier's mission to help others. And first vaccine doses ready by the end of the year, they say. Whether they work, we don't know. I think we're going to find out that they might be working for some people, but not working for others, because that would wouldn't that make life a lot better? I mean, you would think with the combined effort of all the scientists and chemists around the world that somebody somewhere will come up with a vaccine. I mean, they've said that we're not light years away from it. It isn't totally unrealistic, a suggestion that we could deploy a vaccine soon after Christmas, and that would have a huge impact on hospital admissions and deaths. It's believed that healthcare frontline workers will be the first to receive it as it becomes available. And I'm assuming then they would look at people in high-risk categories, so it'd be elderly people, diabetics, asthmatics, people of ethnicity. There's all sorts of people who would qualify for it. I mean, it'd be rather nice to think that they're going to come up with something. I mean, they've got to, haven't they? We can't go through this for a few more years, but I have a feeling we might. The Daily Mail, Archbishop's assault on Brexit bill, Boris set for war with the 5 church leaders as they brand key legislation a disastrous threat to democracy. Ronnie Wood and his family, he says, I feed my kids caviar for breakfast. I've only ever had caviar once and I didn't like it. There's all these odd things which I feel sure I should like, so that you've got something to sort of gear yourself up to. It's like, but I don't do lobster or crabs or anything like that. And yet we used to have crab paste years and years ago. Also, appeals by foreign criminals attempting to avoid deportation in Britain have surged. Yes, the amount of people who sort of get to the airport that suddenly remember they're either gay or something means that they can't be got rid of out of the country. There's the cat that's been hiding for 2,000 years. It's an ancient drawing of a huge cat discovered in the Nazca Desert in Peru. It's 120 feet long. How they've missed it, goodness only knows. Archaeologist Johnny Eiler says the cat dates to 200 BC, before the Nazca culture, and was found during work to build a viewpoint for UNESCO's World Heritage Site. And so the cat has now been cleaned and conserved. There's all sorts of things that people did years ago, and they're only just discovering them now. Isn't that amazing? I think so. Oh, look, Prince Andrew. We haven't heard of Prince Andrew for a while. That can only be good news. He's not been living up to his nickname of Air Miles Andy. He's clocked up some princely mileage at home. He's splashed out, they say, £115,000 on a Range Rover. But the royal family, of course, have a leasing deal with Land Rover. I thought they did. So it's unlikely he's been forced to splash that much cash. I mean, to be honest with you, every time I see Zara Phillips, I feel physically ill, because they just plug left, right and centre to get all their freebies. But the prince has rarely been seen in public. Good. I don't think anybody's casting any tears over that one, I'm afraid. Also, a New York court is set to decide whether a local zoo must free a prize exhibit. And this is Happy the Elephant, who's lived alone since 2006. And elephants need company. And so, if the New York court decides that this zoo must free this prize exhibit, there are fears that farm animals and even dogs and cats could be next. Wow. So, what do you do with an elephant, though? I suppose you put it where... I mean, I don't know where you put an elephant that doesn't have any other elephants to go to. I suppose you sort of find, because they roam, and they're very much creatures of habit, and they're very much family units. So let's hope that they get the right outcome. Daily Star this morning, Amanda says that her bosom is so famous now, it's bringing out its own biography. We're bracing ourselves for 15 days of snow and storm. There's a yodel virus surge. I like yodeling. I can't yodel. I wish I could. It's one of those exciting things that you wish that you could do. You never get round to it. And it's also, it's coffee. Been around since the 9th century. And so today is UK Coffee Week. It's just an excuse to go and spend an absolute fortune on overpriced beans and a bit of frothy milk. Because we've become obsessed with it, haven't we? Absolutely obsessed with sort of coffee. Britain is helping Chinese scientists to grow food on the moon, which is good news. And the 98th Archbishop of York officially took up his new role during a special service yesterday, which is lovely. Also, Amanda Holden says her Cleveland... Oh, I've just done that one, haven't I? And Kim Marsh is urging people suffering domestic abuse to seek help as she backed a new campaign to support victims. The Mirror... Very quickly, Julie Walters on her friendship with Victoria Wood. We stand with you, all party leaders backing the Mirror campaign for a national 2-minute doorstep silence. We don't seem to have done those for ages. And a Royal Navy officer in charge of 16 nuclear missiles turned up drunk and clutching a bag of grilled chicken. Couldn't make it up, could you really? So you'd have to read The Sun this morning. Guardian, hospitals in the north running out of beds. And revealed a sheikh's, the president of the United Arab Emirates, has secretly amassed a sprawling property empire worth 5.5 billion. 5.5 billion pounds. Wow. Amazing. Exodus of male teachers, according to the Times, leaves boys without role models. I'll be a role model for you tomorrow morning at 4. I wish you a very, very pleasant day. Today on my free little bit extra podcast, Katie Price and Carl Woods, the boyfriend of about, a matter of seconds, have been seen out with matching suitcases. Very naff. Brooklyn Beckham, now calling himself an aspiring photographer. I mean, really dull. Ronnie Wood has put his home on sale for 3.85 million, slightly above my price bracket. The rubbish they come up with. And yesterday, I'm sure it was Chris Kamara who was co-hosting the programme with her. She's obviously not much cop at it. Again, very average presenter on the television. They're 2 a penny at the 3 a penny at the moment because of discount. And presenters over there, they all come out of like an agency. I'm going to be a BBC presenter, and then they go, because I've got a northern accent, perhaps I can do something else. Well, she's proved she can't. Not very good. Richard and Judy are launching their own podcast, which is good. And a top talent agent thinks there's a big gap in the market for, wait for this one, gender fluid child actors. Well, how many are there? Gender fluid child actors. Why? What are they going to put those in? Can't see Last of the Summer Wine recasting with gender fluid child actors in it. Or Emmerdale, or Coronation Street, or, Hollyoaks I could probably see it in, but I just don't see it in anything else at all. Then there was a car engine. You couldn't understand the noise the car was... You're doing your hair. You don't need to... It's radio. You don't need to do your hair, Luke. It's just put a hat on if there's something the matter with it. If you get it cut in the first place like mine, you haven't got a hat. No. Well, you should wear a hat. No, of course you can't wear one. We don't share hats. We don't share hats, but you should buy one because you lose most of your heat through the top of your head, or in your case, your brain power. That's where it disappears to. When sometimes you can't think who I am, or you think you know Joan Baez, and you say to Darren, I know Joan Baez. We know you don't. He didn't know Joan Baez. You don't know. No, you don't. Hip and trendy. And can you sing the song? You're more... Yeah, I thought... Yeah. Joan Baez went out with Neil Young. Good Lord, honestly, you're a mind of it. Yeah. Did you Google that downstairs? Quickly, I'll type in Joan Baez. The night they drove old Dixie down. He didn't know it. I played it to him. Nothing. A complete blank look. Seriously, having a conversation with him in the studio is pain in itself. You imagine if you were sitting out in a restaurant trying to explain the difference between salt and pepper ribs and just normal pork, barbecued ribs. The difference is the cost. And there's a lot of cost involved in salt and pepper ribs. I had steak yesterday. I had a little piece of fillet steak which I cut into little pieces and stuck it in my wok, turned it on full heat, and boy, was that good, with sugar snap peas and asparagus and some new potatoes. I'm getting quite good in the kitchen. Most of it's edible, but I wouldn't like to guarantee all of it is edible. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. We don't do phone-ins on this programme. There is a reason. I don't have the time. If I had the time, I would take phone calls, but we don't. So we just sort of plod on through. And what else did we get yesterday? Yesterday was quite nice, wasn't it? Yesterday was quite nice. I was sort of thinking this is a nice day. This weekend's going to be good. I hope this weekend's going to be good. But I mean, the weather is changing. We've got a storm coming in, and this time and you wait for this one, they've named it Storm Barbara.
Oh, what a lovely looking pair.
There you go, because she likes fruit. And if you listen to the rest of it, and I also, they're nice oranges, and that's a nice banana, isn't it? That's how it all goes. We've decided that we're going to run through with it's going to be a Barbara Windsor theme. We've only got one. That's it. For anybody people would be writing into Nick Abbott now. Oh, Steve Allen's nicked your act. Yeah, whatever. My friend Ian says Judas Priest did a great version of Diamonds and Rust, which was a song that Joan Baez wrote about. Oh, let's ask Luke, because he knows all about Joan Baez. So Judas Priest did a great version of Diamonds and Rust, a song Joan Baez wrote about. Do you know this one? Who did she write the song about? Crosby? What, Bing Crosby? No, it wasn't. No. I'll give you a clue. This particular person, Sorry? Bob Dylan. That's your final answer, is it? Okay, we'll check on that. No, it's not Bob Dylan. And, it's Bob Dylan. Yeah, it's Bob Dylan. Because you cheated. I saw your fingers moving over the kit. You're shouting at me, ladies and gentlemen. I don't deserve to be shouted at. I'm a diabetic. Don't need to be shouted at. I can be shouted at by bus drivers and anybody else, but certainly not by the AP, thank you very much indeed. We have a pecking order on this programme, and it's only one person on it, and I'm it. The day it says The Luke Show with help from Corey, we will reverse roles, but at the moment it says the Steve Allen Early Breakfast Show on LBC. So I'm assuming that means I'm head boy around here. I'm in charge. That makes you Minions. What were those Minions? What was that Despicable Me? Was that the Minions in there? I love them in the sort of the crane thing. Me. I thought that was quite cute. It reminds me of the boys in the studio. Bubonic plague. Cast your mind back for bubonic plague. Do you know it spread 4 times faster in London in the 17th century than in the 14th century? So what that means is basically we're going into even worse weather at the moment. And it's not going to be good, I'm afraid. And also, more people are going to be becoming ill. Pip Schofield fueling his feud with Eamon Holmes. I wasn't aware that there was a feud with Eamon Holmes. Although I should imagine Eamon probably feuds with quite a lot of people. But Philip spelt his name wrong in his autobiography. But that's not up to Philip Schofield to correct something like that. That's up to the proofreaders, the people who have to read the book afterwards and then go through it. Oh, by the way, the show that we did in Twickenham the other day at the Exchange, we think we might have a copy going up on podcast. Ian Dale sent me a thing yesterday saying we have it. So it might be available as a podcast, and then you can hear the live show with me interviewing Ian Dale in Twickenham, which is nice. He's going through it just to listen to a few little bits and pieces. Do you know more than a fifth of us flush wet wipes down the toilet? I do. What else are you supposed to do? Well, what else are you supposed to do with them? Throw them in the bin? Wet wipes? Are you serious? What, with the word Andrex written on them? Well, what's the point? Well, they sell them for using on the toilet. No, it's not toilet roll. No, they use wet wipes. Andrex do a packet of wet wipes? For the loo. What do you think they're for? No, they're not for you wiping your face. They're for going to the toilet. No, I'm telling you, Andrex make them. And Andrex make toilet rolls. So they make wet wipes. They do them in three types. Yeah, absolutely. I'm never wrong. Because I'm head boy. And so I would be expected to know this kind of thing. Which is why it's my programme. Okay. We've still got the James O'Brien clip. Yeah, which goes like this, okay? Just to reaffirm, exactly. Every time you question something, just think on this.
Never question Steve Allen, he's always right.
See? Telling you this now. If he says that's true, it is true. He thinks wet wipes are for your face. I mean, I've never heard anything like it. I don't know where you're coming from. Wet wipes, they're made by Andrex, who make toilet roll. What? Where are you from? Andrex. Yeah, they're a toilet. They're for toilets. They go in the toilet. That's what it's for. Obviously, Luke's only ever heard of toilet paper. Obviously, never heard of things. And so when I said to him, that's why people flush them down the toilet, he went, no, you're supposed to throw them away. Throw them away? I don't think so. No, they go down the toilet. And that's where they go. I've been doing it for donkey's years. Donkey's years. Hundreds of newspaper. Which newspaper disagrees with me? I didn't read anything out from a newspaper. I merely read from stories that I'd culled from the papers myself, but I couldn't tell you which paper it is. It says, more than a fifth of us flush wet wipes down the toilet. That's what I do. Well, I'm sorry, I do it. Whether you like it or not, that's what happens. And I shall continue. In fact, I might just go and do it in a minute, just for the hell of it. I might just chuck a whole packet down there and go, well, there you go. Yeah, just to really annoy you. I'm feeling that kind of mood today. I'm tired, actually. I'm not normally tired. You know why? Too much blooming sleep now. Yesterday, hardly any sleep. Double espresso up on the ceiling. Phew, God, was that bad news? And then yesterday, I went to bed about 3:30, 4 o'clock. And I was out within seconds. I didn't get a chance to listen to my Golden Girls DVD. And I went out really, really quickly. And then I woke up this morning. I was aching all over. Aching all over. And so I sort of climbed out of bed and I thought, when you sort of feel like stretching your body out a little bit, that's how I felt this morning. That's how I felt this morning. Steve, I'm as excited about you, says Monica, as your Christmas tree coming, as you are. Oh, I can't wait to see it. Monica's in Melbourne. We love that. Steve, Westfield, Bondi Junction Shopping Centre has Christmas decorations up now. They're putting them up here in the streets. They're going to go on very, very shortly. Very, very shortly. They're going to be up there and it's going to be the Christmas lights and ho, 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 Green Giant. And Father Chris, we're going back onto let's hold the little thing up now, which sort of flashes all the different words. Yeah. Do you actually put that word in there? You do that? Okay. Perhaps I'll have to sort of do it as well, on my telephone. Only mine will be slightly ruder than yours. It'll basically be to do with sex and travel. And, well, why not? It's Tuesday. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Honestly, it's no good lying there in bed going, I don't feel very well, Steve. I don't want to get out of bed. I mean, obviously you don't have to if you haven't got anything to do anything today. Apart from go and get a nice cup of tea in the kitchen. And then Jeremy says, never throw wet wipes down the toilet. They block your pipes. I've never, ever blocked a pipe in my life. And they've been going down the toilet for God knows how long. I mean, I just don't understand what you're supposed to do with them otherwise. Very odd. I mean, I can understand if it's a wet wipe that you've used on your face or on your hands or something like, well, that's fair enough. But, the ones you use for the toilet, the Andrex ones, they go down the toilet. It's as simple as that. They're all biodegradable, aren't they? I hope so. Nice to be company. Welcome along to Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's one of those days, isn't it, where you go, oh, it's lovely, isn't it, really? I absolutely love it. I love it. Darren and Gina in Staines by the river. Very nice there. But it's quite high at the moment, the Thames. I thought so, especially around our way. Love it. I love it. I think it's fantastic. And somebody says, you need your own cookery show, Steve. You think so? I'm never too sure about that. I don't think Emma would be any good at cooking. In fact, I can't cook. I can throw stuff into a wok, and I can do that. And I did this thing yesterday. Turned it up full heat, chucked in some steak, Just cut it into pieces, little sort of cube type things, and that cooked really nicely. And then I threw in some sugar snap peas, and what else did I put in there? Asparagus and some new potatoes, and I chucked a little bit of butter in there as well, and it all caramelised quite nicely. Then I put some Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise in there, and that made a perfect meal. And I was eating it thinking, do you know, this is really nice. This would go better with a bottle of Prosecco, but I didn't have any Prosecco. Well, I mean, I have got Prosecco, but I haven't drunk it. I'm very good. Very, very good. Steve, Andrews do washes for the toilet use, wet wipes, which are different use for face and hands. You're correct. I use the washlets, and you're supposed to flush them. Well, otherwise, what else? You have to be really stupid if you don't know how that works. Mind you, perhaps it's people who didn't even know that they existed. You know, they are flushable. And, I mean, you wouldn't want your bin smelling like a sewer, would you? Although some people might. Denise Welsh is joining the cast of Hollyoaks. And, believe it or not, Simon Cowell walks 10 weeks after they thought he'd broken his back. I mean, that's absolutely amazing. Very good. GCHQ had a ban on hiring non-white staff for 30 years. And Heathrow Airport is going to offer passengers pre-flight COVID checks. Because I did my temperature this morning, 36.4, which is about as near perfect as you can get. And a robot judge will rule whether a suspect is guilty in the dock just by the body language. It's a good idea, isn't it? Save all that faffing around with juries. Don't need to listen. You just put a robot there and you give everybody a lie detector test. And the lie detector says you were lying. I said guilty. It's as simple as that. And so they have a robot judge which will look at analysing all your body languages. What a nice thing to do, isn't it, really? Because I can tell by just listening to people. Really. I absolutely can. Have you ever been ice fishing? No. I haven't been ice fishing. Is that where you put two holes in? Is that where you put two holes in the ice and then you sort of put a net down and then pull it up through the other one and you catch fish in there? No, just me again. And, that's. I thought that was ice fishing. It's like, you know, you're sitting by a hole in the ice. Not that we have many places where, you know, you're going to find a hole by some ice. But a lot of people sit there, Eskimos mainly. Sorry? Inuits. Well, I don't think they were all Inuits. Some of them were Eskimos. Can't you call them Eskimos? Oh, right. Oh. They didn't look like Inuits. Did we have Inuits then? No, we had Samis. We had Samis, I think, when we were in the Arctic Circle. We had is it Sami people? Can't remember, actually. I don't know what they used to be beforehand. But they have reindeer and everything else. Reindeer. Sorry, pardon? How do I remember so much stuff? I don't know. Well, what do you just do? It's very interesting because there's a piece in Ian Dale's book, which is available now, and if you write off to him, he will actually sign it for you, which is a nice thing to do. He was saying, people ask him how you prepare for an interview, and he said, to be brutally honest, he said, you don't. And I didn't until the day of the interview. I'd had a quick skirt through the book, and I remember things. Don't ask me how. I mean, I skirted through the book, and I remember key things. And he said, I'll normally remember 5 things about the person I'm talking to. And I do exactly the same. In fact, I showed people, I had a piece of paper inside the book, which was like a press release, and I'd written 5 things on it. But because I'd written them on there, that was as good as... I didn't need to look at it again to remind myself of the 5 things. And so you just remember things because you're listening to the person talking to you. You know, if I'm having a conversation with you, Luke, which would be rare, in the office, you know, I don't sit down and write certain questions like, okay, how did your day go, Luke? You know, did you buy anything interesting in the shops? You know, will you be having a tree up this year? Usual sort of thing. But you don't do that, do you? You just have a conversation. It's like if you have a dinner party, again, not applicable to you, Luke, but if you have a dinner, you know, sitting around with a party barrel of KFC is not a dinner party. Thought I'd point that out to you now. And a jelly and ice cream at the end of it, maybe with a blackberry coulis, which is lovely, which sounds like a hat, which you would wear in Hong Kong, but it's not. Well, it is, but you wouldn't, you know. And so you just remember things. I don't know why. Once I've taken it into my mind, then I can regurgitate it at odd periods of time. And I'm quite odd at remembering things from goodness knows how long ago. I'm very good at memorising lines. Yes, very good. I'm very good at most things, actually. I mean, I don't want to blow my own trumpet, but I am quite good at remembering things about... I'll have read something, and it's just absorbed in. And loads of people in the business are like this. I'm not unique by any stretch of the imagination. Perfect, yes, but not unique. And you just remember things. So I'll have seen an interview with somebody. I never ever consult bits of paper. If I'm talking to somebody, I like to engage them, with their eyes. So, because if you start wandering around, it means that you've lost interest, and they sort of start giving short answers and things like that. So I like to think I know a little bit about everybody. I like to maintain that I could do an hour interview with anybody without knowing anything about them at all. And through a process of elimination, I know nothing about Luke, but I could get an hour out of him. It would be the most boring hour of all time, but it doesn't matter. It's the fact that I could actually do that. You're always supposed to be able to do that. So in other words, if all of a sudden your notes get burnt or something happens and you haven't got any, but I like to be prepared, but only mentally in my mind. I write a few things down, but it looks a bit silly. And I've never consulted it. I sit there holding the book or whatever it is, but I've never gone back to it and gone, so it says on page 13, chapter 5, verse 16, that you did this and do that. There's a lot of rude stuff in the book. A lot of rude stuff, a lot of rude words. I don't normally do books with rude words in, but I've sort of learnt that if it appears on the television, the only place it doesn't appear is on the radio. For some reason, it doesn't appear on the radio. According to Dorno Porter, Caroline Flack's been sending signals from beyond the grave. I love it when people write things like that because you just know it's not true. She might want to think it is, but I promise you it's not. Also, the brief history of the posh accent. They've nicked this from yesterday, and it was poor old Amy Childs. Childs by name, child by nature. Chris Cannon talks like that. When you did music radio, you write a script for yourself? No, of course not. No, I've never written a script for anything. Ever. I don't need to do a... I don't write an opening script for this programme. I'll generally pick up on... No. Nothing, no. I can't write. I can dictate, but I can't write. The boys, I know what they're going on about. They're after extra money because they have to write the interest at the beginning of the programme called The Tease. And sometimes my tease is 3 pages, mainly it's 4, 3.5, 3 3/4 pages of stories that I've seen in the papers, and so I'll just have things like the pub's roast dinner is so popular, there's a 3-year waiting list for people to get. Well, you'd have died by that time, wouldn't you? We booked the restaurant for 3 years ahead, and unfortunately half of them had died, so we're not going to be having it. But no, you just remember things. I look at somebody and I can remember things about them. In your case, it's why I don't like you. I look at you and I think, there's something about that, isn't there? This sheer hatred that is coming out of your eye. I don't know. I've got no idea. There'll be something. It's like, I'm being regressed, so I'll get something on you yet. Don't worry. There'll be something that will sort of crop up. I'll have met you in a previous life. We were talking about that the other day, actually. Talking about a previous life. Mind you, in his book, Ian Dale talks about, people dying and stuff like that. And I want to make sure I'm there at the end for you, Luke. I'm gonna make sure, just to make sure when they screw the lid down, you're definitely in the box. Don't want any of this. Steve! Yeah, ring the bell on top of it. You have to laugh, don't you? For goodness sake, I was saying to my driver this morning, poor soul, it took him 5 hours yesterday to get his first job. 5 hours. And in all the time that he was on shift, he got 3 jobs, and I think I was the 3rd job. Crazy, isn't it? How are you supposed to survive? And I said, to be honest with you, you cry if you didn't laugh. You laugh if you didn't cry. Because it's depressing, isn't it? People sort of worried about a living, and there's going to be more redundancies, which, always depresses me. Who did Amy Childs want to learn to talk properly like? She mentioned a particular celebrity that she wanted to sound like them. She thought that they had the best voice. No. Is it what? Not Betty Boothroyd. Betty Boothroyd, that's a name from the past, honestly. Almost as old as Joan Baez. Almost as good as Joan Baez. No, not the Queen, no. Vanessa Feltz. She wanted to sound... That's what she said. She wanted to sound like Vanessa Feltz. Odd, isn't it? Also, what was the other one? Jennifer Aniston's named the biggest hair crush for women. Her hair was the one that ladies would go into salons and go, I want to look like that. Whereas Luke goes in there and sort of goes, just do what you did last time. And the bloke goes, but I never cut your hair before. And Luke goes, I'm so sorry, I'm in the wrong salon. I have to go next door to Maison Rini's and it's where they cut and colour. But she's only got a gas mantle, so she's got no idea what the colour's going to turn out like at all. Putting extensions in. I used to have a girl here, she won't mind me saying this, her mum could be listening, Lucy, and she had hair extensions done, and she hated them so much that she had them taken out at the end of the day. She only lasted about a day with these things. I know it was very short, whatever it was. Because it's all the people from Love Island. They've all got this fake hair. All the people from Made in Cheshire. Ooh, dear, there's a bad programme. All got fake hair. They all look very peculiar. You don't need to have fake hair, Luke. I mean, you know, you look fine, provided you don't go out in daylight hours, as you are at the moment. Seriously. Don't have long hair. What would you look like with long hair? You'd look like sort of an old rock star from the 60s or 70s. You look silly. Not good, is it? Not a good look at all. So Debbie Harry's heading back out on tour. How old is she? 75. 75 years old. And if you're lying in bed at the moment going, oh, Steve, I'm 42 and I feel dead to the world, just think how she must feel. 75 she is, heading back out on tour. I think that'll be for next year. And we got apparently Argos are selling Creed Aventus. It's in their Christmas Book of Dreams for £264.99. I thought I was seeing things. Oh no! I mean, to be honest with you, if I'm going to buy it, I don't think I'd be buying it from Argos. I don't know why. Why would you want to buy it from Argos? Steve, with you on the Andrex wet wipes, they go down the loo. It says they're flushable. Says Dave in Barnes. I know. I've never understand people who don't quite understand that. Perhaps they don't understand what wet wipes are. You know, they use them for babies and things like that. That's how it works. Liam in Chessington just finished the night shift. I love a night shift. You can't beat a night shift. It's brilliant. They're called washlets, these things. Washlets. You flush them down the toilet. You would do. You wouldn't put them anywhere else. Apparently they're a luxury to many. Oh, a luxury to many, says a leader. What? Wet wipes? Don't be so stupid. Of course they're not a luxury. They're quite cheap. They're £1 for a pack. Go to Waitrose, £1 for a pack. In fact, they were doing them a short while ago. I think it was about £1.50 for two packs. I've got a box of them. They sell them by the box load in Costco. I went there yesterday actually to buy a few little, let's just call them items, and I bought some socks. And what else did I buy? I've started buying all sorts of little sort of bits and pieces. But I sent my brother. I found. Another friend of mine found something as well, a Paddington Advent calendar. So I sent it down the other day, and there's another one arriving tomorrow. Plus, I've got a parcel arriving, but I don't really understand what it is, unless it's one of these ones coming from America. Philip says, do you think Mrs. Shufflewick would wear a mask if she was around today? I think she spent most of her time with a mask on, actually, definitely. There are different types and brands of wet wipes for baby bottoms, adult bottoms. But since the arrival of the coronavirus, there are also wet wipes, disinfectant time, that disinfect the toilet seats, hand basins, etc. Oh, well, Rika, they've been around for ages. I use wet wipes for cleaning mirrors. Windoline do wet wipes, and there's also things that you can use for wiping down surfaces. They've been around, oh God, for ages. I've lost track of how long they've been around. Even longer than the washlets, which have been around. Oh, here we go. Oh, that looks lovely, doesn't it? What are you looking at? Yeah. Thank you. That's it. Yeah, somebody sent me in that.
Did they?
Yeah, lovely. Is it lovely? Look at it.
How much is that then?
I don't, honestly. How much is it? Oh, is a lot. I haven't looked at the price of it. How much is it? Good Lord above. No, actually, I got it sent. It's a beautiful, because I'm a big fan, as you all know, of Les Miserables. And in fact, this is Nikki, an old man Kelly. She says, my old man got me listening to you years ago, and I love how you tell it as it is. Anyway, listening to your show last week, and you mentioned Les Miserables, I work for Working Title Films, and I thought you might like this coffee table book. Beautiful. It's beautiful. That was the first show I saw when it was at the Barbican, and it was lovely, Nikki. Thank you so much. You're right. That's a beautiful coffee table book. Luke very jealous because he's a bit of a show boy, like singing the old show tunes. You know, yeah. One day more, another day, another destiny, another to Calvary. The men who come a second time, only come a second time. One day more. Have I ever performed? No. I'd be Gavroche. Little people do what little... I'd be that person, I think, you know. And then he gets shot on the barricade. Oh, sorry, spoiler alert. Oh, sorry. Well, you should have seen it by now anyway. It's still good. People applauded the barricade in Les Miserables, but because it's upright, and then it comes down and it turns round, and it's fantastic. And when it was on at the Barbican, everybody clapped it. But it run along. It ran about 4 hours, the show. I came out early, but I'd seen it, and I thought it was sensational. And I bought it. I bought the cast recording, and I just love everything about the show. I think it's very powerful. Best bit of set I've seen on stage. It's difficult to tell, actually. If you go to see a Cameron Mackintosh show, the stages always start empty and then fill up with things and finish empty. So at the end of a Cameron Mackintosh show, the stage is bare. So it's as if it's all been a dream. And which one do I like? I don't know. I mean, I've seen everything. The helicopter, yes, but of course, once I'd seen the show the first time, if you were sitting in a certain part of the orchestra, you could look up and see it. And to bring it down, they would open a hatch and the helicopter would sort of come down. And with the noise from the sound around speakers, which were all around the theatre, you did seriously believe it was a helicopter. It was very well done. And yet the propeller was just a piece of rope that went round. And but it was brilliant. They got all the people into it, and they just disappear into a box. I thought Phantom was good. That was just lots of curtains that went up at the beginning. And of course, the first bit of Phantom is pre-recorded, and then the orchestra pick in with dun 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 dun, and that's where and you can watch the orchestra sitting there with their arms folded, and then they get ready for playing their bit into it. And I thought that was good. And also they've got the travelators. They use travelators for bringing down Miss Saigon. If you get the making of Miss Saigon, you see the auditions, and then they go into the theatre, and they were in Theatre Royal Drury Lane, which is a barn of a place, big place, and it was all stripped out to put in all the new stage equipment. The rake on it, on the actual stage, was like how they stood upright, I'll never know. Seriously amazing. And they have a travelator which brings down the bar. The heat is on in Saigon, and all the girls are dancing and everything else, and that I thought was a great set. And very powerful. And Wicked, I thought, was fantastic. I just thought that was good anyway. What amazed me was when I went to see Wicked, all the girls in the audience know all the words. They know all the words. You get people singing along to it. Let's try your coffee for today and see how this is going, shall we? This is the espresso. Doing very well. Oh, God, it's like drinking. I have to tell you now, this now reminds me, when I used to work out in Austria, in Vienna, I worked for the ORF, which is the equivalent of the state-run radio, a bit like the BBC, the Österreicher Rundfunk. And they've got a big building, but it's typical Austrian plain. But they used to have orchestral recitals in there, and they have Ö3, Ö2, Ö4, and they're all Radio 1, Radio 2, Radio 3, they're all music radio. Oh, it's huge. It's enormous. It's the equivalent to the BBC. It's absolutely enormous. We go to the BBC, and I mean, you tend to forget that there's other countries like Austria, and we had our Blue Danube radio studios over there, and it was like, but downstairs in the basement, when I used to come in, if it was cold, if it was winter, bloody hell, it was cold in winter. I mean, really cold. You'd get a cup of coffee from the machine, and it would do. At that time, I wasn't aware of cappuccinos or anything else, and it used to taste exactly like this with a bit of milk in it, and it would sort of perk you up. But they did the best bread rolls in the canteen. They call them semmels, and they taste like proper bread. And I just get, 2 or 3. We used to get food vouchers, and I get them to do me an omelette, a ham omelette, Schinken and Käse. So ham and cheese omelette. And what they would do, they would put it all in a frying pan, and then they just put the plate on top of it and leave it. And when they turned it out, they didn't need to do anything with it. They just cooked. It was all sort of sealed. It was lovely, actually. Schinken and Käse omelettes. God, my favourite. And semmels, mit Schinken. So they give you the separate ham, and then they give you the rolls, and you get by the butter. Great fun. But this coffee tastes exactly the same as those first cups of coffee to get me going in the morning. Because when you do an early breakfast show, some people start off a bit tired. Not me. I'm fairly perky most of the time. Except yesterday when I wasn't at all perky. I was more pinky yesterday. More pinky as opposed to perky. I told you about the storm coming in, didn't I? I told you about the storm coming in, and it's Storm Barbara.
Have you got a large one?
No answer to that, is there? No answer. We've decided, actually, we're going to do it in tribute to Barbara. She's going to get mentioned all the way throughout the programme this morning. Actually, a friend of mine sent me a picture. Scott will like this one. And it's a picture of Scott and Barbara, Danny LaRue and Warren. And I bet Scott doesn't even know where it was taken. I didn't know where it was taken, actually. But Warren said one from his archives. One from his archives. Steve, I'm off singing, says Ruth. I went to Manchester where it first started. I also have it on vinyl. What, Les Miserables? Didn't know it came on vinyl, says Ruth, who's in Great Yarmouth. Love Les Mis. We got that many. How exciting. How exciting. So every time I mention the storm that's coming in and the name of it, you get another one. So it's Storm Barbara.
Bristol's bouncing baby food.
Of course, you'll now have to guess which film these were taken from, because I've got no idea where that one comes from. Bristol's bouncing baby food. Anything to do with Barbara in the Carry On films always revolved around her boobs. And yet, seriously, it's only because she had a small back that it made them look bigger. Because you can say, I mean, she gets her boobs out quite a lot, actually. Mind you, Luke does the same, but that's for a different reason. And, so at the weekend, yeah, listen, it doesn't matter when you do it, Luke. It's your decision. You know, I couldn't possibly comment on things like that. He's nearly, not quite, he's nearly a member of the Groovy Gang, but he's not, it's not, you know, not there, no, not there yet. Not there yet. Might be. We'll have to wait and see. I'm feeling one of those benevolent moods today. My boss is buying me a cup of coffee this morning. I hope he's buying me a cup of coffee because I've got no money. I actually came out today and I've left my wallet at home. I never leave my wallet at home. And I was thinking, I've never got enough credit on the blooming card for getting home. I thought I had 20-something quid the other day. So when I get home today, I'm going to have to go and load up the cards. Woo! Espresso. I couldn't drink that every day. That would drive me mad. Steve, just imagine waking one morning and finding you the last person on Earth, says Ted. After a bit of fun, what would you do? What, being last person on Earth? Oh, I tell you, I'd go exploring. I would go exploring. I've often said to people, I'm not interested in reality shows. I'm interested in them in so much that I can talk about them on the programme. And I would want to go into pyramids. I'd want to be transported into a pyramid through all the walls to go and see. You know, when they say, oh, we think there could be something hidden behind this because the Egyptians put in all sorts of things. That I'd like to go and see. I'd like to go around Buckingham Palace's cellars. That would be interesting. I bet the cellars there must be fantastic. I'd like to have a quick swim in the swimming pool. But no, I'd go to all the places that you can't go to normally. Loads of places, because I'm nosy and fascinated. And I'd love to recreate things. I'd love to go back in time. I'd like to go around London for 50, 60 years and see all the old theatres that used to be there that aren't there anymore. They pulled them down. They became part of developments, you know, up by Holborn, the Holborn Empire. There's still little bits of it you can see up there, bits of the building. Obviously, the theatre has gone. I'm taking a break. All right, you're very pushy this morning. Honestly, you move him up a chair and immediately he said to me, oh, I'm sitting in the big boy's chair today. I thought, yeah, don't sort of cry too much about it. You know, it's not like he's not sat in it before, because he knows that's his chair because it's a commode. And we can be honest about these things. They talk about other things. I was saying earlier on, because one of the critics has done it, that on This Morning, is it This Morning it's called? Yeah, they actually put a guest on there who's quite clearly mad as a fruitcake. And she was the one who's marrying a ghost. Now she's not marrying a ghost. She's called it all off. I mean, she's got some sort of sickness. And somebody said, but don't This Morning sort of dwell on looking after people who've got mental illness and stuff like that. This woman is put on there purely so we can laugh at her. There's no other reason. Nobody's going to believe she's going to marry a ghost. She's stupid. But she might be seriously sick. She doesn't know. You get people. Do you see the woman thrown off the plane the other day for not wearing a mask? And then starts letting fly with a torrent of 4-letter words. In America, when they throw them off the planes, all the people clap. They clap. Yeah, get off, you lazy old so-and-so. Morning, everybody. Nice. Apparently, Bristol bouncing baby food is Carry On Doctor, says Jay. Lovely. When you hear the fire bell chime, Fireman Sam is there on time. Fireman Sam. I've seen a few of those, but I haven't seen many of them. Another one here, another one here. Also, bring back the Route Master. The Route Masters. But don't we have Route Masters anymore? Don't we have Routemaster buses? I thought... Yeah, we got new ones, I thought. I tell you, the one thing we never... Who brought in the bendy buses? Who was responsible for that load of old rubbish? Was that Ken Livingstone? Was it Boris? What, the bendy buses? I can't remember. I just remember going on one of them once. I thought, well, this is the easiest bus to fiddle. It's like at the moment, they always push a little button. It goes, you are requested to wear your mask on this bus unless you're exempt. So all these people go, I'm exempt. There's a woman on the plane. You know, I'm exempt from wearing it. Why? What's your medical condition? I'm not telling you that, she says. And you know damn well they're lying through their teeth. Dreadful. It was Ken Livingstone. I thought so. I know, it's almost embarrassing to have to sort of tell you that I'm right on everything. Because I just remember things. I don't have to think about it. Everything in my brain, I say everything in my brain, it's compartmentalised. You know, I could take little bits out and I go, oh, that was that. Sometimes I get something completely wrong, but I'm totally convinced. I remember talking to my mother about a car that I thought we had ages ago, and it was a Morris Minor. And I said, do you remember the Morris Minor? She said, we've never had a Morris Minor. I said, yes, we have. I said, I remember it. Because next to our house, we had a long drive, and it was quite steep. And in the middle of winter, it was like a skid patch. You know, you'd have to go out there and put salt and sand down because you'd never get the cars up. And we had enough room. We had a big garage, and then there was enough space to put at least 2 or 3 other cars up there, which was quite good. We sort of backed onto the garden, which was lovely. Somebody else says, I wish you'd come down here. The winter time is not too bad. Do you know the only thing that puts me off going to Australia is the amount of time you've got to spend on a plane. You know, it's too long for me. It's like a whole day flying. You know, then people walk up and down. You always get the people who've done the flying so many times. They get up and they start walking up and down. They don't have their shoes on. I was told, leave your shoes on because your feet will expand and you might not get them back on again. So always keep them on. I just sleep on planes. I've told you, all I want is when I wake up, and I've been lucky to get it on Virgin, a toasted ham and cheese sandwich and a bottle of water. That's all you need when you wake up. All you need. A toasted ham and cheese you could eat any time of the day. Who the heck leaves early when watching Les Mis? Well, I watched it because it was 4 hours at the Barbican. In fact, 4.5 hours it ran, and I had something else to go to, so I had to leave. But it was lovely. It was lovely. I think I went for free, actually. In fact, I'm pretty certain. Steve, you do well reporting everything down here. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. Ian from Folkestone. And he says, can you say a big hello to my mum and dad, Edith and Alan? Good Lord above. Edith and Alan. That's odd, isn't it? Les Miserables is by far the best West End show ever, says Trucker Dan. Yes, I mean, whatever it is, it's good. It's very, very good, you know. Do you hear the people sing? You know, and to watch people say... At the end of Britain's Got Talent, they did a big medley of all the West End shows, and it was lovely. Mind you, I like Hairspray. Good morning, Baltimore. The funny thing is, isn't it? It's got to be a musical. 42nd Street, I go crackers for. I watched it when they came back. They did a piece on the One Show. They showed you their rehearsals, and then it showed you them costumed up. Book of Mormon, another stunning show. But apparently there's going to be lots of theatres opening shortly. I do hope so. Please, God, I hope so. I mean, I'm just hoping that we're going to get back to normal, but it's all these stupid people going, it's fake news. There is no such thing as a pandemic. People die. You know, and you get to that stage where you think, all right, I understand thick people. I understand people, you know, who sort of don't understand anything. Like those women. They all apparently were exempt from wearing masks, and BA flew them. If I'd been the pilot, I'd have gone, I don't think so. We're not going to let you on this one at all. Definitely not. Another one says here, wait a minute. So Argos, somebody else has told me about Argos selling Creed Aventus. I didn't know they sold things like that. I thought that was way out of their price bracket. Lee says, what's the difference between a big hello and a small hello? Well, there is only something as a big hello. A big hello to you. You never do a small hello. That would just be, huh? That would just be a, huh? There wouldn't be anything else at all, actually. My friend Ian says, I like it on the long-haul flights when they bring out ice lollies a couple of hours before you land. You need something, don't you? You need something, but I don't do long-haul flights. I can't, 9 hours is fine for me for going to America, and I can go to sleep. In fact, that's the first thing. I'm always asleep before the thing takes off. I put the seatbelt on, and of course they always go, sorry, can you sit back? You have to make sure you've got your seatbelt on, otherwise, you get a rap on the knuckles. and always the food has been lovely. I've never had sort of bad food. I've always had, because you don't want to eat a 3-course meal, but you get a cake or something like that, and then it's always good fun. It's just that the ice lolly or the ice cream and the toasted ham and cheese sandwich is brilliant. I told you, I went with my producer and I said, "Oh, do you want a toasted ham and cheese?" She went, "No." I said, "Yes, you do." She said, "No, I don't want one." I thought, "I'm going to eat it." So I said, "Yeah, get it, ham and cheese." She said, I couldn't eat one. I think, "No, it's for me. I could eat 2. Eventually I got my way. And then we all got a little tub of ice cream. And that was quite... Because you make it... Because when it's small, you make it last longer, don't you? If you're on a plane and they give you a little tub of... Whereas I could eat a litre. But they give you a little tub of ice cream and you get little tiny mouthfuls of it. I don't care. Seriously, it's my world. Why not? I'm enjoying it. I'm living it. Living the dream. We got here. Not strictly fair. Bill's ballroom pass. He's been having lessons. Good for him. Good for him. And having an attractive house next door adds up to 20 grand to your property's value. And also having the right supermarkets around. So if you've got an M&S and a Waitrose and things like that, that's good. That's good for bouncing the old money up a little bit. What else have we got? So that's Bill Bailey. You may as well drink a gallon of bleach if you let American chicken on UK shelves. I've never heard of this bleach chicken till a short while ago. It kind of sort of came up in conversation. I remember thinking, bleach chicken. If I go to Dallas, it's 10 hours on a plane. 10 hours. What sort of ice lolly do they bring you on the plane? I used to like Zooms. They were quite nice. The 3-tier things. They were very nice. But 10 hours on a plane. But do they do toasted ham and cheese? That's what I want on a plane. A beef stroganoff would be quite nice. Because you can order the food in advance, can't you? It's like ordering your Christmas lunch if you're eating out in a hotel. You can do that in advance, but then come the day, you might have changed your mind. You might start off by going, "Oh, I'll have, the full Christmas lunch with all the trimmings," and then you see somebody else having beef bourguignon with mashed potato, and you start thinking, "That looks quite nice, actually." In fact, it looks very nice. Simon says, "Marry a ghost. What of it until death do us part? Breaking news already happened." I mean, if you put somebody like that on television, it's because you you think people are laughing at her because she's simple. She's not marrying a ghost at all. There is no such thing as ghosts. She's not going out with one. There's nothing at all. She claimed she'd been, I can't remember if she was talking about the SEX thing. But whatever it was, it's, I work with 2 people who look like ghosts when I see them in the morning. Do. Yeah. Do we look good? Do we? You think we're the best looking team? Leave your hair alone. Stop playing with your hair. It's a radio show. Nobody cares what you look like. Nobody. You think we're the best looking team? Do you think so? Wait a minute, let's have a think. Let's go through the teams. Okay, breakfast show. No, definitely not. No, definitely not. No. O'Brien's... No, definitely not good looking. And then you've got... Oh, Sheila's only got one person, hasn't she? Has Sheila got a person? Who does she have? What's... Jack. He's okay looking, isn't he? Not as good as our lot, but he's okay. And then after Sheila... Who? Eddie. Actually, his team's not bad looking, is it? Is it not really? Who? Stuart. I know Stuart, yes. And Sam, yes. Would you call him good looking? No, not for you to say. Well, you don't have an opinion. Everybody's got to have an opinion, haven't they? Put it this way, we're not going to tar you with that brush of, "Oh, you like him because he's good looking," kind of thing, Not going to go down, "Oh, here we go again." Typical of that orchestra. They just wheel them in just when you're in the middle of a nice conversation. And then you've got Ian Dale. Who's he got? Robbie. And Kat. They could welcome to Tuesday, the 20th of October. It's cold. It's a bit nippy out there today. Not as nippy as... and still, do you remember my begonias that I bought to put on the patio? These little orange flowers, which, contrary to what they say, they do shed flowers. They're doing really well. And yet the temperature has plummeted. And they're still... This might be the first time I've had begonias running throughout the whole of the Christmas period. I might water them today, give them a bit of tomato feed, because we went crackers for tomato feed this year. And at some point, I've got to drop down Christmas lights for my brother, and a few other little bits and pieces. I bought him an aeroplane, which is quite nice. Yeah, I know. Well, you know, if you've got the money, buy it. And this one says "Merry Christmas" on its propeller, which is it's got little lights on it, and when it spins round, the lights spell out "Merry Christmas." It's very clever. Very clever. I was not interested in that. Yeah. So it's got two bits of the propeller plastic, and you sort of push, you touch it, and the thing comes to life. And as it spins round, the little lights spell "Merry Christmas," and it sort of goes MERRY Christmas as it's going. I bought it in a garden centre actually. I don't know. It might be. Try Amazon. It's a company called Condé Nast. I'm pretty certain. KOND. Father Christmas Aeroplane. It is. Father Christmas Aeroplane, and it's battery operated. You can't. I mean, it's not exactly huge. It just works on 2AA. Condé is KONDE. Condé. No, Nast, NASTE. Father Christmas Aeroplane. Oh, dear. No, obviously not. Obviously not that. Just put Condé Nast. No, you see, Condé Nast, you said that's spelled with a C, but ours is the K. Put down Christmas Aeroplane and see what that throws up. It's so confusing. Honestly, you spend ages trying to find... In fact, there's nothing that bears any resemblance to Christmas at all, is there, on there? Why is that? Try it on Google. Try it on Google. See if we can find it on Google. We will find it. We will find it. And you'll see it and you'll go, oh, I like that. That's very good. It's 30 quid. But I mean, you'll bring it out year after year. So if you do Google Condé Nast Christmas, Father Christmas plane... I think there's also a Disney character that goes in one of the planes as well. But it's very nice. Henry's upset. Henry's upset already. He says, you need to rethink your best-looking LBC team. He says, have you... there you go. There it is. Santa in the plane. Oh, Condé Smith. No, not that one. No, not that one. Go back. Along. 39.99. Very expensive. 30 quid you get that for in a garden centre. There you go. And it spells... Merry Christmas as it goes round in lights. The lights come on and off. Have you got a video of it that you can watch it going? Because it's very clever. I think it's very clever. And you can put it by the Christmas tree or something like that. They a battery. Oh look, $29.99. That's about it. But the light just. I mean, you don't see it because it's going so fast. But it's nice. There you go. Yeah. And I've also got one of those pictures which also lights up as well. It's very nice. So Henry says, have you seen Dave? Yeah, what we were looking at though, Henry, when we were talking about good-looking teams working on programme, you're looking for the maximum out of good-lookingness. You know, we're looking for sort of handsome, you know, which is, and tall as well. Yeah. We're looking for real men. Okay? I just thought I'd mention that now. And so sorry, Henry. He says it's chucking it down outside. Is it? Rain? In London? No. Where's he been? Perhaps he's drinking. I don't know. I've never heard anything like it. So he thinks it's chucking it down outside. My friend Ian had a Magnum on the plane. I'm assuming it's an ice cream as opposed to a gun. Little bit of a frightening one there. I mean, it's all right actually. We might have to sort of reevaluate. But we have a poem this morning, a poem, and in fact, I could almost dedicate it to Henry. This one's called "A Chubby Snowman." I mean that in a caring way, Henry. Don't worry, okay? Because it's never too early to get excited for Christmas. So this is "A Chubby Snowman." Another one from Anonymous. We get a lot of anonymous poetry on this programme. And it's not very long, sorry. Goes as follows. A chubby little snowman had a carrot nose. Along came a bunny, and what do you suppose? That hungry little bunny, looking for some lunch, grabbed that snowman's nose, nibble, nibble, crunch. That's it. It's quite sad, isn't it, really, in a way? Quite sad. So that hungry little bunny looking for some lunch grabbed that snowman's nose, nibble, nibble, crunch. We're nothing if not educational on this programme. We like to do everything. Steve, did you hear about Welsh motorways reducing car emissions by 47%? Oh. Don't frighten me like that in future. Frighten the life out of me. Oh, this is what Nick's going to be doing today. Interesting. Which, when I tell you what it is, you'll know why I've gone interesting. Reducing the speed limit to 50 miles an hour. Word had it, as it's being rolled out across the UK. What? 50 miles an hour on a motorway? What would be the point of that? I love this sort of reducing car emissions. Nick Ferrari and I were sort of agreeing on this one ages ago. We both got cars that don't emit. They're very low. You could sleep with my car in your bedroom and the engine running and nothing would happen. We've cut down emissions, vastly. And the idea of going 50 miles an hour down a motorway, I mean, how pathetic would that be? Admittedly, there are some cars that probably barely make it to 50 miles an hour down the motorway. So, he says, my car has to be doing 60 before I can put it into fifth gear. Well, mine's automatic, so I've got no idea how that works at all. I can adjust it myself. I've got little paddles either side of the steering wheel. I've never fathomed that out. Never fathomed that out at all. Shane says, it's warm here. Oh, right. And Sue says, just been in the garden with the dog, and yep, it's cold outside, and now it's raining. And then somebody says, I thought Santa had a sleigh. Well, in my books, he's got an aeroplane, because he's delivering presents, isn't he? Simple as that. So Ian had a Magnum on the plane, which is lovely, because we were talking about, when they wake you up. He said toasted ham and cheese for afternoon tea, delicious. Or fairly that just Welsh rarebit, just cheese on toast is particularly delicious. Should we find out about the weather today? Hey Siri, what's the weather like today?
It's currently cloudy and 13 degrees. Expect rains.
Sorry, I moved the page. Hey Siri, what's the weather like today?
It's currently cloudy and 13 degrees. Expect rain starting early in the morning, and cloudy skies in the morning with mixed conditions for the rest of the day. Today's high will be 18 degrees, and the low will be 13.
So there is a bit of rain around. Chance of rain... Oh, well, actually, probably Henry might be right, but where he comes from, there's a lot of rain. Chance of rain, 80% today. 80%. That's to do with Storm Barbara.
That'll do.
Wasn't sure about that one. What was that one? I haven't heard that one before. Yeah, should we try this one with Storm Barbara?
Can you see them?
Can you see them? We found a few, actually, because it's the first time she's ever been named as a storm. Believe you me, it's Barbara Windsor's day today, I've decided, definitely. Steve, really enjoying Steph's car crash of a show unravelling before our eyes. It's likely to consist, at the end of the month, of Steph sobbing, sitting on a park bench alone, eating a soggy garage sandwich, wondering how it all went so wrong. It just doesn't work. The show is way too long. Too many guests on it. It must cost an absolute fortune, and it's not... you can't justify it. Why they bothered giving her a show, I've got no idea. How to kill your career. When you go to Australia, Steve, you can stop off in Hong Kong and visit your past. That'll break a long flight. Yeah, I've done that on planes before, actually, which is good. Steve, iPads and iPhones don't cough up the search results you want as good as a laptop with Google. The iPads and iPhones show favoured pages. Oh yes, they always pay to get these things up the chart, don't they? But we found the plane. It's just that I was trying to explain to the boys how it works. You see it. You must have been to the pantomime at Christmas, and you can buy these things, and the lights flash round, and you can spell a name. Sometimes you can put your own name in there. Steve says hi, or, Merry Christmas, or you're cute, or that kind of thing. Put anything you like on there. You just tap it in on a little keypad. You never had those? What a deprived childhood you had. Did your parents celebrate Christmas in your household? Did you have... No. Vegan Christmas, I know. Does that sort of prohibit you having sort of paper wrapping your presents? No paper at all. Your mother... No fun at all. Your mother just sort of shows you the catalogue at Argos, saying you could have had that, but unfortunately it's not vegan. Yeah, a vegan... all the family vegan? Wow, that's unusual. That must be quite unusual, mustn't it? Do you have any brothers and sisters, Luke? No, probably wise. And so Mum and Dad are both vegan and you're vegan. they've never, your mother's never made you a sausage sandwich. That's why, well, it's absolutely, I mean, the weight's falling off you. Unfortunately, it's falling off you onto your bum. And, no, which is great. I think the Beyonce looks good. No, I think it's very good. But, so your parents never cooked you meat? They never did bacon sandwiches in the morning? I think you could probably sue for that. I'm working on the assumption I think you've been deprived. You've been deprived of having sort of, you know, sausages and bacon and stuff like that in the morning. I think, you know, you need to sort of try. If you tried it, you'd like it. I think you would. Well, you don't know. You've never tried it, although you probably have, haven't you, really? You've never had a sausage. Have you not? And you've never had bacon? No. Or a steak? Oh. God, what a boring Christmas. You haven't had chicken nuggets? Never had Kentucky Fried Chicken? Wow. God. I think you've definitely got a case there. There's lawyers rubbing their hands even as we speak this morning. Isn't that funny? An entire family vegan. Well, vegetarian and then vegan, presumably. Yeah. And so what would you be having for Christmas lunch, seeing as I'm nut roast? You must be so bored with nut roast by now, having had it for about the last 30 years. What are we having today? Oh, nut roast. Oh, goody, goody. And so, do you have traditional Christmases at home, or as traditional as you can be? Yeah. You don't have Christmas crackers? Why? What's the problem with... They're not vegan, right? I've never heard of a Christmas cracker being vegan. And so, will you have a pudding? Well, you probably will be. Do they know about the creme brulees? They know about the creme brulees. They will do now. Interesting, isn't it? So, a vegan Christmas. Would you have a bowl of satsumas and things? No. Do you have Christmas candles lit? No. God. It's sounding a bit desperate, isn't it, really, in your household for Christmas? I mean, would you like to come and spend Christmas with us? Because we actually do the whole bit. Sorry? No, I'll send you photographs of what it looks like. I'm not having you round. Good Lord, if you come round, we'll have to call the police. Don't want things like that, you turning up at the door. Steve said I could come round and celebrate Christmas with you. No, you can come round and sing carols on the doorstep and then you can go away. Okay? Well, can who? Joanne Webb? Absolutely not. No. She's not vegetarian, is she? Is she veggie? No. Oh, you want her now, do you? Oh, right, OK, that was a subtle hint. We're doing subtle hints on the programme this morning. It's like, Steve, you've forgotten everything. You know, you try your best. You try your best. Everybody needs good neighbours. Which is care home residents. You'll be hearing more about those later on this morning on LBC. But this particular group here have dished out hilarious piece of advice to the young. This is at the Yelverton residential home in Devon. Residents are aged 75 to 104. So the question is, what advice would you give the younger generation? And they've all offered advice. Dottie says, always be helpful and merry and bright. Also, Coral says, think before you ink. A smile goes a long way. Never go to bed without apologising for an argument. Bet, her advice to the younger generation is keep your legs together, which is lovely. Tony's is be yourself. Tom says, have a nice Christmas. Betty says, work hard at school, get a good job, help others if you can. And Margaret says, the advice for the younger generation, spend all your money, enjoy yourself whilst you're young, have some cheek, don't be pushed around. If you're nice to people more often than not, they'll be nice to you. And Rosalind says, I admire them for their independence. They're not afraid to try anything. The young people are so much wiser than I was at that age. That's elderly people. I used to work in an old people's home years ago. I got a job there. It was just part-time job at the weekend. I would go in on a Saturday and help serve lunch for the people living in this care home. And then I would, after we'd done lunch and we'd cleared all the plates away, they would then go into the lounge bit, and I would serve them teas and coffees. They would queue up to get a tea and a coffee and have a chocolate biscuit or something like that, which was quite sweet, actually. Everybody should do something like that. It's called giving back. It doesn't cost anything to give back. You know, if you give a few hours, people always appreciate a bit of conversation, a little bit of conversation. Steve, I was on a Virgin flight from Las Vegas, which didn't depart due to an electrical fault, and the plane was taken to a corner of the airport. They always do that. Martin says, have you ever interviewed John Leslie? No. He must be delighted. I find it amazing that somebody takes him to court It only took the jury 23 minutes to clear him of groping, and he broke down in tears, which you can well imagine. He must be sick to death of this. Whether he can resurrect a career, I don't know. I don't think he needs to worry about that. It's people who come out, though, and sort of take him into court and say, oh, this happened. I think in this particular case, it was 8 years ago. 8 years ago. And he banged his forehead on the glass of the dock on hearing the verdict, then put his hand over his face and cried. I should imagine he must be very exhausted. Anthea Turner and a few other people turned up to say what a nice person he is. Witnesses testified they were told about the alleged incident, but they didn't witness it. And apparently she introduced herself to him in a West End bar 12 years ago. But Mr. Leslie insisted it was not in his nature to touch women inappropriately. Exactly. I mean, nothing's ever happened. But the victim's account was riddled with inconsistencies. And that's the case now. People tell lies. I know it seems difficult to believe, but I promise you they do. And if it's somebody famous, they probably think they can then sell a story about it. That's what people's lives consists of nowadays. She was changing, adapting and massaging her evidence to account for the bizarre fact that she says this man went up in full view of others to commit this sexual assault, but nobody else seems to have seen it. I mean, it's just not his nature. It's not his sort of thing. You know, he says people don't go around assaulting women. It's just not done. Exactly, in full view of everybody else. So 23 minutes. But, I mean, I don't think you can resurrect John Leslie's career. He was on Blue Peter. He was very tall. He seemed to fit very well into it. So he likes going out with women. Perhaps he turned this person down. We don't know. We'll never know the full story. You just sort of know that some people go out to cause mischief. And I think then they should get into trouble if somebody's proven to be innocent. Phil Vickery, morning Phil, has landed a major slot on this morning discovering Britain's best tart. Come on, bet we've all got a few ones on that one. And he thought they were joking, the TV bosses, when they posed the idea. He said, a couple of weeks ago this morning, I did an almond tart. Pip and Holly loved it. On the back of that, I was asked by the boss, we'd like you to do a thing on Britain's traditional tarts, to which I laughed at first. Then they explained the culinary version. So he's going to travel the length and breadth of the nation to cast his eye over the Bakewell tart, the Manchester tart, the Gypsy tart, and finally the Yorkshire curd tart. And then he'll return to the kitchen to sort of create his own version. He says one tart from Bakewell kept him up all night. He said it was around 2,000 calories. I struggled to sleep that night. So there you go. Phil Vickery and his tarts. And he'll be doing that on this morning. Andrea McLean's got a book out. She's been married 3 times. She's had an emotional roller coaster. She said, the dark nights I wanted to kill myself, then I went to work pretending I was fine, didn't even tell my husband. And so loose women's become a little bit of a sort of a battleground, hasn't it, for people battling their demons. And Matthew says, Steve, yourself, Henry and Luke, I think I'm going through a midlife crisis. Off to Twickenham at 11 a.m. Friday. Haircut and highlights as well. Highlights? Who has highlights? No, he didn't say hello to Corey. No, Henry got a mention. Why is that? That's very odd. That's very strange. Henry who thinks that the Breakfast Show are a better-looking team. I don't think so. But also, Steve, the Condé Smythe aeroplane on eBay, 15 quid. I just bought one, says Rob. It's nice. You just put a couple of batteries in it, and then it'll do it for a minute or so. It'll read the Merry Christmas thing, then it stops. If you touch the plane's wing or, make a loud-pitched noise, off it goes again, which is good. Les in Kenton says it's been raining here since before 5. Isn't that funny? We don't have any rain here. No rain at all. No rain at all. One of the first Victoria Crosses ever awarded has sold for almost £300,000. This was from 1854. And with fees added, it was 297,600. Wow. The auctioneer sold the Victoria Cross to a British collector. See, there are people who collect things like this, and they're willing to spend that sort of money, and that's why the people or the families who own them, it's a case of, do we leave it just sitting in a drawer, or do we sell it? I mean, nearly £300,000. That's not bad going, is it? Not bad going at all. Also, Michaela Strachan says she'll miss Chris Packham on Autumn Watch next week as she goes to meet cute baby seals. So she's returned from her home in South Africa to front the extended 2-week series, which begins next Tuesday after missing this year's Spring Watch. She was unable to fly in during lockdown. My driver this morning, we were talking about this, and I was saying the hotels are empty. Nobody's flying into London. He said, well, of course not. I said, why? He said, because they've got to self-isolate for 2 weeks. So if you're an American tourist, you fly into London thinking I'll be able to do all the stuff, and you're stuck in your hotel room for 2 weeks. You can't go out. So there's no point. That's why nobody's coming over here, are they? I was watching a very good programme on the Savoy yesterday. Was it yesterday? No, day before. And they had a lot of staff furloughing. Out of 500 staff, only 200 had gone back. 300 they are adrift at the moment. It goes to prove how many people work in these hotels. But it's a very interesting programme. They've got a woman who goes to drink in the American bar, I think, every day. She looked as though she enjoyed a bit of a sherbet, it has to be said. But I just thought the whole hotel business is quite interesting. But we've got to get things back to normal, have we not? We don't want things to go pear-shaped, thank you very much indeed. Simon Cowell must be the miracle of all miracles because he's walking 10 weeks after he broke his back, which is, absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. So we wish him the very best. Also, what else we got? Caroline Flack's mum has told how she tried to remind her daughter she had a fabulous life before her tragic suicide. Christine Flack said she struggled to convince Caroline, who died aged 40, of the positive. She said, we tried to say you've got this fabulous career, you've got a nice home, but actually that doesn't matter because that isn't how people feel. No, they don't. They don't see that. It's like people who are sort of anorexic. They don't see themselves as being anorexic at all. And here's an odd picture, and I couldn't work this one out at all. And it's on page 6 of The Sun this morning, and it's a picture of Emma Willis, they say, sharing a rare photo of her little style icon's son, Ace. They say the Voice presenter, 44, posted the snap showing the youngster, 8, rocking a pink T-shirt with matching trainers and blue jeans. Busted star husband Matt stayed in the black. And I'm looking at this picture. This is a picture of a little girl. It doesn't look like a picture of a boy at all. And if he's 8, he's got to be the biggest 8 you've ever seen with a crop top on. I'm not sure whether they've got this right and this is a picture of somebody else. It seriously doesn't make any sense unless their son has got very long blonde hair. Have we got a picture of Emma Willis's son? Can we get a picture of that up on the Google? Because I can't work this one out at all. A rare picture of little style icon son Ace. And yeah, I'm looking at a picture. I think I'm looking at a picture of a girl. You sure? Show me a picture of him. Breaking stereotypes. What's that? He's 8. How do you break a stereotype at the age of 8? So he's wearing a little crop top with sort of jeans and sort of and he's a bag. So it's a rare photo. Well, it's a rare photo of no face. So there are no photos of his face. Have you got other photos of him then with not his face? I want to see what an 8-year-old. This one looks as tall as her husband. She's very old, long hair like this. Wait a minute, let's have a look. Yeah, there's all these pictures of this same thing. And she's praised her son for breaking gender stereotypes. Interesting. They're famously private. This isn't the daughter, is it, by the way? Isabel. That's the son. Good look, with hair like that. How odd. At 8 years old. He's 11. No, the daughter's 11. This one's 8. 8. It's a big 8-year-old, isn't he? Very big 8-year-old. God, well, there you go. I didn't have a crop top on when I was 8 years old. It's an odd thing, isn't it, really? Phil Vickery's just sent me a picture of a gypsy tart. And to be honest with you, it looks like it's got 3 million calories in it. It really does. I don't know what's in it. Are they supposed to be that thick, Phil? Because this looks quite deep. So I like a thin tart. You know, not that I've had tart, for ages and ages. Fruitcake's my little bit of a thing, but I don't have that either. He says, we are filming at the moment. But had that yesterday, gypsy tart. We had it at school. See, we didn't have gypsy tart at school. There used to be a place in London, and it was called the Stock Pot, and they used to do all your favourites from school, trays of of puddings where they would cut up a sponge which had jam spread over the top and desiccated coconut. That was fairly popular in my day. And then you'd pour custard over there, or pink custard or chocolate custard, whichever custard they happened to be making at the time. In our case, it was pink custard, but gypsy tart. What's in gypsy tart? Can you find out for me? Find out what's in gypsy tart, just so I know what Phil's making, because I'm a bit confused by this thing. But you get it. I mean, that must be about 2,000 calories. I can't make anything. I'm totally useless. But when he sent me, that's it. There you go. Oh, it does look very good. It emanates from. No, don't. That's it. No, stop it. Stop. It's a classic gypsy tart made in minimal time with maximum taste. It's ready in 1 hour, 10 minutes plus chill. Oh, so you're having it cold. It's chilled, it's cold. Cooking time's 40 minutes, prep time 30 minutes. And the ingredients are 300 grams of plain flour, 150 grams of unsalted butter, cubed, 1 medium egg, beaten, 410-gram tin, full-fat evaporated milk, chilled in the fridge overnight, and 280 grams of dark muscovado sugar. So there's not really a huge amount of ingredients, are there? I mean, most things that sort of Luke's probably got in his store cupboard. So you could make something like that. You could do, couldn't you, if you really wanted to? He said it's very calorific, just brown sugar and evaporated milk. I didn't know you could get different strengths of evaporated milk. I used to like evaporated milk. We used to have it over jelly. I had a jelly yesterday. I didn't care. It sends me through the roof, but I didn't care. I thought I'd be sort of fairly good and have something that wasn't good for me for a change. And I bought some little soft rolls and put what? I put some little sausage. You're smiling. I just wonder why you were smiling. Is there a particular reason? You like it when I talk about these events. Quite mad, isn't he, really? Put it this way. Try, when he goes out of the studio next, Luke, try parking yourself in that chair and see how it fits. You know, if it fits, who knows, it could be yours. You know, it's sort of waiting with a what? Oh, right. Oh, because it's coming in, isn't it? The Storm Barbara.
Oh, cheeky.
Phil has now shared a photo with me again. Manchester tart with custard, jam and coconut, another school staple. Ah, you see, I recognise that one. In my day, I'm sure they were all balmy in the kitchen at school. They put the jam on the top of it. Custard. I remember making a trifle at home. You get those sponge-type biscuits you break up and put in the bottom. Then you put the jelly in. And then once that had set, then you could put on fruit and stuff like that. And then you'd put in some custard and then a bit of squirty cream. Looks lovely, doesn't it? Just looks like calorie. Although, actually, I mean, you know, good luck to him, because Phil doesn't seem to put on very much weight. He, of course, will say, you are kidding, of course. But no, it doesn't look like he does. Whereas some of the chefs on the telly have turned into sort of like man mountains. In fact, if I didn't know better, I thought Luke used to be on the television cooking. You know, little taste of things like that. I'd just be eating it. They were doing the other day, where did I see them doing it? It was in some shop where I'd ordered something and they were doing onion rings. And I remember thinking, I like onion rings. But when I've ordered them in the past, unfortunately my stomach, or my eyes, are bigger than my stomach, because I can never manage too many of them. They seem to be quite calorific, but quite nice. Matthew says, talking of fruitcake or gypsy tart, my guilty pleasures are cheesecake or Haribo sweets. I'm surprised that nobody's made a sweet or a dessert of Haribo, because you must better melt them down, mustn't you? I would have thought so. Steve, condensed milk and instant coffee makes the school gypsy tarts. Thank you. I remember these stock pot. When I worked at the BBC in the 1980s, I loved it, said Sarah. Gypsy tart is made from evaporated milk, a specialty from Kent, but particularly from the Isle of Sheppey. Why would that be? Why would the Isle of Sheppey have gypsy tart? We didn't have anything. I told you ages ago, my mother used to do baked apples. Cut out the middle and put fruit in there, and we'd have a baked apple with custard or evaporated milk or something like that, which was quite nice. I quite liked any of those sort of things. We didn't have sort of ice cream very often when we were younger. There was ice cream in the refrigerator, in the icebox. We had Arctic Rock, not very often. All those things were considered a treat. You know, mainly if we were having... I wanted yesterday to have fish fingers, but I didn't have fish fingers yesterday. I was going to go and get some haddock fish fingers from Iceland, but then I could eat a whole packet of those. It doesn't take too much to force those down. Steve says, Shane, I think I'm going mad. I heard the weather, but that's not Sydney's weather, and I've never been out of Australia. And somebody says, I've just been outside looking for my diabetic cat for his early morning insulin injection, says John. I'm in Twickenham, and it's raining quite hard, so that'll keep the car clean. It needed a clean the other day. I prefer taking it to the car wash by Hampton, just up by Kingston Bridge. Very good. Also, I was reading The Sun the other day, and I saw a picture of Amanda Holden in a heart face mask. Are LBC doing them, says Matthew? No, we did think about doing LBC face masks. We did think about that, but for some reason it didn't happen. Didn't happen. And Matthew says, talking of famousness, I don't see John Leslie as famous. Oh, believe you me, is famous and very tall. Famous and very, very tall. I mean, like, very, very tall. We both went for the same job. There was a job that came up on the lottery when they did the lottery on the television to start with. And they were looking for a reporter to go around the country, and both John Leslie and I auditioned for it. We had to go to the BBC Television Centre. I didn't get it, that's needless to say. And I can't remember who did get it, actually. I don't even think it was John Leslie, but he is very, very tall. Blancmange and semolina, says David in Belfast, only ever eaten at school. What was that stuff? Well, blancmange, I remember, it was always pink, wasn't it? Mainly pink. And semolina, hated semolina. Absolutely hated it. Frog spawn, we used to call it. Semolina. But I did like rice cremola. Rice cremola was delicious. It was sort of ground up rice, I think, came in a packet called cremola. And lots of people of my age will remember things like that. Steve, says Matthew, in stitches of laughter about the banter with Luke and his store cupboard. He doesn't, to be honest with you, he doesn't cook. I don't think he can cook. I think Luke is more, let's call up the pizza place. Hello, Papa John's. Okay, deep and crisp and even one. With you do meat feast, extra cheese, and two garlic bread. Special offer. You cook lentil dal. You need to get a life, honestly, seriously. You're wasting away. You need to eat properly. Are you taking vitamins? Because that's what you should be. You don't bother with vitamin. You should put some colour back in your cheeks again. The only time we got colour in his cheeks when we held him upside down, shaking the money out of his pockets, and it's the only way you can get it out. It won't come out any other way. It's always glued in there. What's the name of the storm? Says Martin. Oh, the storm. What the new storm that's coming in about today? Storm Barbara.
Haven't you got hot hands?
Haven't you got hot hands? Sago pudding was what we called frog spawn. Yes, you're right, actually. It was sago. But if it's sago, what else do they call sago? It's... What would you... Did you have frog spawn pudding at school? We used to hate it. I used to put jam in it and then mix it up and leave it, because I knew they couldn't reuse it. I used to hate it. Didn't like any frog spawn. Tapioca... Oh, that was tapioca, was it? Didn't like tapioca either. I can't remember what my favourite school pudding was. I don't think we had that many. Not many. It's probably sponge with a bit of jam on the top and a bit of desiccated coconut, and you had it with a dollop of custard. We had to scrape the skin off the top of. Oh, it's disgusting. Seriously, I used to like it better when they went all sort of casual, and you could have sausages and chips and beans and things like that. It was all the stuff that you weren't really supposed to be having at home at all. Mark says the other day a friend served pineapple upside down cake with custard. He said it was delicious. Yeah, you do it, then you turn it up the other way, don't you? I like pineapple upside down cake. And Steve, like your Mars bar vodka, push Haribo's in a bottle of vodka and leave for a while, says Neil in Crouch End. Seems a dreadful waste of Haribo, I think. Steve, I think the Isle Sheppey is where the word gypsy originated from a long time ago. Isn't that funny? They'd have gypsy tart, though. I mean, I don't think I've ever had it. I mean, I would remember things like that, wouldn't I? I remember most of the other things from school, but I tell you, no, actually, I wouldn't. I don't know what I'm talking about. When we used to have main meals at school, I can't remember. And they'd call you out by table number to go up and collect your food. And it was a little bit like Oliver. Is it worth the waiting for? No, it wasn't. I don't remember our school being renowned for doing school lunches, but you could smell it in the corridors. God, it's true. You always knew what they were cooking. They go, oh, good, lovely. Look what we're cooking today. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk, 5:45, and with a check on. Steve, it was tapioca that looked like frog spawn, yeah, which is what Phil Vickery said. Semolina was nice. Never had school dinners. Used to walk a mile home at lunchtime to have dinner. Yeah, we used to have the those people who were having school dinners. And then there were those people who were having the stuff that their mums had made, and we sat them on a separate table. It was like they had the lurgy. We'd say, you go and sit over there. So they'd sit there with their little Tupperware boxes, and they'd take out sort of two sort of curling up at the edges cheese and pickle sandwiches. There'd be a chocolate digestive there and an apple or a banana. We didn't speak to them. We didn't speak to them at all because we had the school dinners. Because sometimes the people who were having the food in their Tupperware, they couldn't afford to have school dinners because I couldn't tell you how much they cost. In my day, I've got no idea. But I don't remember them being particularly exciting. I don't remember that at all. But I do love a buffet breakfast. I was watching, was it Four in a Bed the other day? It's such a good little They all hate each other. Seriously, they all hate it. They all go round. They've all got bed and breakfast. Some of them are quite smart. But it's the way these people go round and trying to find dust, which can accumulate in a matter of seconds. And, Steve, until now I had to listen to your show on my TV because DAB didn't work on my radio. It's working now. Could you please let me know if there was anything wrong with the DAB signal? I don't think so, because if anything goes wrong with stuff like that, we'd have been inundated with hundreds and hundreds of people, and we weren't. Lindsay in Caterham says you can usually find gypsy tarts in the farm shops in garden centres. Oh, right. Definitely Pole Hill Nurseries near Orpington. Yum, yum, yum. Right. I'll have to have a look. It's the calorie conscious bit I'm a little bit wary of. I mean, I do like a pudding. But I know damn well that it's only going to make me ill, so there's no point, is there? Sarah says, Steve, she's from Elton, poor soul, where do you have a palace? They have a Elton Palace, very famous, I went there. And says, I'm 27, I've never heard of gypsy tart. I googled and it looks absolutely vile. I thought it looked a little bit like sort of caramel tart or something like that. I love anything caramelly. I wonder if you could actually melt Caramacs. Remember Caramacs? They were quite nice. Do you remember those ones? Did you? Oh, right. I'm sure they still do Caramacs, I'm pretty certain. But, if you melted those, I wonder if you could add those to vodka and make Caramac vodka. That sounds quite nice. Steve, the very minimal shortbread cookie. You only ever got one. They were delicious, says Jenny at Notting Hill. Oh, no, Notting Hill, please don't tell me Notting Hill. Definitely. And telly star Pip Schofield, apparently he was in here the other day. Not here. He was in with Mr. M the other day. Has fuelled his rift with Eamon Holmes by spelling his name wrong in his autobiography. See, I don't think there is a rift between Philip Schofield and Eamon Holmes. I really don't. But I mean, what do I know? Every reference to the veteran host in Life Is What You Make It is spelt with one N rather than two. An insider reckoned Eamon with two N's is raging. How did nobody pick up on that in 400 pages? I don't know, but obviously the proofreader... Well, perhaps they didn't know. So it's Eamon, E-A-M-O-N-N-S. But the relationship was soured when Ruth, Eamon's wife, made an official complaint against Schofield last year. Ruth is said to have been angry after Phil cut her off live during a direct interview with Schofield. So there you go. But I don't think that's true, actually. I think they might have had a little sort of tiff at the, and there was a little bit of tension at the National Television Awards. But Eamon, Ruth and Philip appear to have made up. Well, there is no doubt about it that, Philip knows exactly what he's doing. And, as I say, you still can't believe he's that age, can you? Seriously, I mean, what is he, 50, 58? I think, 58. But somebody said it's a genuine typo. Whoever was doing proofreading was not to know that Eamon's name is spelt incorrectly. So it's only got one N in the thing, but Eamon's has two N's. So that's why. But he wouldn't have done it deliberately. He's not that sort of person. Did you spell it right? Is it in my list? Oh, well, let's have a look. I didn't look, actually, to be honest with you. Wait a minute. Carol, Jennifer Aniston, William Fitt, John Leslie, Annie Childs, Richard and Judy podcast. Eamon, no, you've spelt it right. Yeah, miracle of all miracles. The boy spelt it right, which is quite good. I'm just trying to think, actually. Yeah, no, it's E-A-M-O-N-N. So well done, you. Look at that. And we didn't even need to help you, did we? Did that all by your lonesome. What's the matter now, Luke? Luke stood up. That's always a bad sign. Go to get a peppermint. Did you drink peppermint teas? Oh, the posh teas. Does anybody know the name of the tea that James O'Brien drinks? I just call it Triffid. Have you seen it? It looks like some dead plant thing that opens up. One of these days, it's going to come out of the glass like a Triffid, grab him by the throat and drag him back into the glass and drown him. Seriously, it's quite frightening, this thing. And I don't know if it's the same one that he has every day, that when it dries up, it gets smaller. Or whether or not it's a different one. Could be a different one, couldn't it, really, I suppose. Telly voiceover king Peter Dixon was stunned when a porn film came on in Bruce Forsyth's hotel suite. So there you go. But I was watching Bruce the other day doing The Price is Right. He's very good, he was very, very good. Him and Bob Monkhouse were, the past masters at doing quiz shows. Other people do quiz shows, but they were sort of the two that I liked a lot, actually. Steve, I work at a school in London that serves sponge jam and desiccated coconut. It's divine. No gypsy tart on the menu, though. Isn't that funny? Perhaps they just don't do things like that. Perhaps it died out a long time ago. But I like the idea that they do a gypsy. They obviously have been doing the same puddings in schools for years and years. And the reason being, they're obviously cheap to make. When we used to go to the stock pot, all of the meals were made and it was cheap. Oh, goodness me, it was so cheap. Very, very cheap. And I'd go there with my dad, and we'd go to the stock pot because there was one in Knightsbridge. And we'd go and have something there, and it was delicious because it was an old-fashioned pudding. The days when, a pudding for us at home was either a yoghurt or a baked apple or something like that. I don't remember Mother doing anything else. I think we must have had rice pudding. Can you imagine? I mean, if my mother was alive today and I said, oh, by the way, I'll bring round some rice pudding, she said, don't be silly, I make rice pudding. But, of course, you can go and buy it now. They do a very nice one in M&S, which is, I think it's a cream. It could be called a luxury rice pudding, and it's just cream and rice. It's absolutely, you can eat it cold. How do you make it? Well, rice pudding. You're asking the wrong person. I don't do cooking. I've never done cooking. It's all I can do to take some fish fingers out of a box and lay them in a frying pan. I mean, anything else, I can do toast in the toaster, put it in there, and then when it comes out, I can butter it and put some slices of Edam cheese on the. That's quite. Have you ever had that? No, they haven't done anything around here. Seriously, cheese on toast you've never had. Oh, you've had cheddar, but you wouldn't eat Edam. Why? Is it posh? No, Edam. No, it's Dutch cheese. It's very, very easy to eat. It's not posh cheese. No, posh cheese would be Stinking Bishop or something like that. Or those horrible, what I call wet cheeses, which are a bit sort of, they just look disgusting. People always go, oh, would you like a little sample? I go, you want to? No, it doesn't matter. And so I never get samples of all these cheeses. Other people like them. Not for me. Not for me. Shirley Ballas has revealed a former friend who was jealous of her Strictly role wished her a Princess Di-style death. Not very nice, is it? Not very nice at all. Leslie Joseph in all the papers as well. What have we got today in the celebrities? Swedish pop belle Zara Larsson. I've never heard of Zara Larsson. I don't know. She looks though she's a Swedish belle. She feels the pressure to do her home country proud and follow in the footsteps of the greats before her. Oh, right. Sort of like ABBA kind of thing. That sort of thing. Very cold in it. You can sure signs come up to 6 o'clock. All of a sudden the temperature drops in the studio. All of a sudden I feel like I'm sitting on an iceberg. Very, very chilly. Production trio Disciples have blown their chances of working with BB Rexa after they failed to turn up to a recording session because they were hungover. See, that for me, I mean, I would have ditched them as well. That's so unprofessional. So What? Don't you think that's unprofessional, Corey? That people would... No, we know you have... Wait a minute, you have had a hangover. Yes, you have. I remember, because we told you where to go to sleep. And then he woke up and wandered around like a complete divot for about sort of 10 minutes. I used to have a friend of mine, well, he was one of my APs, Jonathan, and he agreed to come in on a Sunday morning to LBC to help out with some programme that we were recording. And I said, well, it's all right, because I've got to drive past your place on the way. I'll pick you up on the way in. He had the mother of all hangovers. When somebody gets in the car and they've got dark glasses on, he went, oh. And I go, are you feeling all right? I assumed that he wasn't feeling all right. And he sat there. I said, you're not really giving me much use today, are you? He went, So that was it. Poor little soul. So a top talent agent, this is Mark Jermyn, has believed there's a big gap in the market for gender-fluid child actors. It's very odd, isn't it? Very strange thing. The casting director had initially asked for girls, but I said I was sending this non-binary person in, and once they met them, that's the difference in the markets. Because they do that a lot now. They get certain... I went for a modelling job. Not a modelling job. They were looking for somebody who could do bricklaying. I know. Seriously, I don't know what I went for. I'm just sort of thinking maybe that would be the thing to do. And then my agent at the time put me up for a hill walking programme. I can barely do stairs. It's every company. Freezing cold this morning. And wet. But there again, we were told it was going to be wet. We were told that it was going to be sort of heading back in. We're not too sure whether or not by the end of October we get snow for Halloween. I keep seeing loads of Halloween things available in the shops. They've got them all over the place. Whether or not we're going to be doing Halloween this year, I'm not sure about it. We'll try and find out, actually. Steve, and I remember Gypsy Tart. I thought it was a local recipe from Reading. No, it's Isle of Sheppey, apparently. I didn't get that one either. Steve, way too early for Gypsy Tart, but not for spam, fritters, beans and a mug of builder's tea, says Scaffold Stan. Makes him sound like something Scaffold Stan. It's like Postman Pat and all the other people. Scaffold Stan. That could catch on, couldn't it? Steve, after my roast pork dinner last night, I had a good old sticky toffee pudding and custard, which reminded me of school. I don't have favourite roast. There is only one roast dinner, actually, Ben. You can't have a choice of roast dinners. It's either a roast or it's not a roast. OK? It's immaterial of what it is. It's just a roast dinner. Yeah, but it's just a roast dinner. There is only the choice of sort of armadillo and elephant and all the other things. No, it's just mushroom Wellington. Oh, is that mushrooms done in a pastry case? Really? How do they? You must have to do them in a bowl and then put the mushrooms in and then do a pastry over the top. You can't, otherwise it won't stay there. It's not like doing a piece of beef Wellington. There's a veggie version. Sounds riveting, isn't it? So it's just basically copying us meat eaters, because we have beef Wellington. Mushroom Wellington doesn't quite sound as... It's not doing it for me. It's not doing it. I mean, I wish it did, because I like to be, in sympathy with you, because I feel that you're in a minority on this programme, seeing as, Corey will eat anything that basically is passing. It doesn't really make it... As long as he can get it in the oven, he will cook it. So elephants are out and hippopotamuses, because he hasn't got the Bako foil, have you? You don't have the Bako foil for things like that. But, no, I'm always intrigued, because there are... Now we've discovered there are vegetarian restaurants. I mean, not just restaurants that will cater for people like you, and we have to sit near you, but, people who sort of want to go out and specifically be with other vegetarians, because they've all got two heads, haven't they? So we have separate vegetarian restaurants and vegan restaurants, whereas normally in my day you went to the Burney Inn and there'll be something on the other side and it's called a salad, and that's what... There wasn't anything, you weren't catered for at all, but now they do cater for vegetarians, which is quite good, isn't it? I suppose people become more adventurous. I just don't want to sit with them, in a restaurant, because there's nothing on the menus for people nowadays. Sometimes it has a little V symbol next to it, doesn't it? And you think, oh, look, they've been very kind and given you 2 items in the menu. But I'm assuming all puddings are out. Can't be many puddings that you're allowed to have. But having a look here, so vegetarian, they've actually got 41 on this vegetarian dinner recipes. And they look quite nice. Charred spring onions and teriyaki tofu. A very popular one around the Twickenham area. Slow cooker vegetable lasagna, burnt aubergine veggie chili, very popular as well, together with double cheese and spring vegetable tart, bean and halloumi stew. I bet there's vegetarians everywhere going. We've got our own programme on the radio as well now. We've only got restaurants and that. Asparagus and broad bean lasagna sounds quite nice, but I'm not sure about double bean and roasted pepper chili. Sweet potato and coconut curry sounds quite nice, but it doesn't sound, they could do with a bit of lamb in it, if of course you like lamb. Gnocchi with mushrooms and blue cheese. It's very easy. And slow cooker aubergines. Why do people just eat... I mean, is there a reason for just eating vegetarian and vegetarian? It's not religious reasons, is it for you? Ethical reasons. What would the ethical reason be? Well, you don't have to kill an animal. They're not expected. They don't sort of send you out there onto the farm and go, you can have the cow over there if you like. And the cow's going, I'm not a cow. I'm a goldfish. Don't pick on me. I'm not a cow. I don't go anywhere near the kitchen. Go away. Shoo, shoo. Yeah, meow. Look, I do impressions. Meow. Terrible, isn't it? So it's for ethical reasons. But they kill animals quite... I mean, I don't like it, but that's just me, isn't it, really? I couldn't kill an animal. I can't understand why anybody would ever want to work in an abattoir. What would be... I mean, I really don't get that at all. It's like wanting to work in a funeral director's. We've talked to funeral directors before on the programme, but you're dealing with something that most of us hold up our hands and go, no, not for me, thank you very much indeed. But, I wouldn't want to work in an abattoir. I mean, I just feel a bit sorry for them. But on the other hand, you can't... I suppose if you had a farm, which you wouldn't have, you'd just be having tame aubergines, wouldn't you, and something like that. I'm going down to talk to the mushrooms, Mother, and the tomatoes. I suppose everything that sort of grows out the ground, you can do things with. But it's just... I told you once I went to a macrobiotic restaurant. It was the worst evening of my life. Seriously, it was pulses and all straight... It was serious. The macrobiotic restaurant, it was out of town. It was near... Gerrard's Cross, I think, or somewhere like that. And I remember thinking, I was taken there by an accountant, and I went right off him after that. Right off him. There was nothing on the menu that appealed to me in the slightest. Did you know that mushrooms have no nutritional value? Oh, I always add things to everything. Don't you add stuff to mushrooms? You can add all sorts of things now to make food really, really tasty. I mean, at the moment, I am adding Hellmann's mayonnaise. I don't do the light one, I just do Hellmann's mayonnaise, a few squirts of that over something, and it just takes it to a different dimension. Because I don't cook. I just do some meat and vegetables. I'm trying to be really good and have vegetables every single... In fact, the other day, I nearly had baked beans. And then I thought, no, that's not very healthy. I do have a 4-pack in, but I had vegetables again. So, I don't know if baked beans are healthy. I don't think the tomato sauce is particularly healthy. I don't think so. And I think they have sugar in and stuff like that. And so I'm trying to be good. I mean, it's not easy. It really isn't. Steve, I'm in Charing Cross Hospital waiting for a kidney stone operation, feeling quite anxious, but listening to your podcast all night. Couldn't wait till 4 a.m. And Debbie says, thank you for cheering me up. Oh, they do these things every day, Debbie. Seriously, they're very, very good. And Carol says, I'd never heard of stinking Bishop cheese before. So, of course, I had to look it up. I'm intrigued. Looks like the consistency of camembert and brie. You can get it all over the place. It is, to be honest with you, it just looks disgusting. I just don't do a soft cheese. So camembert or anything like that. Even halloumi defeats me, I'm afraid. A bit of a shame. But it doesn't really matter, actually. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And so, see, definitely the one thing I wouldn't be having is sticky toffee pudding. I'm sure it's absolutely delicious, but it sounds like it's a killer as far as I'm concerned. Other stories in the papers running today. Here he is, front page of the Daily Star, Gary Lineker, who's made a right wally of himself. He's shopping without a mask on. He's in Marks and Spencer's in Chertsey, I think, or something like that. So he's not too far away from me. But first of all, he slated people who don't wear masks in shops, and then he didn't put one on. But you know if you've got one on. You know, when we did the show at the Exchange in Twickenham the other day, everybody had a mask on in the audience. I didn't, to be honest with you, there might have been people who didn't, but I promise you all the people I saw had masks on. But for Gary Lineker to blast the snowflakes and then sort of blame it on the fact that he says, you know, perhaps I'm having a senior moment. Well, it's not good enough. You know, you would know that, if you walked into a shop and you weren't wearing a mask, you know you're not wearing a mask. Because you would know about it. He says, why would anybody, this is on July the 14th, object to wearing a mask in a shop? Now, of course, there'll be some people who go, well, that's his decision. If he doesn't want to wear a mask, he doesn't want to wear a mask. But on the other hand, you know, unless these people are going to hold a thing up saying, you know, I'm free of coronavirus, I don't want to go anywhere near them. And to walk around, especially if you're known, I mean, it's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Prince William's calls for people to protect nature have been slammed due to his grouse shooting hobby. Yes, they're hunting, shooting and fishing, the royal family. So animal rights groups have blasted William after he reportedly took Prince George to a family grouse shoot. And then he says, you know, we have to protect nature. Well, I mean, what a load of old codswallop. You can't say we're going to... It's like, didn't we have Naomi Campbell some years ago? I'd rather go naked than wear fur. The next thing is, oh, here I am wearing fur. And we all went, you hypocrite. You hypocrite. Lee Moon says his family have always been supportive of blood sports. They don't seem to think they have to change it. It's not a case of do what they do, it's do what they say. Mushrooms do have nutritional value as they contain slugs and bugs, says Maggie. I like mushrooms. I like the exotic type mushrooms. I don't do I like doing the brown mushrooms. They're very nice. And you just chuck it. They all shrink down, don't they? I mean, I imagine they're probably about 60% water, but quite nice. Mushrooms. Button mushrooms, yes. You don't do button mushrooms. Why not? They're quite good for you, aren't they? They're okay. Portobello mushrooms are okay, yeah. Yeah, they're all right. I bought them in all sorts of places. Portobello, I should imagine. You could probably buy them. But there's all sorts of... I mean, I'd like to go into a mushroom shop. You know, there must be loads and loads of different types of mushrooms that you could have. You know, and just sort of... Well, I don't know where there's a mushroom shop. I'm just thinking. I mean, what would be the matter with... you have fruit shops and everything else. There you go. Welcome to the Mushroom Man. Here he is. He's based at New Covent Garden Market, and he does mushrooms, which they... get from all over. Don't laugh at him. He does it from all over the world. Have yourself a mushroomy little Christmas. There you go. Have yourself a mushroomy little Christmas. Lots of fungi too. There you go. And he's got pink oyster mushrooms. You see all of this stuff. I mean, your Christmas could take on a whole new meaning, Luke, with these things. And he'll tell you what's available. He's got a growing kit. Pink oyster mushroom growing kit for 20 quid. Next day delivery is available. Also chestnut. He does mushrooms. How wonderful. What's his name? Does he have a name, this poor man? He probably doesn't. He's just called the Mushroom Man. And that's it. Yeah. Do you know the Mushroom Man, the Mushroom Man? But that's what he sells, mushrooms. No excuses. You could have a whole meal based on mushrooms and asparagus, couldn't you, I suppose? Little bit of bacon cut up in it, but not if you're vegetarian. Steve, you've jogged my memory. Talking of the Stock Pot, because I used to go there when I started work in 79. Can't remember where it was, though. They were all over the place. There was one in Earl's Court we used to go to, Sue. Everything. But she said there was a great restaurant near Pudding Lane and the Monument, an old house on 3 floors, and the food was good old family cooking. The first thing you saw when you walked through the door was large pans of boiling cabbage. How did we ever manage without a microwave? I know. Or a slow cooker. People love a slow cooker. Rachel's Rice Pudding, Steve, the best. Waitrose, do it. And, Steve, they probably have mushroom shops in Amsterdam, says Richard. Yes, they would. They do magic mushrooms. News. We'll do the news now, shall we? You're going to be holding up this little thing all the time because it's going to really get on my nerves. It's getting on my nerves now. You are borderline being made to be dragged out by your ears and sat on the naughty step. He's got an app on his phone, and it just comes up with different words. So he types in news, and up comes news, and he holds it up in front of me, as opposed to talking on the talkback. You know, we go, "Oh, hello, Steve. I think we should be going to the news." He's got one of those sort of voices. He decides to hold it up on his phone now, thus eclipsing me in the Department of Technology. If you fancy collecting memorabilia, we've got some James Bond memorabilia, including... Gonna have some money for these ones. Aston Martin DB5, first edition of Ian Fleming's book Moonraker, and up to 200 film posters. Crikey. Prices range from £100 to £120,000. I'm assuming that will be the Aston Martin DB5. Because loads of people collect movie memorabilia. There's all sorts of things that you can buy, but to actually buy a piece of a proper film would be very nice. And they've got Casino Royale. They've got a first edition of that one. What these things go for, I've got no idea. I haven't been to an auction at all, but they say Casino Royale, this is a presentation copy, could fetch, it's a book, up to £70,000. Phenomenal. So between 80 and 120,000. Almost every page features autographed revision showing Fleming's working practices as he honed the book into the final thing. The sale will also feature a first edition copy of Live and Let Die, presented to Winston Churchill. It includes the note, "To Winston Churchill, from whom I stole some words." And that book could go between £50,000 and £70,000. Huge money in memorabilia, movie and otherwise. Prince William's taken over as patron of 2 wildlife charities from the Queen, including the Fauna and Flora International and the British Trust for Ornithology. But as people have said, As I said a minute ago, it's a bit hypocritical. They're a hunt, shooting and fishing family. So he sort of starts preaching to us, and then you think, but wait a minute, you go and shoot birds out the sky. What's going on? Can't have things like that. Harry and Meghan won't be joining the royal family at Sandringham, and they'll travel to the UK days after celebrating their first Christmas in their new barn of a place. 14 bedrooms, 16 bathrooms. For what reason, nobody has any idea. And they won't come over because they'll have to isolate, won't they, for 2 weeks. So they can come over. They haven't exactly got loads and loads of work. They're very excited for their first American Christmas living in California. How can you be excited about that? It's not cold. It's not a very interesting house. It's on an estate. What are they going to do? Sit there and stare at the room. Will there be a Christmas tree? Have they got the money to go and buy all these sort of things? Very odd, isn't it? But so this is the second year they've spent the holiday away from the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh. Well, they're not interested, are they? They're not in the royal family anyway, so it makes no difference. Gary was shopping in the M&S in Barnes, says Andrew in Barnes. This is Gary Lineker with no mask on. No mask on. I mean, I can't understand it, having criticised people the week before. At least try and follow your own advice. Make it a lot easier, wouldn't it? Steve, mushrooms increase your testosterone. There you go, Luke. You keep eating those mushrooms, mate, and eventually something will happen. What? I've got no idea. And Bella says, do you remember Billy's Baked Potato at Tower Bridge? Never even heard of it. Never heard of it. And Susan on the Isle of Wight says there's a mushroom farm on the Isle of Wight, and they can post them. Yeah, I mean, they seem to keep quite a long while, don't they? I mean, I buy a little punnet of mushrooms and just tip them into whatever it is I'm cooking. But a chestnut button mushroom and a portobello mushroom are the same mushroom. A button mushroom is just picked earlier, and a portobello mushroom is left for a few more days to grow, says Hannah. She sounds like she's got a farm. She would know these sort of things. Steve, if you told me 12 months ago that Everton would be top of the league, a world pandemic would shut down Liverpool, and Batman would be hanging off the Liver building in Liverpool, I would have binned all the mushrooms in the house, says Richard on the Wirral. I know. When you think how life has changed from all of us, it's normal. You walk down the high street now with a mask on. You don't think anything about it, do you? Used to be a sandwich shop chain around the city in weekends in the 90s, where on racks made up, they used to sell pints of coffee and make up large sausage or bacon torpedo rolls. Don't remember that one. Don't remember that one at all. I mean, there used to be a very good place for doing sandwiches in Fleet Street, and I can't remember what it was called, but they would make the sandwiches fresh. Didn't use butter. They did big, proper sandwiches, but they did bacon bits and mayonnaise, and you could have sort of ham salad with bacon bits. Oh, they were delicious. But what it was called, I've got no idea. Probably not even there now, because when we left, kind of the businesses collapsed in the area. Stephen Gerrard makes all the papers today. He's failed to make a splash in the drinks world as his water firm is almost £1 million in debt. Latest accounts, he'd been plugging the product for 2 years. They've got assets of 127,000, but owe 931,000. This is a natural spring, not from a tap or manufactured with a pH level 8.2. So it's, but the trouble is there's so many different waters out there. I mean, I bought a case the other day. And because I quite like keeping a case of water. It's always handy. I don't drink out the taps. I have done, but I've got to be really fairly desperate, I'm afraid. And Steve says, Ian, in Somerset, I eat mushrooms every day, and that's what makes me a fun guy. And if you like the taste of raw mushrooms, then you should try the leaves of a common weed called plantain. Grows everywhere, says Vince. And when I've given foraging walks, it always surprises people. I like those foraging walks. A friend of mine went on one, and she's found a place very near to her where there's mushrooms. And so she goes up there for a walk and then secretly picks the mushrooms because they're just growing wild. It's good, isn't it? I like stuff like that. Also, what else we got here? Get the NHS COVID-19 app, Turn the Tide. Oh, that's what I was going to tell you earlier on. If you want to download this programme later and my little bit extra, which is all showbizy type stories because I'm light end, then just go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk. You'll download the app. It's free. Doesn't cost you anything at all. And then once you've done that, you can learn how to download all the programmes in the archives and everything. And thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people download every week. Hundreds of thousands of people download the apps. And loads of people have got all their programmes up there. I think Ian Dale's got something like 8 podcasts. I don't know how he's got 8 podcasts, but I could be on it next week. I'll let you know about that, because I'm sure he'll actually write to me and let me know all about it. And it'll have the podcast on of the show that we did at the Exchange the other day. Chris Lowry thinks it was opposite the Cheshire Cheese, Loafers. He thinks that's what the sandwich shop. They were lovely sandwiches. It was all fresh. I mean, it really was. They were literally, they had little jars of bacon bits which they would put. Oh, they were delicious. But there was a place on the high street, on Fleet Street, called Gloriettes, and they did the best pasties. They were just to die for, the pasties. And they used to do a soup of the day, which no doubt Chris and Steve will remember. I used to come back with a giant pasty and a polystyrene cup of tomato soup. I like things like that. I mean, you know, we didn't have chips or anything. You probably could have got chips. But I wanted the pasty, or failing that, a lovely... they'd queue outside the shop for the sandwiches. Benji's used to do cheap torpedo rolls. I like a torpedo roll. They're quite good, aren't they? I bought one the other day, and it was ham and salad. As long as it hasn't got lettuce in it, I don't mind. I'm fairly okay, actually. But lettuce, I think, is the most boring thing that they could ever put in anything. So, Jennifer Aniston, the most wanted celebrity hairdo. It's just straight hair. There's nothing particularly clever about it. But the Duchess of Cambridgeshire's wavy brunette locks comes second, followed by Michelle Keegan's dark, voluminous tresses. Julia Roberts' full curls, Ariana Grande's long, sleek hair, and Taylor Swift's classic look also came in the top 10. But it's Jennifer Aniston. That was 25 years ago. She's had the same hairstyle if you've got sort of long hair, which means I suppose Barbara Streisand could be included. And people do it. I know it sounds odd, but people do actually take in a photograph of what they want their hair to look like, take it into the hairdressers and go, I want to look like that. And the hairdresser's heart sinks going, OK. Because Diana spawned a generation of people wearing, a fantastic hairstyle. I've never done that. There's been no point whatsoever. What we got now? We got, as a child, says Debbie, me and my sisters used to get up at 5:30 and go mushroom picking with Dad on a Sunday morning, ready for a fry-up. Things you remember. I know. It's funny, actually, we never did mushroom picking. In fact, I don't think we had mushrooms very often. If we did, my mother would have cut them to pieces. Everything was sort of cut up. Anne is in Ealing. Morning, Anne. And somebody says here, what's this other one? Benji's. Oh, we've had them mentioned before, didn't we? The cheap torpedo rolls, which sound lovely. But it's that sandwich shop off Fleet Street that Chris Lowry and myself and Steve Campen would remember very well. I remember going down there and it was always wrapped in that sort of, it was like a greaseproof type paper. It's like the old-fashioned butcher shops. They used to have bits of paper hanging up and they put them off and wrap the meat up in. By the time you got home, the meat juices or the blood had sort of filtered through. But still very interesting. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So this, I mean, I don't know how many of you have been out for pub dinners. It seems to be the most popular thing to do at the moment. How it works with coronavirus and social distancing, I'm not too sure. But there's a pub's roast dinner so popular, there is a waiting list of 3 years. Yes, years. To actually get there. I mean, you think by that time it might not be worth having, but a 3-year waiting list. But the more they actually make these things unavailable to you, the more you want it. And so if they say there's a 3-year waiting list, I can remember, I told you the story ages ago that Dale used to go to the Ivy, and it was nigh on impossible to get tables at the Ivy. And so he phoned up. He didn't say who he was, but of course he had a very distinctive voice. And the lady who answered the phone said, good afternoon, the Ivy, can I help you? He said, oh, hi, I'd like to book a table. So she said, I've got nothing at the moment. He said, when would be the nearest one? She said, it was about 2 weeks in advance. And so he said, well, I tell you what, he said, if I leave you my number, if anything becomes free, could you call me? So she said, yes, but I think it's very unlikely. So he said, okay. So he gave the number. And she said, and the name? He said, it's Dale Winton. She said, I have a table for you this evening. It only goes to prove it's names that open doors. All these, it's like sell-out West End shows. There's well, not at the moment, but I mean, in reality, there's no such thing as a sold-out West End show. What happens if the Queen goes, I want to go and see, Phantom of the Opera or Les Miserables? There would be seats available. There would be what they call house seats. They hold them back. specifically for if the producer phones up and says, "Oh, I've got some friends of mine coming in from America, will come and see the show," and so they've always got house seats available. People used to queue, well, in fact, for any of the shows that were worth watching, of which there is a plethora, please God, out there in the West End. And it's quite a nice thing. Go and see a live show if they start opening things up. Les Miserables. Cameron's bringing it back for a limited season, so that'll be good. It's just to keep people working. It's seriously to keep people working, because there's so many people out there who are suffering badly, and it's not just people in West End theatre, it's magicians, it's children's entertainers, it's people who do discos, people who do party food and stuff like that. Everybody's suffering. Everybody's suffering. We need to get ourselves back to normal as quick as possible. And the only way we're going to get back there is if people wear these bloody masks. You know, that woman who was swearing at everybody on the plane, I mean, quite clearly some dreadful old baggage. I mean, it's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Also, passengers flying from Heathrow to Hong Kong and Italy will be given the option of buying a rapid COVID test at check-in. It's about 80 quid. They can do it in an hour. To be honest with you, would you pay? That'll be the question today you'll be asked. Would you pay to get a COVID test? Would you pay, Corey, to get a COVID test? 80 quid? If I could send you to the... well, it is a lot of money, but at least you'd know, wouldn't you? At that precise moment you hadn't got anything. That's what you would want. I would think they should give it to it. I mean, they need to sort this thing out as soon as possible. We can't keep dragging our heels. Terrible. Steve, talking of taking photos into hairdressers, sad I know, but I'm doing it on Friday. I want to look like Todd of Corrie, says Matthew. So you're actually going to take a photo in and go, I want to look like this. Thank you very much indeed. Well, I'm sure it'll work. I'm sure it will work. The Express, they've got an easy-to-follow diet plan to beat diabetes. This is for people who don't have it. But they're hoping that with these sort of diets that they're offering people, you can stave it off. Keep it well away. Brief history of posh accent. May the rain in Spain never moisten the coiffure of poor Amy Charles, who talks like a 3-year-old. Talked like a 3-year-old, does Amy Charles. But anyway, she's fed up with speaking like Eliza Doolittle and fancies talking posh. Gone. Do you ever see that? Do you ever see My Fair Lady? Yes, the rain in Spain stays mainly in the plain. Where does it rain? On the plain, on the plain. And where's that soggy plain? In Spain. And so it went on. But hi, Brian Kai. Yes, people used to talk like that. There was a bloke who featured. It was an actor. And he featured on Fawlty Towers, and Basil was trying to do something. They had a mouse that was loose, and this actor, who was very funny, he said, "Go away, you grotty little man. You're getting on my nerves." And it was so beautifully done, and sort of Basil was still trying to... He really lost his temper. It was wonderful. But anyway, apparently... This particular Amy Charles wants to sound like Vanessa Feltz. Can't imagine why you want to sound like somebody else. But she says, as for posh... Just don't mention the fact that my great-grandmother sold undies in Petticoat Lane Market, and my dad, Norman, the Knicker King, continued the aristocratic tradition in a warehouse in ritzy Bounds Green. So that's it. Amy Childs. I mean, why is it that... I mean, it does seem to be in particular... It's the people on Towie who can barely string 2 words together, poor souls. I mean, it's not easy. And so they go, I want to be, I want to do something, I want to speak, differently. And you think, well, what's the point of that? She wants to sound like Vanessa Feltz. That was her benchmark. I know, Vanessa will be having a laugh at that one. Monica says, do you need a cab in 20 minutes? It's not raining now. I'm next to you. No, I've got coffee with the boss. I'm having 2 cups of coffee today, which is very exciting. Very exciting. So I'm doing all right, thank you. So not raining out there now. We're doing all right, aren't we? But still a bit nippy. Still a bit nippy. So another one here. So Buster from Colchester says, my dad used to always take me over the fields picking mushrooms. I don't know which mushrooms you can pick now. I don't want to pick the wrong ones. You don't want to pick some of these poisonous things. That's not good, is it? Not good at all. Steve, you can buy no added sugar baked beans, says Alex in Welwyn Gardens City. Always sounds exotic, that Welwyn Gardens City. It sounds quite nice. But you can buy no sugar baked beans. But do they taste all right? Do they taste like beans do? Are they Heinz or are they somebody else's? Cross and Blackwell or something else? I don't know. There's a little boy here. He died. He was 7. Patrick Milner. and he died suddenly in hospital on October the 1st. He fell ill at school, and his parents have donated his organs following his death. They say the grief will always be with us. It's like an ocean at the moment. We're in a storm, whereas Mum and Dad are in the Mediterranean, always there, but the waves are not so big. He was a beautiful and healthy boy. He was a keen member of the Sandbach rugby club's under 8s. He loved rollerblading and everything else. Then he fell ill, airlifted to hospital, but he just died. Just like that. It happens, you know, and so they've said he was a live wire. His favourite drink was Vimto, which he somehow made you buy from him and then proceeded to drink it himself. Bless his heart. But he's saved the lives of 3 children. His parents have donated his organs. I think that's a big decision to make. I think that is a big decision. I think it's, you know, for any parent to be able to do something like that. But three children now have the gift of living due to the sadness of losing a little boy at that age. That's a big ask of parents. A big ask. Takes a lot of courage to do something like that. The Daily Mail are doing John Leslie. They've got an obsession with things like this. Cleared of sex assault again. But can his reputation ever recover? I mean, all he did was a film, didn't he? He made he was one of those people who filmed himself with Abby Titmus and somebody else, and they made this film, and then all of a sudden people start coming out the woodwork going, oh, he assaulted me. In this latest one, which has now been he's been, you know, cleared of sex assault, it was supposed to be done in front of loads of other people who, yes, they were there at the party, but they don't remember anything like that. So either it's somebody who's telling lies about him, in which case it only took the jury 23 minutes to decide that he wasn't. He went out with Catherine Zeta-Jones as well. Catherine Zeta-Jones was a former John Leslie girlfriend, but I think it was Anthea Turner and Diana Louise Jordan who went into court and said he's not like that. He's just a nice person. He just gets on with it. But this image, you know, of him being a bit seedy has haunted him for about the last 20 years, which is quite something to have to go into court knowing that you're totally innocent. You know, he was wrongly identified as a man who raped a well-known person. That was in October 2002. Also arrested over claims of indecent assault. That was dropped. Arrested in June 2008 over rape and assault allegations from 95. Doesn't go to court. November 2015, accused of sex assault at the Radio Awards, not charged. June, accused of attack at club, but acquitted the next year. And then December 2017, woman says he grabbed her breasts in 2008, but acquitted. Because she's the only one, and she kept changing her story in court. I mean, do people see him as an easy target? Because, you know, it's just ridiculous. He seems to have been picked on every moment, and nothing has come from it at all. Jackie in the dock. Prancing Jackie Smith under fire for prancing around on Strictly instead of concentrating on her role as chairman of a major health trust. People want to be on Strictly. 9 minutes to 7. What a miserable day. What a miserable day. But it's the weather, isn't it, really? And poor old Gary says, just off my hip replacement. I get the oddest people on this programme. Seriously, a hip replacement. I don't know how they do hip replacements, but I've seen people who've had them done before, and they've always said, oh, it's very successful. So, good luck. Carol in Gerrard's Cross says, have you tried the salmon en croûte for M&S? It's delicious. I know you often cook salmon. I do, actually. Salmon en croûte. That sounds a bit nice, actually. Very nice. And talking of magicians, Steve, several years ago you gave us the heads up on Hans Klock in Holborn. Yeah, that was down Kingsway, wasn't it? Never heard of him, but it was a great night out. It was very good. To be honest with you, I'd never heard of him either. But we did go see. There was a crowd of us went. Also, the I'm a Celebrity team, they're going to have to socially distance. I don't know how many crews they have. Normally filmed in Australia, but it's now been switched to a castle in North Wales because of the pandemic. I mean, I'm assuming they'd have to socially isolate when they came back from Australia. So perhaps there's an advantage. Although, how they're going to get into Wales? I thought Wales was on lockdown. I thought they were sort of stopping people going in. You can't, depending on where you come from, they'll obviously be checking all the contestants to make sure that they come from an area which is going to be okay for going into it. There's nothing about Wales that appeals to me for I'm a Celebrity. Nothing at all. It needs to come from somewhere hot where you've got odd things to eat. Diana, Princess, said Charles should stand aside so William could succeed the Queen. Everybody was saying that, weren't they? But I think Charles wants a go at being king. And that's the way it's going to be. How they know these things? You know, where they say, oh, Charles, Diana couldn't stand Charles and all the rest of it. And you think to yourself, where do they get these things? Is this just tittle-tattle? Or is it... I noticed on the programme the other day that... who's that peculiar person who was on I'm a Celebrity? She's got a rather nasty little way with her. Lady C or something. Whatever her name is. She went on that dating programme there. She must be desperate. Desperate. She's not going to find anybody. Lady Colin Campbell. I mean, really? Does she have a name? Colin Campbell was her husband's name. Does she have a name? Because people call her Lady Colin Campbell, but to be honest with you, having seen some of her sort of little tantrums in the jungle, I don't think I'd ever want to see her ever again. She brought a book out, but I think that didn't do as well as they were hoping. But she must have a proper name, mustn't she? The name that she had before she got married, which must be, like Susan or something like that. Georgia Adriana Ziadi. Doesn't quite sound as exciting, does it really, as Lady Colin Campbell? They sort of put her up there if they want to sort of find somebody who claims that they know the royal family, which I always find entertaining. Kids company boss bullied her staff and ignored a cash crisis. This is about Mangella. Do you remember? Remember Kids Company? They took all this money on. There was serious money, something like £42 million, I think. And she boasted of a relationship with HMRC, which meant a tax bill didn't need to be paid. I wish I had an arrangement with HMRC. Sorry, your tax bill doesn't need to be paid, thank you. It's like when I went in to pay a phone bill a few years ago. I was with a different company than the one I'm with at the moment, and they went, do you want to pay it all? And I said, as opposed to what? They said, you can part pay the bill. I thought, oh, good Lord, have that hanging over my head. No, thank you. It was only a small amount of money, because you can get the telephone bills now practically sort of down to absolutely nothing at all. But I remember when Kids Company closed, there was talk about all these kids were not going to... Nothing ever happened. Nothing ever happened. Nothing changed. So it was always a very odd one, that. It used to feature in the papers all the time. Oh, I found something else, actually, for you, for the memorabilia auction. If you're thinking of buying something for Christmas for your loved one, I've got a jacket from Back to the Future. It was worn by Mardy, 15,000 quid. I've got Conan the Barbarian's sword, £50,000. I've got Saving Private Ryan's helmet, 15,000. The Batman Joker's hat. You'd like that one. It's a purple hat. Wouldn't suit you, though. Cool. You're not a hat person. £30,000. That's a lot of money. I've got the boots worn by Julia Roberts in Pretty Woman. 15,000. You should never wear other people's shoes. I was always told that. And Bond's suit from Diamonds Are Forever. £30,000. Oh, you're not interested. Just want some more quinoa. Or pulses, or some cheese, or something like that, which is lovely. And there's a bride. Often remember the wedding dress. This one is pictured standing on the rails of a railway and posing here. The unnamed woman and a bridegroom kissed. A bridesmaid held up the train of the dress. I thought they were held up there. I mean, to be honest with you, this is just rank stupidity. People taking pictures of somebody standing, like that stupid woman the other day, who somebody obviously persuaded. Go to Richmond Park and pose for pictures near where there are deer and it's rutting time and they attack. And she got kicked in the back. But you don't do things like that. These are wild animals. Goodness sake, honestly. What more can you do? You can only advise people, can't you? If you go to Richmond Park, stay in your car. Birthdays today. Guess whose birthday? Timothy West. We love Timothy West. Love him. Married to, of course, Prunella Scales. And they have a son as well, who's an actor, Sam. Timothy West is 86 today. So many happy returns to him. Susan Tully. She was Michelle Fowler in the original lineup. She today is 53. She went on to produce. And I think produced episodes of EastEnders. So many happy birthday today. Also, Kathy Kirby was born on this day in 1938. She died in 2011. And she was voted top British female singer of 1963. So congratulations. Plus, 1955. Hands up who remembered. Let's all try and pretend we don't remember that, shall we? The Return of the King, the final volume of Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings trilogy, was published. And also women. 1973, women are to be allowed to drive London buses after years of being banned by busmen. Buses are already being driven by women in many provincial areas, but until now, London busmen have stuck stubbornly to the belief that driving a bus through the capital's rush hour would be too much for a woman. You couldn't make it up, could you? So we won't. We only tell you the truth. That's about it for this morning. Miserable blooming day, and my coffee's just been cancelled. So I've now got 2 cups of coffee. I'm down, but don't worry, we're going to reschedule, and then it will all come back on again, which is great. Because tomorrow's Wednesday. What do we got tomorrow? Oh, God, the diabetic checkup in the surgery. That'll be nice, won't it? So we do it again tomorrow. In the meantime, on my free little bit extra podcast, Gary Lineker apologises for forgetting to wear a mask. I'd almost forgotten that you were a dreadful hypocrite, Gary. Another singing show is coming to the BBC. Please not. I reveal the secret to living a long time. Here's a clue. I'm going to live for centuries.